high school, I think. Must be one of them.
Jordan Clark, in he comes, right arm over, this is played into the offside, it finds a gap, it races away across the long square here, and it runs across the boundary.
Same as yesterday.
Interesting, as Clark comes in, it's short, it's a bouncer, it's a top edge, but it's gone over first slip. It's a well bowled, well directed delivery, but the batsman gets 4. Well, as Clark is in with a slip and a gully. This is down the leg side and it's going to run away. It's gone fine for 4 more runs.
Kemar Roach is in. Pepper drives, that's a nice shot. Away through cover point, that's going to whistle away to the boundary rope for 4. Very nice shot, got a big stride in there. As over the wicket once again goes Roach, and Pepper shot. Just back of a length, and he's up on his toes and just punches it. How did you know?
Just a little nick, and this may have gone very fine. It's avoided folks, and it's avoided fine leg. The creature of habit. I just watch your behaviours this time. It's a wideish delivery, a wideish delivery there.
Tear round the marathon course.
Taylor over the wicket. That one is driven really nicely by Pepper, who's well weighted for that one. Goes on the front foot and drives that through the covers to the boundary to pick up a welcome. When do you think, and I'll come back to you after this ball, when do you think Essex will really have to push this on, as that one is just pushed by Critchley through the covers, played that, timed that perfectly to the cover boundary. It's up the tempo as Taylor's in, and that one is driven again really nicely by Critchley, this time going between mid-off and extra cover.
An opportunity for him as Lawrence is in, and Pepper will get a single here as he just waits for this, nudges it into the leg side, and this will be his 50. So it's been a good innings this from Michael Pepper, 102 deliveries.
Some of them do it in the feet, so it's not an even playing field. As Ryan Teller's in, and that one is carved away through the covers by Michael Pepper, and Ollie Pope won't be able to get to that one. It's driven strongly between point and cover.
So slow.
He's been used a lot by that point.
Cricket.
Patel in bowls. Pepper is showing a few more of his tricks there, just paddling that one round the corner past long leg to that. That one is pulled off his hit by Critchley, who hardly has to move as he paddles.
Plenty of updates to do this afternoon. Fisher in bowls, short of a length, forced off the back foot. That's a good looking shot, had a little bit of width on it, and it's been caressed off the back foot through the cover to play for, really. This is short, bounce, and there it is, 100. He notches it up, it's a shortish ball bouncer, he caresses it round the corner, it goes down to fine leg for 1, he takes it, his helmet off. Well played, Matt Critchley. Those lovers of a white ball, it's a very different game of cricket this morning. And look, there's been a war of attrition as lunch has been called, with Essex on 466 for 4. Many congratulations to Matt Critchley, because he's coped with a bit of pressure, the pressure of not having.
Lawrence is in once more to Pepper. Pepper backs away and slots this off the back foot, through extra cover and away for 4. So round the wicket once again goes Lawrence. That's very short. This will be put away by Critchley, up and over the top of Fisher at square leg.
It looked like a brie.
Yes, smelled like a brie. Tasted like a brie. This one's been picked up and swung high, hard, and a couple of steps forward, then a hop, a skip and a jump, and round the wicket he comes, and Pepper's driving. That's a nice looking shot. I think this will be 4. Yes, it will be, because Lawrence has come round the wicket to him, and only once with Crawley. As driving his Pepper. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That'll be 4. And that whistles off to the cover boundary rope, so 4 runs away.
Out. A brilliant day for Essex, and we look, and he takes a single for 99, and he's turning quickly for the second, for a century. He gets in. Michael Pepper, live on the radio, makes his century, 100 not out, and Essex now have got a partnership worth 201.
And then there's an extra cover as well, as Lawrence is into Pepper. Pepper's gone down the ground here, up and over the top of Kemar Roach. I think he's got enough of that to sail into the stands for 6. 534 for 4 now, Essex. Lawrence is in once again, and now he's sweeping and has gone. It's come straight off the toe end of his bat and gone straight to Dom Sibley at short mid-wicket. It's very nicely, hasn't he? Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just waits for this, opens the face, guides it away past the diving Burns off Lawrence, and that's going to run away. They can get into positions and places not mere mortals can't, as this one's off the outside edge of Thane's bat as he looks to drive, and that's down to the boundary rope for 4. So I've said it before, it's fascinating the way he gets ready to go with the gloves.
Yeah.
As this is pulled on one knee out
he's
towards
missed
seat
it,
backwards
dived
square,
over it.
and oh dear, James Taylor has got round to it.
Sonia, good afternoon. You got this over?
Yes, Dan Lawrence bowls, and that's just paddled around the corner by Critchley to pick up another boundary to Critchley, or continues to come over the wicket to Critchley. This one is launched again, almost to the opposite corner of the ground. That one goes over mid-wicket for 5 as Lawrence is in, and that one is launched by the new batter over the head for 6. Well, if they'd kept the same field, that might have gone to someone, but that's gone one bounce for Lawrence. Runs up and bowls, and another reverse sweep, this time from Thane, and he paddles that round the corner for another boundary. They're taking a bit of a liking to Lawrence now with Simon Harmer as Lawrence bowls, and that one is hooked over the head of backward square and runs down towards the boundary. So Thane taking his
deep fine leg, so a really calculated and good shot there.
Lawrence over the wicket, and that one is launched straight into the hands of Kemar Roach.
Good catch
by Noah Thane. So he's done a useful innings. He's got 26 from 25, but that was what it was a nod to. As Porter continues, and that one is cut away really nicely by Rory Burns to bring his and Surrey's first.
100%. Oh, into the pads, LBW, peel it out, breakthrough. Sibley's gone. Gone for only 3. It's more Gully, you're quite right. Okay, next ball. Whipped away through a vacant area on that leg side, where I think initially that fielder was standing, but it's going to be 4 runs for the season. But obviously I can't be there this weekend. This is short, and it's top edge, and it's over the top of the keeper. It's going to be 4 runs for Burns.
And they've even dropped Ollie Pope on a regulation catch, but at the moment as we approach tea, a few moments from tea, the score is Surrey's 28 for 1. Damsel in distress. Well, this time as Snater is driven square of the wicket. That's a good looking shot, opens the face, gets forward, plays it through square, and it goes for 4 runs.
Smart speakers. As round the wicket goes Porter, and this is pushed off the back foot by Rory Burns, who's timed this beautifully. It's a great chase and a terrific effort. Your smart speaker would find that for you.
Slater bowls. This is an outside edge, runs down to the vacant third man for 4. That's well bowled, well bowled.
But it expensive. Well, I'm sure it would be, yes.
Snater in, bowls into the leg side. That's going to run away for 4. That is a super shot. Little too straight from around the wicket, going down the leg side.
Porter's in once again to Pope. Short pulled for 4 by Ollie Pope. It's just sat up from Porter and
to Pope, who pushes that one through the gap in the offside. Just lovely, opens the face on that, guides it past point, and it will go away over the boundary rope to add another 4 to his total. That will take him to 24.
Tactical point of view, you've got to get Burns coming forward.
Critchley bowls, Burns does come forward and sweeps, and that one has raced away.
You're the club.
You're just looking at our little sheet that we've got in front of us.
And this one is worked well. Does he find a really nice gap, a cute gap, to the boundary out there on the leg side? I think he does. He beats the fielder, trying to chase that one down. If you're into your darts.
If you're into your darts, we can go with that, as Harmer's in bowls, and that's just clipped into the leg side by Rory Burns. The ball is racing away towards the boundary and will just beat the fielder. So again...
As in round the wicket again goes Critchley, sweeping his Burns. It's a pretty firm and confident shot that from Rory Burns, and that's going to head off to the mid-wicket boundary.
Critch, what a knock, undefeated with the bat today, the perfect start of the season for you.
Yeah, obviously it's nice to start well out there. Wicket's pretty good, but yeah, obviously personally it was nice to get there. We've got a pretty good score on the board as a team. Hopefully we can get 19 wickets going forward, but yeah, we've put ourselves in a good position to do it.
An incredible partnership with Pep today, 216 run partnership. How good is it to bat together when you're seeing the ball so well?
Yeah, it was quite nice to keep each other going. He's obviously quite a good friend now, playing with him for a few years, so it was nice to be out there when we both got our hundreds and get each other to them milestones. Yeah, it was a nice partnership, and yeah.
You've had a bat and bowl during this game. How do you assess the pitch? Are there any signs of turn yet?
There's a couple out of the footholes at the end of the day, but yeah, it's pretty flat, but we've obviously got a lot of runs on the board, so hopefully it deteriorates going forward. Keep all the cliches, keep building pressure, and then hopefully if we get a couple of wickets we can get on a little roll and try and force a win.
Yeah. During the quiet spells of the game, how do you keep your energy levels and focus levels up?
I don't know, luckily we're quite good mates out there, so generally taking the mickey out of each other somehow, or yeah, I'm shouting some at random normally, but no, I think obviously you're quite focused on what we want to do and the task in hand, but yeah, you naturally drift a little bit out there sometimes to try and keep the flow going, but I think ultimately we're here to win a game, so that keeps you going, especially in these situations.
And finally, what's the morale like upstairs going into day 3? Boys in good spirits still?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Obviously we had batted for quite a while. We've probably got a couple of days of hard work ahead of us, but hopefully that we can push forward, and we're on the right side of the game at the moment, so that obviously builds spirits up. And we've put ourselves in a good position against a good team to hopefully try and
So you're sort of thinking, oh, if I'm in the top 5% of workers, I don't want to try people, etc. You can reasonably assume you're going to take the top. When that happens 50%, that's a bit more.
Yeah, it depends on the range.
Very good stuff. It's the opening weekend of the 2025.
And a very good morning to one and all. Welcome to Chelmsford. Day 3 of a very important game. The champions of the county championship. This year it's the Rothesay County Championship. Well, they're in town. It's Surrey. Surrey are the away team and Essex are hosting. And Essex have dominated the first 2 days of this county championship fixture. It's great to have you back, and a very warm welcome from myself, Don Topley, Mark Church, and indeed Kevin Howes is our 3rd member of our commentary team. The bell has been tolled, it's been rung, and Essex are gathering by the bottom of the pavilion steps, and we hope you enjoy the coverage, and we hope you contribute later in the day. You can email us, you can text us, you can even tweet us later in the day and once play starts. But without further ado, let me introduce my colleague for the day, no other than Mark Church. A very good morning to you, Mark.
Good morning, Mr. Topley. Good morning, everybody. Another glorious day, isn't it? Blue sky, no clouds, nice and warm, although a bit more of a chilly breeze going across the ground today. And, well, the bat has dominated the ball throughout this game. We saw Essex declaring yesterday at 582 for 6. Surrey lost the early wicket of Dominic Sibley, LBW to Sam Cook for 3, but a partnership of 101 between Rory Burns, who's 59 not out, Ollie Pope, who's 45 not out. That still means, though, that Surrey trail by 473 runs. So that's an awful lot of runs, 473. I think logic sort of says to us that it will still be good to bat today. There might be a bit of up and down. You've been talking about that. I suppose the three scenarios are Surrey just bat well all day. The other scenario is that Essex pick up some wickets early this morning and make life difficult for Surrey.
That'd be quite good for the game.
Well, the other scenario is that Surrey bat well today and are capable of getting up somewhere near Essex.
And then there's a couple of dodgy sessions.
It could be interesting. It could be interesting. But I think all Surrey will concern themselves about today is batting. And what Essex will have said to themselves is, if we could nip out a couple in the first 45 minutes, hour, then we can just keep plugging away. But they know they're going to have to keep plugging away. There isn't going to be a huge discernible change in this pitch overnight. But that they have the bowling attack to cause Surrey trouble. We saw that yesterday, especially with Sam Cook. I thought he bowled beautifully yesterday.
Oh, did he bowl well?
But it's a long old Surrey batting lineup as well.
Yes.
So I think that we could still be set for a very interesting third day. I think whichever way it goes, it'll be entertaining without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. The umpires are walking beneath us from the river stand here. We're not behind the arm by any means. We are at a rather tall third man, or squarish long on, up on the top of the river stand, adjacent to this. Well, it's beautifully sunny, sitting on adjacent to us on the Tom Pearce stand. But the umpires, Ian Blackwell and Russell Warren, are out there. They're marching to their respective ends, and Essex led out by Tom Wesley, and looks to me as if it's going to be Jamie Porter, who's taken his sweater off already, carrying his cap. He's going to present it to the umpire as he marks his run-up out. But it's a beautiful day, and we hope you're going to enjoy the coverage. Kevin Howes is our third commentator, and we may have a guest or two from the pavilion, I do hope, in due course. We'll see if we can get one of the batting team to come up and join us for a period of time. But Porter it will be, and I've made a bit of a junior mistake this morning. I haven't brought my glasses out. They're in my bag. So if you kindly took the first over, I shall get and retrieve my glasses.
Very
over
good
to you,
idea.
Mark Church.
Gertch. The other thing, from an Essex point of view, I think when you've only had 7 wickets in the game so far in 2 days, if you get a chance, you've got to grab it. And we saw a catch go down yesterday when Ollie Pope was very early in his innings. So I'm pretty sure that would have been something that Essex has said to themselves, is if we get a chance, we've got to hang on to it, because wickets are hard to come by. The setup for Ollie Pope is 3 men on the leg side. Walter is the tallest of those, and then Cox are catching. So it's going to be that straight line again, you would have thought, from Porter from the Sir Alistair Cook end. First ball of this third day, and he's into Ollie Pope, and Pope is forward and plays this one solidly straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Okay, I don't want to be negative, but Essex have only got the 1 slip in for the start of play. I might have had a second in, or a bat pad, asking the batsman to play a little bit differently.
Yeah, I think with the way they've set those 2 men up on the leg side, though, I think that sort of is asking Ollie Pope to play a little differently, as Porter is in, and oh hello, that one's bounced and gone past the outside edge. Nicely bowled by Porter.
Shall we have a second slip in?
You can do.
Where would we take him from? Mid-wicket? We've got a catch in mid-wicket and a mid-wicket square, a saving 1. We could lose that man.
I think you could. I always say this. I think you could lose your mid-on as well. Actually, to be fair, I know you want him to bowl straight at the stumps, but a lot of the time, if he plays that shot through there, it's going to be a terrific shot. As he's not going to be banging it in short with a top-edge ball, is he? As Porter is over the wicket, short ball, which Pope is solidly in behind. Plays this one out towards extra cover.
And important point here. Essex have to take their catches.
That's what I was saying when you were getting your glasses. I think with just 7 wickets having fallen over 2 days, if you're Essex, you're saying if we get a sniff, we have to take it. We saw one go down yesterday early in Ollie Pope's innings, didn't we? And you can't afford to do that on pitches like this. Any opportunity you get, you've got to grab it. As Porter's in and Pope is forward, pushing this one out into the offside. Tumbling stop at cover point, and there's no run.
I know it's flat, but it's worth a second slip. Worth. Update coming? Yeah, a very good morning, a sunny morning here at Chelmsford. It's lovely, delightful. We've just started the very first over. We haven't completed it yet. It's all very quiet. Essex haven't got a wicket, Surrey haven't got a run, but it's going to be an intriguing third day. Surrey going to have to cope with a bit of pressure. Meanwhile, Essex will want early wickets. The score at the moment remains on 109 for 1.
Water is in. That just holds its line a touch on Ollie Pope. He's looking to turn it leg side. Just squirts off the outside edge of the bat, rolls back up the pitch, and there's no run. Well, if Porter wants a second slip, he's got to insist to Wesley that he wants a second slip.
Well, look, we know it's flat, we know it's slow, but listen, the batsman isn't in yet. He's a bit vulnerable. Even at England's Ollie Pope, you're a bit vulnerable. Certainly I look back to Keith Fletcher, Graham Gooch's era, we would have had a first and a second slip.
As Porter's in, forward goes Pope. It's a good first over this from Porter. It is a good first over, it's a maiden over. So, nice start from Porter. Surrey remain 109 for 1. And Ollie Pope stays on 45. And Rory Burns is on 59.
The right hand scoreboard, the slower one, isn't being operated yet at the moment, so everybody's relying on the large scoreboard to our left, and we can see the bowling figures on the scoreboard, but we're struggling to see the total. And it's going to be Sam Cook who is going to bowl from the old Hayes Close, the Graham Gooch end. So he'll be running down with a slope. You can often get carried away from that top end. The single slip, Harmer next to keeper Pepper. There's quite a few fielders, 4. There's a short square leg for Rory Burns, the left-hander. And then we have a mid-wicket catching. We've got a square leg just in front of square, saving 1, and your conventional mid-on. In comes Cook around the wicket. He bowls. This is played off the back foot, which is hit back quite straight to mid-off where there is no run. He fields. Does Wesley, the captain, throws it straight to the keeper. The keeper then gives it back to certain fielders to return to the bowler. So no run yet overnight. 109 for 1. Burns is 59. Pope is 45. And we've had overs wise. This is going to be 44th over. So it's a fairly slow scoring rate as Cook has bowled nice and straight on a length. And Burns has respected that back to the bowler. There is no run. Yeah, Essex on day 1, there were periods where they were scoring at 4+ and over, which was pretty healthy for Essex. And then Surrey were able, certainly after lunch, to drag it back. But in particular, I thought Essex, and you mentioned Sam Cook, I thought he bowled beautifully yesterday in not particularly helpful conditions. Ollie Pope actually acknowledged that this morning. Cook in bowls, and this played into the leg side. Nice and straight, really, from Burns. Respected it, no run. And then we're seeing Surrey now, really. What is it, 44 overs, and we said, so it's a 2 and a bit, isn't it? So that's not necessarily going to bring the crowds in, but that's still good, strong cricket. You know, it's good old-fashioned 4-day cricket. If I can't get you out, I'm not going to give you a run. Cook turns, he's on his way in, round the wicket, bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on. There is no run.
Yeah, I think that's the nature of this surface, isn't it? And I think if you got it wrong with the ball as Surrey did at times, then there are boundaries on offer. And I think what batters will be looking at here is, you know, blimey, normally in April it's going everywhere and you're nicking off first ball. If you get in on here, fill your boots. We saw that with the Essex players. Fill your boots.
Cook around the wicket, passes the umpire. This is a little fuller, it's driven, but driven once again, nice and straight. Good looking shot by Burns up to mid-on. There is no run. There we go, look, 2 plain trails. We're seeing, we've seen more wickets than clouds. We haven't seen a cloud in 3 days really. Plain trails are going above us. If anyone's on the app, there's 2 or 3 planes going over us. Please introduce us. If you're on the plane app, tell us where they're going.
Or if you're on the plane.
If you're on the plane. As Cook comes in, driven a little bit wider. This is going to go for runs. The first runs of the morning. Burns is going to collect 2 as it's driven square of the wicket on the offside towards the flats. The square of the wicket on the opposite side to the pavilion, and that's the first 2 runs on the 12th ball of the morning, and the score now is 101, 111 now for 1, so we've got all the ones.
What about Tom Banton, eh?
Tell us, come on, tell us.
Well, he's 300 odd not out this morning. Quite rightly, Somerset haven't declared against Worcestershire. I was chatting with Mr. Kevin Howes at the back of the box, and I was saying, an hour and a half of Banton there, could Brian Charles's record be in danger?
That is the famous 501 against Durham.
It was, as Porter all were bowled. Has he got an edge? Yes, he has. For some reason, Don Topley's whacking me on the back, but it's a nice bit of bowling from Porter, and it's the first one of the day. Ollie Pope hasn't got going this morning. He hasn't added to his overnight score. Nicely taken by Pepper down low. Well bowled by Porter. Pope goes for 45. And Surrey are all the ones. They were, but they're now 2 down. And Ollie Pope gone for 45. 111 for 2.
Well bowled, Jamie Porter. And it just shows you. Look, Ollie Pope, England cricketer, but you are vulnerable when you start again, and he obviously got quite a good delivery there, and from my point of view, I just think it's cracking to see Essex attack, and they've got a slip in. Maybe a second slip is worthy, and there we've just seen Pope, an England cricketer, just nick it, and he'll be a little bit disappointed, but it's quite good bowling from Essex. And you know, has had a second chance here, and because he was dropped a regulation catch at mid-wicket last night when the score was 20 for 1, it could have been 20 for 2, but Critchley dropped him, having made a fantastic century. But listen, he's gone now, and Essex have got to make it count. This ball is still, well, it's 40 odd overs, but it may be a little bit of shape, maybe making the batsman play, the corridors of uncertainty, but listen, that's super play, which brings, is it Smith to the wicket?
Yep, Jamie Smith batting at number 4.
Gosh, you lose an England player and out walks an England player.
Well, he's with his captain now, Rory Burns, Jamie Smith, but nicely bowled by Porter. And little outside edge, Pepper with the catch low down, and Ollie Pope back in the pavilion for 45. So Jamie Smith right-handed, of course, but yes, so Banton 340 odd not out overnight.
Can I ask what the score is? Do you know what the score is?
Well, they're 600 and something, aren't they?
Are
I think.
they? Right,
yeah, because
okay, so that
Rue,
I mean,
Rue got 100 as well.
James
But it's only, you know, that Worcestershire have already batted once. It's not the biggest of grounds at Taunton.
No.
An hour of Banton this morning would be very interesting. So, Jamie Smith, Phil won't change, just the one slip. Then a short mid-wicket, 2 in that mid-wicket position catching. And Jamie Porter has the wicket of Ollie Pope. As over the wicket he comes to Smith, and Smith is clipping him crisply through the leg side first ball. Nicely timed by Jamie Smith. I don't think it'll get to the rope, but he'll get back for 3. And Jamie Smith off the mark straight away. And Surrey move on to 114 for 2. And for the first time this morning, Rory Burns comes on strike to Jamie Porter. So yes, that is something to keep a little eye on.
Yep.
T. Banton.
Yep.
There at Taunton. Yeah, it was Brian Charles was that 501 not out against Durham. And
that was at 94, the year of their treble.
I think, yes, I think you're right. I think it was 94. Yeah, 94, because he'd played in the series against England, hadn't he? And made the 375, and then came to Warwickshire and reeled off 100 after 100 after 100, and then the 501. So Rory Burns settles himself down over his batters. Round the wicket goes Porter to him, and Burns is driving up towards mid-on. And there is no runner. Snater does the fielding.
Somerset 651 for 6, and that's in reply to Worcestershire's 154. So poor old Worcestershire are going to have a hard day.
All I'm thinking is you can spare. You can almost spare a session there, but you can definitely give him an hour. 3:57 he is, as round the wicket goes Porter. That's nicely clipped by Burns up towards Snater at mid-on. He beat Justin Langer's record, which was against Surrey at Guildford in 2006.
Smallish ground.
I remember commentating on that.
Do you?
Yes. And yeah, Langer's was, well, he went past it yesterday, so this is the highest score for Somerset in first-class cricket, going past Justin Langer.
Really?
He had the record. 5th highest in domestic cricket. Thank you very much indeed. As in over the wicket once more comes Porter, and this is uppish from Smith, but is timed beautifully off the front foot. Ooh, Jamie Smith. It was uppish, but he's just jumped onto that front foot, full face of the bat, and it has whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. So Jamie Smith moves on to 7, 119 for 2. Lovely, lovely looking shot from Jamie Smith. Strike rate at the moment is 350. If he goes along like that, it'd be very interesting. As in comes Porter, and forward goes Smith off a good length, plays this one out into the offside. Critchley gets round to do the fielding. The end of a successful over from Jamie Porter. He has the wicket of Ollie Pope, and Surrey are 119 for 2.
We were talking about keepers, Pepper, folks, and of course we shouldn't have omitted Smith, who is the England keeper, but he's another tallish man. I mean, when I saw him this morning, I was looking him straight in the eyes, you know.
Were you? Face off.
Well,
between
I
you
don't
and
like
Jay Smith.
Well,
you're a tall man.
Yeah, but he's a keeper. Keepers seem to be tall these days, don't they? You know, years ago you would never have encouraged a tall man to keep.
Something in the food.
You reckon?
Something in the water makes him grow a bit quicker.
Sam Cook on his way in from the top end. This is an inside edge, but safely all the way down to fine leg for a single. Burns collects another run. He moves to 63. Scoreboard to the right now is working, and the score 120 for 2. So Cook has now got the opportunity to bowl at a right-handed batsman in Jamie Smith. Essex have only got the one slip in, Harmer. A ring of 3 on the offside, backward point, cover and mid-off. And then they've got a close catcher at a short mid-wicket that's quite straight. There is a conventional mid-wicket squarer. So they're looking to bowl straight. They do. This gets an inside edge, but it's safe. It goes down to fine leg. And the left hand, right hand rotate. Yet again, 121 for 2. Burns to face on 63.
Nicely bowled again by Cook. Nicely played by Jamie Smith. Just nipped back, but full face of the bat hit the inside edge and ran down towards long leg for a single. Good crowd down below us. Of course, it's a Sunday, so there's other things to be done on a Sunday, aren't there?
Church, shopping,
Sunday lunch,
football, Sunday morning football.
Yes.
Cook is in. This is played nicely off the back foot by Burns into the offside. There is no run.
Domestic chores, weekly shop, take the dog for a walk.
Some people do their weekly shops at weekend, don't they?
Yes.
Some do it on a Saturday. Some
I suppose
creatures of habit.
But
Saturday
I think it makes sense
early.
because if you're shopping for the week,
yes,
then if you do your shopping at the weekend, then you've shopped for the week.
You have, haven't you? Cook round the wicket to Burns. Burns off the back foot, plays it back, nice and straight to Cook on his follow through, who collects very easily. Do you? I mean, are you a creature of habit? Do you?
Not really.
Not really.
No.
Do you shop and go? You know, shop for the day, or do you?
Yes, I've always been one of those. Really, I've never been terribly good at shopping, mainly because I hate it. And so the quicker I can get it done and get out, the better. The better.
In comes Cook round the wicket. Oh, decent delivery that. He opens the face of the bat. I'd probably suggest he played it with soft hands so it stayed down. There aren't the catches in the arc behind, adjacent to the wicket keeper, but it was nonetheless a very good delivery from Cook.
On a day like today, yes?
Yes.
This is why I think the old 50 over comp should come back to April. Imagine if there was a 50 over game today. Yes. Imagine how many people would be in this ground watching a 50 over game.
As Cook is in, this is driven back on the front foot, just walks his shot, it's fine. Good hands there from Rory Burns, the Surrey captain. He's on 65, with him is Jamie Smith on 8. The one wicket to fall, that was from of Ollie Pope, who made 45, and the score 123 for 2.
And think of the players who'd be available to play in that 50 over game.
Do you mean there would be more players available?
Of course there would.
Some of the white ball specialists.
They play some 50 over cricket.
Essex have, I'm not 100% sure whether Adam Rossington, who's recently been declared as whether it's T20 or whether it's both T20 and One Day Cup, but he's not going to play any red ball.
Well, he's done all right on the old franchise circuit, hasn't he? As Jamie Porter then comes in over the wicket to Jamie Smith. Nicely bowled, just beats the defensive push from Jamie Smith, and into the gloves it goes of Pepper. They've come in, both Porter and Cook, this morning, and they've hit a great line and a great length, and they both look like they're just going to put it in for this first spell. Because, as I say, Essex know they've got one. If they can pick up another one, so these two are just giving it everything in this opening salvo. Harmer is stood at first slip on his own with his hands in his pockets at the moment, as Porter is over the wicket to Smith, and Smith is forward and clips this into the leg side. Round comes Wesley to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Paul Walter, with his huge span, is fielding at short mid-wicket on the drive, catching, and Essex employed another mid-wicket, so the catcher is slightly straighter mid-wicket, where the conventional mid-wicket is squarer mid-wicket, if you understand my meaning.
Porter, this whippy action he's in, and again he beats Jamie Smith. It's the perfect length on here, and Smith early in his innings just pushing forward, and taken by Pepper, moving away to his right hand side. So there's lots of people down in front of us, and then a few people dotted around at the Graham Gooch end, and lots of people sat in front of the pavilion away to our right. That's where I used to sit in the 80s when I came to Chelmsford to watch. Yes. As over the wicket once more is Porter, and up on his toes goes Smith, and plays this one back up the pitch.
Did you come?
One week every summer with my granddad. I'd come to
And
Chelmsford.
to Chelmsford to
Yep.
what? So can you remember the years where you hit?
Gosh.
You weren't. Are you too young for the Surrey 14 all out?
Oh yes, I wasn't here for that. But what sort of the memories I have are sort of the likes of Border being the overseas and sort of sitting here with my ham sandwiches for a week and watching Championship and a one-day game as driving straight down the ground is Jamie Smith. Oh dear. Well, he does play some lovely shots, but that one is right up there. There's nothing better than that on a sunny day, is there? Straight drive down the ground.
Check drive. There was no flow going back over his shoulders. It was simply a check drive. It was beautifully and technically excellently executed. It really was something to behold. I'll be surprised if we beat that this morning.
Yeah, just a lovely shot.
Shot of the morning.
It's on to 12. Jamie Smith, 127 for 2 as Porter's in turn. This time he's forward once again. And playing this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over.
So you can remember Border.
Oh yeah, Gooch, Lever. Who else would I have watched in those days?
Would it have been John Charles,
John
Peter
Charles.
Such,
No, actually,
David Ackfield?
yeah. Keith Fletcher, of course.
Yes.
Derek Pringle.
Yes.
All that sort of sort of era.
The overseas pros would have been Sylvester Clark for you.
Yep.
Would
Well,
have
it wasn't. It didn't have to be Surrey. I came every week for. I think it was. It wasn't there always like a. It was almost a festival week,
Yes.
and it was a championship game and then a one-day game. And I used to come with Grandad for that week.
Oh, how lovely. Cook is in, and this is played on the front foot, smothers it. Burns looking very technically correct this morning, as he did yesterday.
Brian Hardy.
Oh, Mr. Essex for me.
Brian Hardy.
Very much an unsung hero.
And then I used
Pritchard.
to. Pritchard.
Wicket keeper would have been David East.
Yeah. But yes, I do remember just. And I can't remember specific games, but I just remember sitting in front of that. But he hasn't changed much, has it?
Did you collect autographs?
Yeah, oh yes, yes.
Cook is in. This is an LBW shout. Certainly Pepper and Cook are interested, but the umpire isn't. So no chance of a dismissal there. He was, we're not behind the arm. He did look to play slightly across it, so it might be suggesting that it went down the leg side. Maybe.
It's coming round the wicket as well, isn't it? On that angle, but it's nicely bowled. Do you want to have a break, or
do you want me to have a break?
Go on, you have a break. No, oh no, he's not having a break.
No.
What? Oh, thank you very much, Kevin Howes.
Bit of sign language going on.
He's written us a note to say good morning to everybody on 5 Sports Extra who's with us. But I thought he was coming on.
Yeah, I did.
But then he's pointed to his note, and we've known what he's talking
made
about.
the effort to come round the room to come and.
I wonder if does that mean that Banton is out, Kevin? Oh, that's disappointing. Well, he must be, because we're back here now.
Oh, really? And a very good morning to everyone who's joining us this morning. Here is Sam Cook on his way in. This time Rory Burns drives into the leg side. Good looking shot, but he finds one of the 4 fielders. There is one catching quite, I'm not going to say close, but he's catching rather than at saving one. That's big Paul Water at square leg just behind. In front is a conventional square leg, but in front. And then we've got a shorter mid-wicket and then a conventional mid-on. So that's the leg side. The offside is a ring of 3 conventional, but we've only got the one slip in as Sam Cook is on his way in. A Harmer the solitary slip, and there is a genuine play and miss. And Sam Cook, well, he has bowled beautifully this morning in tandem with Jamie Porter, but it must be said Sam Cook bowled beautifully, Mark Church, yesterday.
He certainly did, and they've got their early wicket. Ollie Pope not adding to his overnight 45, caught behind off Porter. So he's starting today 109 for 1 in reply to Essex's 582 for 6 declared. So some batting to do today for Surrey.
as Cook is in. Good delivery, very well pitched up, and Burns comes forward to negotiate that ball and the end of the over. 127 for 2, and we've had a little message in. Nice, very nice to hear the voice of Mark Church this morning. Hope all is well. It always is when I hear Mark Church.
Thank you, Mum.
Best wishes, Johnny Barron.
Oh, that's very nice. Good morning, Johnny Barron.
If you would like to get in touch here, you're welcome to contact us via BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. We always like interaction from cricket fans, followers, whether it's school, whether it's club, whether it's county, whether it's England.
Porter it is from the Sir Alistair Cook end, coming in over the wickets. Jamie Smith, who's already played a couple of gorgeous shots. He's forward here, playing this one back up the pitch. So yes, Banton gone for 371.
I don't think I got that many in my career.
It's not bad though, is it, for your opening knock of the summer? 371.
Do you know? Does anyone know if there was a chance in that?
Oh, I don't
Because
know.
going back, do you remember you mentioned Brian Charles Lara? It was Chris Scott.
He's dropped a few times, I think, in that 501.
Dropped Lara early
Smith
on.
is using his feet here. That's interesting. So Jamie Smith has come down the pitch to Porter, met it, and then just opened the face, and it's run down to that third man boundary rope for 4. That's nicely played by Jamie Smith. He's not just going to stand there and let Porter hit a length. And there he was using his feet. So Smith on to 16, 131 for 2. Yes, I think Chris Scott's one was
on 8.
Yeah, and then I don't know whether this is legend or not, but they say that he turned to slip and going, oh, I bet he goes on to get 100 now. But I don't know whether that's legend or not. But I think he was dropped a few times actually in that 501.
Sounds good.
And people sort of tend to forget that he put on a load of runs with Keith Piper at the other end. Piper got 100.
Yeah, did he?
That
was against Durham.
Durham it was. As in over the wicket once again comes Porter forward. Goes the right-handed Smith, plays this one down into the leg side, but it's a nice way for Banton to start the summer. 371 in your first knock of the summer.
Yeah.
Very good.
Average is pretty good. Average.
Well, he can play first-class cricket.
He's actually become. I mean, he chose not to play some red ball cricket, didn't he? Was it a year before last? And started back last year.
Well, he's hardly played, hasn't he?
And he has done particularly well in the last 18 months.
As this is turned by Smith into the leg side. He'll get a single, will Jamie Smith. And one more to him. He moves on to 17, 132 for 2, Surrey. And this will bring Rory Burns on to strike, the Surrey captain. So yes, it'll be nice though when he looks, because he's not going to get another bat in this game, you wouldn't have thought. So at the end of this first round of championship games, the old average will be 371. It's not bad, is it, to start yourself? Sam North East started last year. Was it last year or the year before last with a massive score?
I think that was a couple of years ago.
Porter comes round the wicket and Burns is driving up towards mid-off. I seem to remember for Glamorgan at Lords he got a massive score. So Banton started with 371. Fantastic. Somerset have declared, and Worcestershire are out there in their second innings now. They've got a bit of work to do. As round the wicket comes Porter to Burns.
Shot.
That is all Rory Burns, isn't it? On the angle, on his legs. He's clipped it, and it has gone to the boundary rope despite the chase of Shane Snater. But yeah, that is all Rory Burns. Just a roll of the wrists and whistles off to the boundary, and it's the end of the over, and Surrey move on to 136 for 2.
That was like threading cotton through the eye of the needle. Because he's got 4 men in that arc on the leg side. Essex are happy to continue to bowl straight, but with 4 men he's actually gone through the gap, which is a terrific bit of skill where he's collected 4. Another cracking shot from Surrey's batsman, but the Jamie Smith drive down the ground was the shot of the morning so far for me. Sam Cook to continue. I was not critical, I was observational earlier. I would have had a second slip in at both ends. And indeed, Sam Cook is bowling to the right-handed Smith. He comes in, he bowls a short, plays tall man, gets high on the bounce, plays it to sort of just in front of cover, square cover, just in front of the square line there. It was a good-looking shot, but no run, finds the fielder, no run.
Elsewhere, Yorkshire 209 for 6 in their second innings against Hampshire. Hampshire in a very good position there. Yorkshire leading by just 81. Sonny Baker with a couple of wickets there.
Interesting why Somerset let him go.
It's quick.
As Cook is in, this is driven up, nicely driven, but he finds the fielder at mid-on. There is no run.
It's got lovely action as well.
Sonny Baker.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw it. I thought,
but, you know, fast bowlers are not to a penny. They're not around all the time.
No.
And it was interesting, okay, they've got a decent bowling attack, but I found it interesting why Somerset were happy to let him go.
Well, he started nicely.
Sam Cook on his way in from the Graham Gooch end. This time it's negotiated by Jamie Smith into the offside. There is no run. Good bit of bowling. This is intense cricket this morning here at Chelmsford, with Surrey the champions in town, and Essex got a mammoth first innings total. They're still a long way behind, but the champions are going to have to cope with a little bit of pressure today. It's not going to be fast paced, but Essex are going to have to try and wheedle a few players out and be patient, actually, to be honest, as Smith plays off the back foot. A delivery from Cook that is just short of a length into the leg side. There is no run.
So yes, Yorkshire 215 for 6. Johnny Bairstow made 51 yesterday, but Baker got him out. So that's a lead of just 87. But how many times do you say this with Yorkshire in a spotter bodder? Adam Lythe, 67 not out. He's still a very good player, isn't he? Sussex made 528. John Simpson, I think, was 181 not out at the end. The Sussex captain. Warwickshire in reply 243 for 4.
Cook on his way in. This is a little straight, and Jamie Smith hasn't taken the invitation to go over the top of the leg side there. He has simply allowed it to come and play it later just into the leg side. He knows it's not worth the risk with 4 men, and certainly 3 men from sort of 2 mid wickets, 1 catching, 1 slightly squarer, and then a man just in front of square leg on the leg side. So that's good cricket from Jamie Smith. Facing Sam Cook. Sam Cook bowls a decent delivery where Jamie Smith comes forward, plays the 4 defensive. Cook retrieves it on his follow through. End of the over, 136 for 2. I'm going to depart. I'm going to invite Kevin Howes to come in.
He may turn your invitation down, but then he may take it with both hands. I think he is taking it with both hands behind us. Thank you to Don Topley. Nottinghamshire 318 for 5. Durham 378. So that's shaping up quite nicely. And there was a lot of talk about sort of whenever a new head coach comes in, there's, you know, and Darren Lehman at Northamptonshire, that was an interesting one. But the one that sort of caught my eye was Ian Westwood at Warwickshire. Former Warwickshire opening batter, of course, Ian Westwood, still a young man, and gets the head coach's job at Warwickshire. So that's an interesting appointment from Warwickshire, taking over from Mark Robinson. As round the wicket is Porter to the left-handed Burns. From this, the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. Burns pushes that one out to cover point, and there is no run, and it is a very, very, very good morning to Mr. Kevin Howes.
Sort of an interesting dynamic there for me. I mean, I don't know that Mark Robinson has gone with Sussex back up to Birmingham, but he is part, initially I read for a few weeks, part of Paul Farbrace's backroom staff. So that's an interesting one to go back to the team that just got rid of you.
Yes, it's round the wicket once again goes Porter. Forward comes Burns. No run as Porter does the fielding off his own bowling. And I was saying the Ian Westwood appointment is very very interesting in that he's still a young man, a former opening batter, of course.
Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire through and through and all that. You know, understandably, Mark Robinson was not best pleased, I don't think.
No, we wouldn't be.
But delighted that the players were quite supportive of him still. So I understand of saying, you know, that sorry to see him go.
As forward goes Burns once more. Plays this one down towards backward point. Just been running through the Division 1 scores there, Kevin House.
Have you now? Have we?
Do you have the Division 2 scores in front of you?
Well, we have our first result of the season, Mark.
In Division 2 already?
Kent have beaten Northamptonshire by 145 runs.
Cool.
And Northampton were out for 114, chasing 260 in the final innings of the game. George Bartlett was 60 not out. You're commentating at the moment, aren't you?
Porter, we're trying to, as this one's on the hip of Rory Bird and he flicks it fine on the leg side. That's going to race away to the boundary rope for 4. So nicely played by Burns, just got across his stumps and down to the boundary rope for 4. He's on to 73, 140 for 2.
South African bowler Keith Dudgeon, 29 years of age.
Nickname high.
And, well, I believe he is a bit of a character, and we might explore this a bit more over the next few days and weeks, but he's picked up, I just confirmed this, I think he's taken 7 wickets in that innings. He's out with 7 for 36 from 10.4 overs.
Right, isn't it? As Porter around the wicket he comes to Burns. Burns looks to drive, doesn't really time this at all. And that potters up towards mid-on and there's no run.
So, interesting. So, you talk about coaching changes and whatever. What did you make of Adam Holyoke turning up at Kent?
Well, it's going to be...
I mean, you know him so well. You worked with him a lot at Surrey. And
he'll get him going and he'll fire him up.
Out of the game for a little bit, though.
Yeah, out of the game for a little bit, but to say he's positive is an understatement. As forward goes Burns to a good length delivery, and that rolls out towards extra cover. He did some stuff with Surrey last season, but yes, I think it's a very interesting appointment, and I think with everything he's been through, I think sort of he's probably in that time of life now where he's so experienced, not just in cricket but life. I think he'll bring a bit to that Kent dressing room, and that's a very nice start, isn't it? That you can get a win under your belt in the first game inside 3 days is a lovely start.
You say he's very positive. He wasn't very positive all those years ago when Surrey got relegated on that Sunday afternoon in Northampton from the Sunday League. And you and I were waiting for him at the bottom of the steps there at Wantage Road. And he said, you two choose your moments. Start of the next over in bowls and defended. And this is Smith on 70, or Burns on 73. And this is Porter and Cook trying to make more things happen. Ollie Pope, the wicket to a full-in this morning, should have gone yesterday, but didn't. He's departed this morning, but still...
I think I've seen him quoted as saying he was surprised as well in the call game. But he was a very good captain. And a very positive captain. Almost slightly ahead of his time, really, with the way Surrey went about their stuff in Championship cricket then.
And again, bowls just Cook, and it's defended by Smith. Bowling with one slip fielder in the moment. It's another glorious day. I think of all the 3 mornings we've had here, this is the coolest of them. The wind seems to be fairly cool, but it looks a lovely picture out there at the moment. We have some glorious weather to get the season underway. You can't do anything about it if it is or if it isn't, but it does make a heck of a difference. Puts you in a real good mood. Let's see if we've got some cricket to match it over the next couple of days as well. As Cook bowls again to his toes, Smith, and pushes that on the onside of straight, but for no run.
I interviewed Kemar Roach last night, and I said to him, there is a bit of an irony that the other seasons you've started, it's been freezing cold, rain, and you're always saying, oh, I wish the sun would come out, and you're wearing every bit of kit you got. Now the sun has come out, and nothing really happened with the ball, did it?
And I believe he's described as the flattest pitch he's played on in
Yes,
England.
he did, yes, he did last night.
Yeah. So this is Cook again in bowls. Busy enough is Smith, but it's into the offside for no run. Simon Harmer just working his arms here, winding himself up. We're going to see a bit. We saw a fair bit of him yesterday. How many overs did he get through? It says rhetorical question here too. So I should be able to give you the answer, and I shall do very shortly. Yesterday came on very early, just before tea, to try and get some wickets. In total, by the end of the day, he had bowled 13 overs, 3 maidens, gone for an extraordinary number of runs, 16. But unable to make a breakthrough. So this is Cook again. Nice flourish of a drive, but well fielded. That out there. I think that's by Snater, is it, running to his right-hand side. So they've been through quite a few of their bowlers here already. But we're certainly going to see Harmer quite shortly. Will this pitch start to play any differently? If not, well, we're in for hopefully nice weather to sit and watch cricket, but maybe not a lot happening. Let's wait and see. I think we'll be able to certainly have a proper idea come. You were suggesting tea time this afternoon, as we see Cook bowls and just turned behind on the offside, guided away for a single by Smith. And is that the completion of the over? I think it is. So that's one to finish off that over, leaving Surrey at 141 for 2 after Essex declared 582 for 6. Burns on 73, Smith on 18, and Cook has bowled 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 35. You were asking about Division 2 scores, yes, and I think it's important that we just do those. We gave you that result, the first of the season. That's Kent victory over Northamptonshire. Warwickshire. Now this could be interesting, because Warwickshire now 5 down. They've lost some quick wickets this morning. 255 for 5. They trail still by 273 runs after Sussex scored 528. Nottinghamshire 6 down, 327 for 6. They trailed Durham by 51 runs. In Derby, Gloucestershire 150 for 4, trailed by 19 runs. And Middlesex at Lord's second innings has 7 for 1, which is 92 runs behind Lancashire. So third morning, yesterday, a little bit of chat, certainly about Division 1, about the pitches, whether or not the draw is still too much of an attractive option. Division 2, that won't be the story in the situation, even if you could argue at the moment we still can't be clear about Division 1 on that, but certainly that won't be the situation in Division 2, and their matches there making some quick progress. That Cardiff game, Glamorgan 10 for 1, and they trail Leicestershire by 188.
So Simon Harmer is into the attack with his off spin. He's going to have a short leg and a slip. He is bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He has the right-handed Jamie Smith on strike. Harmer is in, and Smith forward he comes, turns it into the leg side. And a cry of "Come on, Harmy," after his first delivery there.
No more Cookie though. What was you used to love Cookie just saying, "Well bowled, Simon."
Yep. Good bowling, Simon. As driving is Jamie Smith, using his feet straight away. No, he used to say, stood at slip, he'd go, "Well bowled, Simon Harmer." That's what he used to say from slip. Everybody else was oohing and ahhing, and then you'd hear, "Well bowled, Simon Harmer." As the left-handed Burns, these two had a good battle yesterday, comes on to strike. Gonna have to make an apology at the end of this over, as Rory Burns kicks some dirt and grit away, settles himself down over his bat. He's 73 not out as Harmer's into it. Burns is forward, playing this one out into the offside. Snater comes up from cover to do the fielding, and there is no run. It's a glorious day again though here at Chelmsford. It's nice to see everybody with their sun hats out early in the season. As round the wicket again goes Harmer, and forward goes Burns, clips it into mid-wicket. Critchley's there to do the fielding. Made 100 yesterday, very nice 100 yesterday. 145 not out was Mr. Critchley when the declaration came for Essex. Just a reminder, 582 for 6 declared. Surrey 142 for 2 as Burns forward once more, playing this one out into the offside. Simon Harmer is always bowling in his sunglasses. Snater's getting warmed up in there at cover. Harmer's in once again to Burns, a little quicker this time. It's nicely bowled. Forward came Burns, little inside edge down to short leg. And there is no run. So tidy first over from Simon Harmer. Surrey 142 for 2. And I'm going to apologise to anybody who was in the petrol station near the big supermarket near the ground last night, because I managed to bring the entire petrol station to a grinding halt. And what I didn't realise was that they can now, on speakers...
I've always been able to tell you off.
Oh, tell me off?
I've been told off several times.
Oh, last night.
They bellow at you.
Oh, I couldn't work out. I parked the car, but it was... I'd never seen this before.
Yeah, you're supposed to park your car in a car park, not in a petrol station.
But I drew up and I was trying to get the petrol to come out the pump.
Yeah?
But it was one of these, I've never seen them before, where you pay at the pump.
No, you don't have to. You press a button.
You did it the one I went to.
Right.
So then all of a sudden I had, it's so embarrassing.
Yeah, well, you can be.
Pump 1. It's self-service.
Yeah.
You have to pay at the pump. I was terrified.
If they shout at me from there, I usually just put the nozzle back in, so to speak, and off I go. No, not owing any money. It's not a drive-off, but anyway, here we are. Snater in bowls and whipped away very nicely. First ball of the next over. That's going to be 4. Powerful shot. I was on that longer boundary to the right-hand side on that offside for Smith. So 4 more for Surrey, and it's 146 for 2.
That wasn't the end of it, though, because I did what you did and then went to pump 6, but caused a bit of chaos getting to pump 6, and then stood there and did it again. Nothing came out the nozzle, and then pump 6.
You're getting cross.
You have to make a choice using the buttons. I had no idea what she was on about.
Yeah, no. Snater, life used to be so simple. And Smith just comes to the pitch of the ball and pushes it up onto the onside, and there'd be no run.
So I worked out finally that you had to press the button saying you wanted to pay the cashier.
Yeah, pay. That's right.
And then I said exactly that to the lady.
Oh, you didn't carry it on inside
No,
the
I came
building.
in and I apologised. I said, I'm really sorry, but
People
I'm just not used to this sort of
They
thing.
just
And
need you to
life
get
used
off.
to be so simple.
Get off and get home. Snater, he has a long approach, and he's running from the Graham Gooch end. In and LBW appeal.
Got a bat on that.
Inside edge first onto the pad.
I think he's got a bit of bat
Well,
on
that's
that.
what I thought. The agony that seems to be following that decision from umpire Warren would suggest that it wasn't as clear cut as we thought, but I thought there was quite a big inside edge.
He's got a little bit of bat on that.
Right.
Otherwise,
It's not
fairly,
out.
Otherwise, it is fairly close.
Yeah.
So yes, nicely bowled by Snater though. So I apologise to anybody who was sort of stuck behind me or hearing the shouting going on.
Snater again turns, runs in towards us, and he runs in towards Smith. Smith defensively this time into the offside, looking for wickets here. It's not going to be easy at all. Those wickets to be taken from an Essex perspective, and it's all very well saying, you know, you're taking on Surrey and what a lineup they have, and you know, comparatively what a small squad Essex had to choose from for 1 or 2 reasons going into this match. But we know that Essex are more than capable of beating Surrey. They've done it so many times. So I'm not sure that they would have given up and just going for the draw here at all at the moment. They're still working hard to try and force their way through. Walter will go chasing that if he can cut the ball off before the boundary. Needs to be careful. No, he does. Hard for us to tell here with the shadow just off the stand there, but clearly that's what he's done. Good running from Paul Walter. There's an example of not giving up. He's still working hard.
Another example of his height.
To reach for it.
For those long arms, getting the ball inside the boundary rope. Did very well there, actually.
He did. I'd given up. I'd given up on it. But from the Felstead School, if that's what it's called, there's a stand. Anyway, that's the principal sponsor over there. dived and pulled and dragged that ball back. Snater in, ball's balled him! Smith has gone for 25. That's got the crowd going. When you see a stump go out of the ground like that, Snater, he is so useful. We talk of Porter, we talk of Cook, but Shane Snater, big, massive wicket. Smith has gone for 25. He thought he had him just a few balls ago on that LBW appeal, but that is comprehensive. That's not anything for the umpire to worry himself over. That is a third wicket down, Surrey. Now 148 for 3.
It's a good bit of bowling, because we'd said that Jamie Smith wasn't just going to stand there and let a bowler hit a line of length, so he's used his feet and it's just nipped back. And it's a good bit of bowling from Snater. So that's 2 that Essex have. And Smith gone for 25. And Surrey, two wickets already this morning in that first session. And I said to Don Topley, if they could get a couple in the first hour, they'd be absolutely delighted, Essex. And now it's going to be Ben Folkes making his way to the middle.
But are you seeing anything different in the pitch? Are you seeing any to be honest, I mean, to be honest with you, you turn up at the ground this morning, and surely you're thinking, what percentage is this has the look of a draw? Yeah, surface and all that. At what point do you start to think, I'm thinking differently here? Because 2 big wickets in Pope and Smith are massive wickets. You know, that's what comes with getting Surrey batters out. They're talented individuals. Where's your thinking at the moment? Just still waiting,
I think
waiting brief?
Still good pitch to bat on. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. But I think they bowled very nicely this morning, and Snater just getting that one to nip back a touch at Jamie Smith. So yeah, Essex right on top now, because whichever way you want to look at this, Surrey still trailed by 434. There's an awful lot of runs, and Ben Folkes is out there to join his captain. But yeah, they'll be delighted with this. Got Pope having not added to his overnight score, and Smith for 25. And as we were saying, sort of on this pitch, if you get in, you can score big runs. We saw that with Essex, but now they've got Pope for 45, Smith for 25. They'd have taken that. It's going to be Simon Harmer. Come on, Harmy. As Rory Burns takes his guard, the captain's 73 not out. As round the wicket comes Harmer, then to Burns. Oh, has he got an edge? Now it changes, because Harmer's got that to turn. Oh, and Rory Burns is having a little look down in front of him. Nicely taken by Pepper. That's 2 in 2 for Essex. And Burns goes for 73. And Surrey are 148 for 4. That's what Harmer's capable of. That was a lovely piece of bowling. Round the wicket, coming in, just drifting in and then going away from Rory Burns. And we were saying yesterday, he was just playing the line yesterday, but it's just brushed his outside edge. So things do change now. That's 2 in 2 balls. The captain goes for 73. And Surrey are 148 for 4. Kevin Howes.
And still you're thinking what? What are you thinking here on the game?
I'm thinking this is going to be tough now for Surrey. You've lost those 3 this morning.
Yeah,
Harmer's now got his tail up and seen 1 turn. So again, it's still it's not a huge amount has changed, but.
It's been a good third morning.
But it's been very good bowling from Essex this morning.
A good third morning, second division. Tom Bailey has taken 3 quick wickets there. He's got 3 for 6. This is second division. 3 for 6 from 4 overs, 1 maiden. And Middlesex are 10 for 3. Ooh. Still trailed by 89 runs.
Busy morning.
Third morning.
So who should come out? Dan Lawrence.
Well, this is the thing.
In this situation.
This is the thing. They keep coming at you.
I'd like to see that delivery again from Harmer, because he is a lovely bowler, but for the left-hander, as I say, Burns did nothing wrong really there, but he's just brushed his outside edge as he pushed forward.
The batters of quality keep coming at you out of the pavilion once you've got rid of them, but the bowlers of Harmer, Snater, Porter, Cook, they still keep coming at you as well.
I looked at this fixture at the start of the season, and I did think this could turn out to be how do the Surrey batters do against the Essex bowling attack, because it is a top quality Surrey batting lineup, but it's also a top quality Essex bowling lineup. And as I say, their tails are up now. 148 for 4. So first ball for Dan Lawrence from Harmer, and Lawrence is sweeping. Oh, that's hit Allison at short leg. Oh my goodness me. And do you know what? I think that's hit him straight in the unmentionables. That will have really hurt, because Lawrence timed that to perfection. Oh, I hope he's all right, the young man, because
I think you're right as to where it's hit him.
Yeah.
You know, all that laughing stuff that goes on. I don't see many people laughing at that one.
There wouldn't be with this one, because
it's so close.
he's in at short leg, and he has middled that, Dan Lawrence, and it has smashed Allison. So he's lying prostrate at the moment, and the physio's been called out. So fingers crossed the young man is okay. But even Ben Folkes has come down to have a look at what's going on from the non-strikers end. But yes, 2 in 2 for Essex. Jamie Smith bowled by Snater, and then the captain Rory Burns caught first ball of this over off Simon Harmer for 76. But we're just going to have a little bit of a delay here, because he is very close there at short leg.
That's not good. Let's take a look at the scores instead, which is less painful, generally speaking. So Yorkshire now, 225 for 6. That's a lead of 90. Actually, this has been up to, I think Yorkshire got a lead of 100 runs now. So this score is roughly right. Adam Lythe still going well, 69. Ben Cliff is offering the support at the moment. So Yorkshire there, I mean, it's a very interesting campaign for them. Interested to see how they start. They're newly promoted along with Sussex as well, seemingly having been bowled out for 121, having decided to bat first themselves. Then Hampshire made 249. So a fight back from Yorkshire. So there could be some hard work still to be done by Hampshire there in that game at Southampton. We know about Worcestershire and Somerset. What those listening to Sports Extra would have heard first thing this morning is Banton, who eventually was out, seemed to change tact if you weren't listening to that commentary when he got to 350. Some, I think, probably a legitimate question being asked overnight as to whether Somerset would have declared anyway, and then you've got all the quite right, all the avids who wanted to go on and break records. They end up with the 5th highest English domestic score. I think Graham Hick would have been next at 401. Yeah. Is it 400?
I think it's 405.
405,
yeah.
I beg your pardon, 405. And eventually Banton was out for 371. But clearly Banton's innings, and thankfully Hanson is back up here, Banton's innings clearly was about the team, because Frank Watson, our colleague from BBC Area from Worcester, was making the point. Actually, the more they bat on here, it works in Worcestershire's favour. So it was an interesting dynamic to it all this morning, but eventually he fell anyway for 371, 670 for 7 declared, and now Worcestershire are in their second innings. Roderick and Libby, the not-up pair, 16 for no wicket, which means that they trail by exactly 500 runs.
Well, sorry, here trail by 434, and they're 4 down, and they've lost 3 in the first hour. Harmer to Lawrence, and Lawrence turns this one into the leg side. So yes, as you say, thankfully Charlie Allison is all right, because he took a fearful blow there, short leg, and that's why they have all the bits and pieces on to protect all the bits and pieces, as this one's pushed away by Lawrence to get off the mark through the covers. So Dan Lawrence is off the mark with a single, and that'll bring Ben Folkes onto strike to face his first ball. So 2 men of this parish, formerly of this parish, out there in the middle for Surrey now.
I think I've discovered something on the live text service which I want to just briefly mention in a second. See, it's about their use of, you don't call them emojis on live text. Anyway.
As turned by Folkes, his first ball into the leg side. He'll get a single, so he's off the mark straight away, and 150 comes up for Surrey.
They use the exclamation mark as that symbol.
Wicked.
No.
Oh.
I think, 'cause I've seen it happen twice now, it's for when a fielder gets hit in the
Unmentionables. Ah, there you are. Wow.
I think it was just coincidence.
Yeah. Forward goes Lawrence and plays this one out towards short extra cover, and there is no run. What a very good over from Simon Harmer. The wicket of Rory Burns for 76, and Surrey 150 for 4.
I mean, you could do ouch. I think I have seen ouch.
Ouch has been
But I
used.
think exclamation mark is a little bit more subtle and quite classy.
Classy.
Yeah. Sorry, classy, as you said. Yeah, classy.
classy.
Classy for us north. Oh, there's a breakthrough at Taunton. Roderick is out, so Worcestershire. Looks as though it could be a tough old trip for them to Taunton. Very tough trip there. But has the bail dog been in amongst the
He's your
wickets?
favourite
He is
bowler,
my
isn't he?
favourite. Yeah, and it's fair to say I don't think he's keen.
Well, the fact that you, he knows that you are the president of the Tom Bailey fan club.
Yeah. I passed him once in the car park. It was a bit awkward. Snater in and driven nice and straight. Beautiful, beautiful batting there from folks. It's going to be 4. Lovely on drive. Anyway, he's doing well. Yes, Tom Bailey, but still only 3 wickets down. 17 for 3 Middlesex. Trail by 82 runs.
Nice shot from Ben Folks. Straight back down the ground for 4. Actually, you have to say that Surrey have lost those 3 wickets, but they've ticked along this morning.
Yeah, the game is certainly intriguing and interesting. It's got us captivated here. This one has worked well onto the onside towards mid-wicket. If we got to this stage, no further wickets this morning, you're starting to get a little bit doubtful, but right in it again, aren't we? Right in the game.
Very much so.
Notts 342 for 6, trailed by 36 runs. Durham, of course, the visitors there to Trentbridge. No problems with the sprinklers this morning.
Oh, yes.
A bit awkward yesterday.
Oh, thank goodness nobody was standing over
But they're the
one.
beautiful things, so they just come out of the ground.
Yeah, and
and
imagine if you were stood over it.
The players running left, right and centre, they were getting soaked. This one is pushed for no
But
no run into the offside.
how would
by
that...
folks.
Do you imagine if you were sort of at square leg and you was in between deliveries and you were stood there and all of a sudden...
You had a sprinkle.
Coming straight up.
Yeah, well, at my age it wouldn't have been good news, I'm telling you. But hopefully for a younger man, I'm sure they were fine. Just a little bit awkward.
Very much so.
And it all got dried off quite quickly. Gloucestershire won 74 for 4 in Derby. They lead by 5 runs against Derbyshire in their second innings. Snater in and bowls, squeezed away on the onside by Folks. Love the competitive element of Snater. There's just something about it as he works hard. He's a bustler, and he's won matches for Essex. For all the talk there is of the porters and the cooks, you've got if it's not working for them in an innings, you've got Snater to call on as well. He turns again. He does have a long run up from that end. The Graham Gooch end used to be the Hayes Close end at one point, and this one is pushed up to mid-on. Hayes Close still exists.
It's still there.
It's still there. Couple busy mowing their lawns last night, and I walked past.
There's a nice sort of green in the middle of Hayes Close.
There is, yeah, yeah. Well, it is a close.
Yeah, so
It's
it's
a little
like a
cul-de-sac.
communal.
And then you've got the flats and apartments on the left-hand side. There's a cricketer. There's a statue of a cricketer in the middle
G.
there.
Gooch, I was saying.
Is that Gucci?
Yes, that is.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Next ball in, bowls and pushed into the offside, no run. I was wondering, but I was a bit peckish, a bit hungry to go and pop in, and also I thought if I get picked up on the CCTV here, yeah, the entire Chelmsford Constabulary would be on there saying, "Who is this man?"
I've
End of the over, and it's 154 for 4.
I did it on the first day. I've often just sort of wandered up and said good morning to to the statue. And the thing is, it does look like G Gooch.
Okay, and that's in the middle of those apartments.
Yes, the modern block away to our left-hand side. So yes, you can tell it's G Gooch.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
So I think you can have a bit of a break now.
Marvellous. Thank you very much indeed, Kevin.
I think so. Be back again. Oh dear. As always, seamless exit from church. And we're going to see Harmer here, looking for more wickets this morning. This has been a really interesting morning, this. With Surrey now 4 wickets down, still a long, long way behind. And Harmer in bowls, outside edge, out of the reach of slip. Didn't know too much about that. Races down towards that boundary. And they'll get 2. It's going to pull up short of the rope. So that's 2 for Lawrence. And fascinated to hear the thoughts here of Don Topley coming in to join us in the commentary. Don, we know with the game of cricket that only a fool calls a game of cricket too early or early on in the match, as Harmer comes in and bowls and back. Oh! Now he's out and he's been caught. Low down. Bowled? Caught. I think it's been caught. I think that's a catch. Low down at slip. I really do. And it's the end of Lawrence for 3. Harmer has struck again. That is what we do know. And we do know that's 5 down. Wow, what a turnaround this morning. What
brilliant cricket, entertaining stuff, as we're going to try and watch on the replay. From our point of view, Simon Harmer just offers so much pressure because there are a few men round the bat. Essex have got runs to play with, so they can afford to have men round the bat. He's bowled it, he's gone back as Lawrence, it's an outside edge and it's been caught low.
Very low down, so he's gone
off his laces.
Exactly. The umpire's not raised a finger there, so that is a catch. For one moment I thought it may be going for LB.
Yeah.
But no, that's a catch low down.
Brilliant catch there at first slip. Harmer would normally field himself at first slip, but he's being the bowler, and we'll just have to confirm who it was. It may have been Cox, it may have been, we're just looking for confirmation. But whatever it was a super catch. And
we'll take
Cox,
a look at this again.
We're not right behind the arm here.
Really sharp, wonderful work.
One-handed by the bootlaces. Cox. Super catch there. So that really does. I mean, the two Surrey batsmen who are formerly Essex players, Lawrence and Folkes, well, Folkes is still there, but Dan Lawrence has had to depart. 156 for 5. They are a long way adrift just at this moment. But it's been entertaining because Essex have bowled straight. Their seamers did a very good job, in particular Sam Cook. But when Simon Harmer comes on with runs in the bank, he has players round the field and right round the batsman, and it's pressure for the batsman.
But is he doing anything different this morning than we saw from him yesterday late on?
He looked quite good. It's probably a little drier overnight. The traffic as well from yesterday's, say, tea time. He came on quite quickly from this Sir Alistair Cook end yesterday. But he turns the ball anyway slightly more than most. He's got huge buckets as fingers, Kevin, but he offers a little bit of turn, but he is so subtle with his pace, with his arm ball. He is just a complete finger spinner. He is a dreaded fella to face.
2 slips going down. Patel's the new batter. Harmer in bowls down the leg side, races away. Gosh, that does fly along the ground to the boundary. It's gone through, and that's going to be signalled byes by umpire Blackwell. 4 runs to add to the Surrey score, but 5 down at 160 for 5. Essex declared at 582 for 6. And Harmer has picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 21. There were 2 wickets in 2 balls in terms of the innings. Harmer picked up the second of that sequence and defended by Patel. Back up to Harmer. Dan Lawrence caught Cox, bowled Harmer for 3. 6 balls faced, out there for 14 minutes. Confirmation there. Still to bat. Jordan Clark, Matthew Fisher, James Taylor, Kemar Roach. Essex on top this morning, 3rd morning against defending champions Surrey. This is pushed back to Harmer. as a neutral, and Essex supporter, of course, would agree, but as a neutral as I am, I was dreaming of a morning like this.
Yes.
Let's see what happens now, though. Let's see what happens. Harmer around the wicket. LBW appeal. Umpire Blackwell not impressed. Again, I just thought I heard a bit of batting there, but maybe not.
Oh, you got fantastic hearing.
I thought I did.
Do you know what? If this was a test match,
End of the over, score 160 for 5. Don.
if this was a test match, we might have had a review there. It's fantastic cricket this morning. It's all happened since I went off air.
Well, it's still going on, in fairness, Don, so don't take that personally.
But watching Harmer bowl with fielders round the bat is very special. It's what cricket is all about. And to have the confidence in your bowler with those men around the bat is just tremendous. And Simon Harmer's done it time and time again. I went to powder my nose in the pavilion, and they've just put a brand new 5 wicket hauls up on the boards.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
Brand new.
Yeah.
And Harmer is on there so often, but it's Shane Snater in to bowl, which off the back foot, folks, plays it into offside. There is no run. But it's inside the pavilion. We've got hundreds and fifers. And when you go to the more modern board, you just look at how many Harmer's got at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
It's Harmer.
Yeah.
He does so well. It doesn't always turn here, but it is dry. It's the driest cricket ground in England.
Come back to you on that if I may in a moment.
Snater, right arm over, one slip in. This time, folks, comes forward. Doesn't come as far forward as perhaps he could have. He walks his shot, but nonetheless, it's safe.
From a distance, watching matches I recall last season, everybody said, but Harmer will run through them. And it didn't always happen.
No, it didn't
always happen.
He suffered quite a serious back injury, but kept playing last year.
Okay. That's some explanation, yeah.
And I think I mentioned yesterday, he's about to complete his law degree.
Yes, you did.
An intelligent, honourable man as well.
That's for later, hopefully. We want to see more of this in terms of, as I say, as a neutral. Sorry, won't.
Snater on his way in bowls, and this keeps just a little bit low, and folks accentuates that by dropping his hands to suggest it kept low. There was an ooh and an ah from the 9 or so fielders, so this will come into play as well with the score on 160 for 5. Will Chelmsford just slightly go up and down with the traffic that we've seen over the last 2 days?
In terms of percentages, how confident were you, if you like, of that happening, bearing in mind what you'd seen over the first 2 days?
Snater on his way in, Harmer at first slip on his own. This is played a good looking shot from folks, who stands tall off the back foot, caresses it through the gap, square on the offside, and it runs away for 4. That's a fine shot from Ben Folks, who was formerly of this parish, but it was really a terrific shot. How confident was I? Do you know, I've seen it a few times. I'm going to say I've seen it often, because don't forget, Essex have won championships here. So many under Harmer, under Tendescarter, under Silverwood. So they are experienced. They know what can happen. It's a decent wicket, but just Harmer's, look, it doesn't just have to turn, but he has big fingers, he turns it, but he creates pressure. Shane Snater's in. That's an LBW shout going down for me. We're not right behind the arm, but they're going to pick up a couple of leg byes there. He was beaten really by Snater, but it's cannoned off his pads, gone down to the river stand where we're operating from, where there is 2 leg byes. Good delivery, obviously nipped back, but was going down the leg side. 3 leg byes, was it? Mark Church confirms. It's quite a good shout. And of course we don't have reviews here. So it's good old-fashioned cricket, and the umpire's decision is final.
So Smith and Burns lost their wickets, one at the end of 1 over, and then first ball of the next.
148 for 3 and 148 for 4.
Smith was bowled by Snater for 25, and then Burns was caught by Pepper, the keeper, off the bowling of Harmer, for 73. Since then,
Snater around the wicket to the left-hander who plays up to mid-wicket where there is no run. So Ryan Patel, who often batted 3 for them previously in previous seasons, is coming in at number 7.
Dan Lawrence caught by Cox off Harmer. We've more recently, of course, it all started with Pope being bowled by Porter for 45, and obviously everybody delighted with Critchley's performance yesterday with the bat, 145 not out, but there was a feeling around here of how much might we regret and look back at that drop. Critchley dropped Pope. Your explanation, I thought, was terrific yesterday. It just didn't. It came at an awkward height. Didn't know whether to go hands up or hand down.
That's
Others
right.
wondering whether perhaps even early season, having scored your 145, you're going to be sharp in that. I think both explanations are very adequate.
Shouldn't have dropped it.
Shouldn't have dropped it.
It was a
no.
regulation catch.
But anyway, it seems pretty much more or less we can put that aside now, because breakthroughs will be made this morning. And there's still a massive difference in the scores here. So Harmer is in now and bowls. The Folks comes down the pitch, turned away onto the onside for no run. And sorry, Don, but just let's stress. I mean, Ryan Patel may not be of that international standing as some of the others are, but it's still a quality. So these are still quality batters coming out here to the middle at the moment for Surrey. And Folks, of course, most definitely is. And he, like so many of the others, as he defends this one back up to Harmer, can make a game look so different in just an hour or 2 or 3. But I think he's got to be quite cautious and careful here. But he, you know, he's still a top quality operator. Let's see what he does. Goes back to this one, but he's up against another top quality operator in Simon Harmer. No run again.
Ryan Patel has often been left out because of the great names that Surrey have, and possibly, you know, he'll have got hundreds where he's also been dropped the next game, so he'll be playing for his place, and he knows that with 4 Surrey players at the IPL.
Harmer bowls a little quicker, again just turned down in front of Allison. No run.
4 players Surrey have got at the IPL. That's unbelievable, isn't it? 2 at Chennai and 2 at Mumbai Indians, which is a tremendous record.
And they still turn out a team like this here, as Harmer bowls and goes back. Ooh, I say, forgive me, oohs and ahs.
Isn't it
It's
great
just
cricket?
Yeah, but I should be explained. He goes back, and you just had the feeling he didn't know too much about that. Maybe it was a little bit of the height he wasn't too sure of, but he forced back, and he said, "Oh, is that going to get through? Is it going to get through?"
Quicker ball.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a marvellous operator.
Harmer again, and that one is worked by Folks onto the onside. I tell you what, it's edge of the seat stuff through to lunch, without a doubt, and afterwards, of course, we all know what a break can sometimes do as well. We're in for a real good 2 or 3 hours of cricket here, aren't we?
You get your break, as you just said, then the batsmen have to start again.
Right. So let's one thing at a time. We've got 40 minutes before lunch, but after and that is going to be tense 40 minutes. And then you've got that period as well for after lunch today.
If these 2 survive, Surrey boys here survive to lunch, they will have done brilliantly. And, you know, you talked about Harmer and Patel, but Patel is a left-hander. So already in the first game of the season, Kevin, you will be saying, listen, Patel won't want to face Harmer, turning the ball away. So Folks will say, well, do I take him a little bit more? You take the seamer, I'll take Harmer. Folks is actually quite a good player of spin. Do you remember Folks' debut? And he got 100 in Gaul in Sri Lanka for England.
Yeah.
Snater, meanwhile, around the wicket to the left-handed Patel, who drives up sensibly, smartly up to mid-on where there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I was there in Sri Lanka when Folks got his 100 on his debut at Gaul. It was a magnificent shot, and he is an intelligent batsman, Folks. He's a good player of spin, so he will see Simon Harmer as a challenge, and he probably would take responsibility and say, look, you know, where I can, I will take Harmer. I don't want to expose you, the left-hander, to Harmer, so you keep playing the seamers. Snater on his way in. Harmer is at slip. This is pulled. This is in the air, but
Bounces just short of him.
there you go, for 4.
I stepped in there. You can't see it just out of your eyesight. I just got it in front of the stand there.
In front of the Tom Pearce stand here at Chelmsford. What a great cricketer, what a great servant
Allison
he was.
down there.
Was Charlie Allison the fella that got pinned at bat pad?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
That looked quite bad at the time.
We were a bit worried about it. It led to one of those exclamation marks on the BBC Live text service, which is never a good thing. But he was back up and okay. I think it's just a matter of time sometimes, isn't it, Don, in that situation? You go down and there's no need to get back up too quickly. Just take your time. 1 or 2 deep breaths and he was okay.
Physio come up as this time is gone for 4 as Snater's bowled a ball of a little bit of width that's just gone down to the Tom Pearce vacant stand there. It's gone quite straight for 4, so we're just going to have a look at that again. Snater has taken a wicket this morning. It was forced off the back foot, vacant area, and Surrey, and in particular Ben Folkes, collects 4 runs. He moves to 13 rather, as the scoreboard just ticks over. Essex will be disappointed giving him an easy boundary.
It is one of those where the physio will come running out. I'm not 100% certain what exactly the physio can do.
Justifies his job. He comes out for...
Offers a few words of encouragement.
Yes. Right, Snater on his way in, bowls a little straighter, this time off the back foot. Folkes gets right behind it, back and across, and plays it back down to the wicket where there is no run. Score 172 for 5. So the wickets went... Sibley was lost yesterday 8 for 1, and then Pope has gone on 111 for 2, and then we lost a brace of wickets. Smith and Burns were lost at 148, and then the latest wicket was Dan Lawrence, formerly of this parish. He was caught behind off Harmer for 165 for 5, as this time Folkes plays back up the wicket. There is no run. Enjoying this cricket very much. Welcome wherever you are. We've had from Saffron Walden just down the road on the border of West Essex. Gentleman David doing the gardening. He was here on day 1. He's actually the chairman of Saffron Walden Youth Cricket. Does a very good job. Good morning to you. He's tending and watering his pots. Snater on his way in. He's driven into mid-wicket where there is no run. Well, that tells you how dry. He was commenting on Friday that it was particularly dry at Chelmsford and the outfield was dry, and I have to agree, it's not verdant green, it's a different shade of green, and the ball, when it was bouncing in the outfield, was bouncing and collecting a bit of sand and dust. But certainly my garden and all over East Anglia. Can I just say, Kevin, actually, we've got a lull in play. This time last year, club cricket, schools cricket couldn't get their rollers to the wicket.
There was 2 or 3 week delay, wasn't
And do you know, in East Anglia, most leagues postponed the first week of the season.
Yeah.
They moved it to the end of the season because it was too wet.
Harmer here, meantime, is round the wicket in bowls and defended back up to Harmer. Well, you say a delay of 1 week. Up north, other places, there were delays of 2-3 weeks before they could get the season started.
Right. Well, that's terrible.
Really
sad.
bad. Yeah.
But they won't be having that now.
No. Harmer again, bowls and met by Patel onto the onside, no run.
County cricket must have had a very enjoyable, easier pre-season, but club cricket, they must have done all their pre-season rolling.
And Harmer bowls again here for Essex against Surrey. The context of this, we mustn't forget, is that this is the defending champions. This is a situation where some would have suggested and thought that what's happened here is there's a flashy surface because it's Surrey you're playing and all that. Essex are on top here right now, regardless. Goes back into his crease, Patel, pushes back to Harmer. And it's because of the quality on both sides. We talk about the difference, different dynamic of each of these clubs. The fact that Chris Silverwood, Don was saying yesterday, only had 15 to choose from for this game for various reasons. But it's Essex who are on top right now. And it's the defending champions with Patel pushing that back up to Harmer. What a contest to look forward to over the next day or two. And of course you can follow all of this on the BBC, whether it's BBC Sounds on smart speakers or whether it's the BBC Sports app as well. Harmer and the live text service. Bowls and big stride in from Patel, looking to meet that ball so the ball doesn't have much chance to do anything on him. It's the end of that over, and it's a maiden over from Harmer. He's 2 for 21 from his 18 overs, so he's conceded 5 runs this morning from what, 4 or 5 overs as well. It's just been amazing. It's what you might expect from Harmer, but equally, Don, he's a spinner, and this is April, what, the 6th? It's a bit crazy, isn't it?
I think I'm right in saying last summer in April, a Surrey spinner was the leading wicket taker. He bowled an awful lot of overs. It was Cameron Steele. And I'm sure in April he was the leading wicket taker last year.
For a week or two.
Yeah, that's right. Shane Snater to continue. He's taken 1 wicket. Harmer's taken 2, and then 1 apiece for Cook and Porter, who both bowled very well. They both bowled very well yesterday. It's been particularly impressive. Shane Snater on his way in to start a new over. He runs in bowls, and this is played by Folkes of Frinton Cricket Club. Played for Essex, played for England youth in his younger days. He even played at Colchester for a season or 2. And I think Ben Folkes played with the New Zealand wicketkeeper, and I'm trying to think that they both played together at Colchester for a season or 2. And they're very proud of that. Colchester in North Essex has produced many England cricketers. As Snater's in, and this is a decent ball, good length, testing Folkes. Folkes will be very disciplined. He's a cracking cricketer, good reputation, and he will, as a hard fighting cricketer.
Castle Park,
Colchester, yes. West Indian side are touring their bank holiday August. Their North Stars Cricket Club are coming over to play on the Sunday at Heatherset and Taz Valley in Norwich, and then Colchester Castle Park on the Monday. This time a ball that keeps low. Snater knows that. Folkes knows it. He plays it in the end with 1 hand, plays it off the middle of the bat, goes out to backward point where there is no run. Essex will all be anticipating that this may go a little bit more up and down as day 3 progresses with the traffic. It's not underprepared, not overprepared. It's just when you get a 4-day wicket, things naturally happen as the game evolves. In comes Snater, formerly of Netherlands. This is driven beautifully, but it hasn't pierced the inner ring of the leg side, because we have 4 there, including 1 catching. We have a straighter mid-wicket catching, we have a squarer mid-wicket on the 1, we have a square leg on the 1, and we have mid-on the 1. That is the plan. The Essex want to bowl straight, and you Surrey boys can play into that arc where there are a lot of fielders. Just the 1 slip next to Pepper, the keeper. As Snater comes in, this is a decent delivery. Folkes comes forward, defends it. 1 out of the textbook there. The MCC coaching ad would have approved of that defensive shot.
Yeah, Ryan Patel was capped at the end of last season, and from memory made a very good 100 against Essex back at the Kia Oval.
Yes, I remember it.
Averaged 47.46, 200s, 350s last summer, Ryan Patel.
As Folkes, they're down the leg side. He's going to get 1. It may be a leg bye. We will watch. It may run for 4. It has, and it's 4 leg byes. So it won't be given to Folkes nor against the bowler, but it's the end of the over. 176 for 5.
Very good from Essex this morning, though. Very good. And those wickets that have gone this morning, Ollie Pope was the first to go. Caught behind off Porter for 45, then Jamie Smith bowled by Snater for 25, Burns caught by Pepper off Harmer for 76, and then Dan Lawrence followed quickly off the bowling of Harmer, caught by Cox. So
great catch.
Yep, that's the 4 that have gone this morning for Surrey, and Ryan Patel and Ben Folks doing a bit of a rebuilding job here, because just worth reminding everybody that Surrey still trail by the small matter of 406 runs. That is an awful lot of runs. So Harmer can just wheel away from this Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. 2 for 21 off his 18 so far, so miserly is Simon Harmer. He's just having a chat with his captain Tom Wesley. He stood up there at mid-off. The left-handed Ryan Patel is on strike. There's a silly point, slip in a gully. Pepper with the gloves behind the stumps. Patel stands with that bat raised as that bounces and turns. Nicely bowled by Harmer, who will get it to turn on anything, will Harmer, but that one he's got to bounce as well.
Huge hands, tall man, everything you like as a bowler, spin bowler.
Around the wicket he goes again to Patel. Patel's back on his stumps, plays this one up towards Paul Walter. Stood up there at mid-on. So glorious day here at Chelmsford, day 3. Here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Essex, BBC London, the BBC Sport app and website, and of course now on your smart speaker. As round the wicket once again goes Harmer, forward goes Patel. So yes, with the games across the county championship on the BBC, just ask your smart speaker. BBC Sounds play day 3 of Essex against Surrey, and there it will be coming out of your smart speaker as forward goes Patel, plays this one down into the leg side, and there is no run.
We'll talk about attendances in a minute,
Yes,
because
we
there's
will.
been a consequence.
Oh, as forward goes Patel, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
You may be aware of this, but anyway, day 1 was 2,500. Day 2 here was 1,300, 400. And today the attendance has been affected, and I'll tell why after this ball.
As in again goes Harmer, tossed up, left alone by Patel. Outside is off stump. Nicely bowled again from Simon Harmer, maiden over, and 176 for 5, sorry.
Dennis Lynch emails in. and
Hello,
he says-
Dennis.
Dennis,
Is he watering his pot?
He's watching the Essex-Surrey match and listening to the commentary. He notes that the attendance over the last few days and talks about there's been a lesser attendance, maybe 1,000 people in today. The main reason for this is that the Greater Anglia Railways have decided to shut the line between Shenfield and Chelmsford. And therefore, not everyone coming from London, the Surrey fans, supporters, and Essex coming in as well from all over Suffolk, Norfolk and Essex. The closure has an impact on the supporters, hence the slightly smaller crowd. And if you go north of Chelmsford on the A12, you'll see a brand new station evolving.
Oh, excellent.
Brand new.
Not
And
in
it's
time for this game, no?
Not in, no.
No.
Maybe later in the season or next season. But it's not often do we hear of brand new stations built.
No.
Chelmsford, as you would know, is quite a small station
is.
bang in the middle of town. So it's difficult to get commuters there. So the idea is that people are going to be taken to the new station north of Chelmsford. Not 100% whether it's going to be called Chelmsford North or Boreham.
No.
I don't know, but nonetheless it is a brand new station which will help and support commuters all the way up and down the line, and indeed Essex County Cricket Club. Here we go. This looks to me, it's Fane into the attack, isn't it? No, it's Cook actually back into the attack this morning from the Hayes close end, the Graham Gooch end, and the first ball was nipped back. It's cannoned off bat and pad of Folks into the outfield where there is no run.
Yeah, that one did keep low on Ben Folks. Hit the toe end of his bat.
This is pretty typical, not always. I remember a Worcestershire game here where the wicket just stayed benign for 4 days. That was very much an early season fixture. Was it last year or the year before? But Cook will be hoping there's more and more uneven bounce. On his way in, he comes in bowls. This is played off the front foot by Folks, very respectfully, technically excellent, and there is no run.
So elsewhere at Worcestershire, after Tom Banton made 371, And then Somerset declared on 670 for 7. Worcestershire are 35 for 1 in their second innings. Yes, that's a record score for Somerset in first class cricket from Tom Banton.
This is played this time by Folkes. It's a little too straight from Cook. He's going to pick up 1. He's going to run hard for 2. Well fielded at deep square leg, but they cannot prevent the 2. Excellent cricket from Ben Folkes there. He moves to 15. We were talking about that big score of Brian Lara, and we were emailed again, yes. And I'll have to find it. But the gentleman who emailed in was talking about Lara's 501, and he briefly talked about the drop catches, but he also mentioned there was some declaration bowling going on. This time, Folkes watches carefully, squares him up, does Cook. That's a cracking delivery, but Ben Folkes has compensated with very good hands as the balls just looked to go away. Squared him up, but nonetheless, good technique from Folkes.
I think I'm right in saying that Lara's 500 came up of John Morris.
A bit of declaration bowling
for Durham. Yorkshire and Hampshire. Yorkshire much better second time round. 240 for 8 they are. Adam Lythe 82 means they lead by 112.
Snater. Cook on his way in, and this is played into the leg side. One of the 4 on the leg side in front of square. Essex very happy by bowling straight, making Surrey play into those 4 leg side fielders.
Warwickshire are 305 for 5 in reply to Sussex's 528. Barnard is 19 and Mousley is 38 not out, so they still trail by 223.
In comes Cook. Bowls. This is driven up the ground straight to mid on. Good looking shot from Folkes. That concludes the over, the 64th of this Surrey innings. A few drinks or patching up goes on as 2 Surrey chaps come out. There's one of the Essex chaps is out there supporting his fielders and offering a drink or something. 178 for 5, 64 overs gone.
Durham were all out for 378. Nottinghamshire in reply trail by 6. They're 372 for 6 at Trent Bridge, and Montgomery has 38 and Lyndon James is on 38. So those are your other scores from Division 1. Have a look at Division 2 as well, and we already have our first result because Kent beating Northamptonshire. So a winning start for Adam Hollyoake as Kent coach, and a losing start for Darren Lehman as the Northamptonshire head coach. It's going to be Harmer to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, coming round the wicket to Patel. He's got an extra close catcher in now, as Patel's letting this quicker one go outside his off stump, so he's got a short leg and a silly point, a slip and a gully. Has Simon Harmer bowling to the left-handed Ryan Patel. In short sleeve sweater is Ryan Patel as Harmer is in, and Patel forward, pushing at this. It was a little uppish going back towards Simon Harmer, and as I say, they have a silly point lurking at the moment to Essex. Fane is under that helmet at silly point. Allison at short leg, as I think he's got a little bit of bat on this, going back onto his stumps, looking to whip it leg side was Ryan Patel. Still on 1 is Patel, 15 to Ben Folkes. Surrey 178 for 5. Simon Harmer, round the wicket he goes once again. That's well played, well bowled, because he's gone back and then he's just pulled the bat inside the line there, but it's very nicely bowled by Simon Harmer. I think he's played that pretty well actually, Ryan Patel. He's just trying to give himself a bit more time here, is Ryan Patel. The other thing that Harmer's very good at is getting the pace right. He's in, and this one's left alone by Patel outside his off stump. He's going to bowl the one that just goes on as well.
Yeah, the arm ball. The arm ball. That looked to me as if it did turn a little bit. He uses and varies where he lands his feet on the crease as well.
He's in once again here. And forward goes Patel. Another tidy over from Simon Harmer. Another testing over from Simon Harmer. A round of applause for him, which he's used to here at Chelmsford. In Division 2, Mr. Topley, Gloucestershire in their second innings against Derbyshire, 195 for 5. So Ben Charlesworth's 110 not out. So they lead by 26 now to Gloucestershire against Derbyshire. Captained again by Wayne Madsen, I saw. Middlesex, 48 for 3 against Lancashire. So a little bit of a recovery here with Higgins 18, Holden 20, but still trailing by 51 runs. I saw that Marcus Harris made 100 on Lanc's debut. 6 overseas for Lancashire, I read yesterday. It made hundreds on debut.
Really?
I was trying to think who those might have been.
As Cook comes in, this time Folkes comes forward, rock solid, and plays it into the offside. There is no run. Simon Catich would be one.
They didn't have the list of names, but yes, I suppose he may well have been one. Maybe somebody like Ashwell Prince or Stuart Law or VVS. Stuart Law,
possibly.
They've had some good ones.
Stuart Law did very well for them, having done very well here in this parish.
C. Hooper.
He was gold dust. Sam Cook on his way in, bowls is nice and straight. Very watchful from Ben Folkes, who plays into the offside. No run, good looking forward defensive there, good cricket.
It wasn't Carl that did that, but do you remember Carlisle Best?
I do, actually.
He used to commentate when he was batting.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
He did commentate, they said. He would be going and the bowlers running in.
He was a big mate of Nasser Hussain.
Right, the bowler's running into Carlisle Best, and Best is up on his toes and crashes that. Yeah, amazing.
Cook on his way in, a little straighter. This is forced into the leg side where there is a man at short mid-wicket, straighter, where he is there for the catch, but Folkes has played it along the floor to Critchley. It wouldn't surprise me if Critchley has a little bowl soon. Where are we? 10-15 minutes before lunch? An over or two to see if it's turning any more than it did yesterday. So dry in the East Anglia as Cook bowls. This is forced off the back foot. A good looking shot goes to the left hand side of Tom Wesley, the captain, and there is one run.
Glamorgan are in a spot of bother in their second innings against Leicestershire. They're 35 for 4, still trailing by 163. So games moving on apace in Division 2. And as I say, one has already finished. Kent have already beaten Northamptonshire, our first result of the summer of 2025.
Sam Cook round the wicket to the left-hander who bowls short, and it's forced down, pulled, cross-bat shot down to Charlie Allison, who is beneath the Tom Pearce stand. They take a single, and the left-hand, right-hand rotate yet again, but one more to Ryan Patel, who moves to 2. Folkes on 15, score 179 for 5.
Yeah, he played that as if he was early on it. He said there's no great pace to this pitch, but he almost had to check because he knew he was early on it.
Back over the wicket to the right-handed Folkes, who forces the ball from straight into the short mid-wicket, and that concludes the end of Cook's over. 66 overs have now gone, and Surrey have moved. They're slow, it's not a problem. They're trying to fight hard here. 180 for 5.
Yep, and Harmer will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. But there is a breeze across the ground today, but again it's very warm, and again there are no clouds in the sky, and we had this yesterday. Genuinely not a cloud in the sky, perfect conditions, and the crowd that are in are enjoying this at the moment because Essex have 4 wickets today. Surrey 180 for 5, and this all in reply to the Essex first innings total of 582 for 6. Harmer then. Round the wicket he comes to the left-handed Patel. Has he got a bit of bat on this? He has, and he's caught behind by Pepper. Ryan Patel was trying to pull the bat up. I think that's come off the face of his bat. And it's taken by Pepper, and they have 5 this morning now. And Surrey are 180 for 6. Harmer again. And it's a second bowling point for Essex.
Well bowled, Simon Harmer. Patel has to go for 2 with the score, therefore, as we write it in our books, 180 for 6 it is.
What a cracking morning this has been for Essex. And as he walks off, he just looks at the toe end of his bat there, Ryan Patel, so just hitting the toe end. He was trying to withdraw the bat, but it just brushed the toe end. Nicely taken by Pepper. So 180 for 6.
So when Harmer was bowling at the right-hander, he'd have a man at bat pad on the leg side and he'd have a slip. So there's 2 round the bat. Forget the keeper just for the moment. 2 round the bat. And then when the left-hander came on, you mentioned that they put a gully in. So they had, for the left-hander, Harmer would have a slip for the left-hander, a gully for the left-hander, but also a silly point. And they brought an extra man in on the leg side and the offside. So you had 4 plus the keeper around the bat. Now, when you're batting, when we were on commentary with Kevin Howe, he was very excited about what Harmer was doing. But it's the pressure. If you're batting with nobody around the bat, nobody in your eye line, the game of cricket facing Simon Harmer is a lot easier. But suddenly when you look up as a batsman and there are 4 around you and the keeper, and everywhere in your eye line there is a white shirt, an Essex fielder there, you suddenly feel you play differently because of the fear of the 4 fielders around the bat. Okay, the slip's not too bad, but when you've got 2 in front of you, as you come forward, there are 2 men looking to snaffle anything that goes in the air. That creates pressure, and suddenly, as a batsman, you do play differently. And it's great, it's pressure. And Simon Harmer will cope with that pressure because he won't bowl too many bad balls which releases the pressure. He just keeps it going. And here we are, we're looking at a right-hander that's come to the wicket in Jordan Clark, who is an all-rounder, and he's got a very straight catching mid-wicket.
First ball, he's forward and turns this down into the leg side.
Now he's got a straight mid-wicket, isn't he? It's almost a silly mid-on the leg side. The non-strikers had to move.
As Harmer's in, forward goes Jordan Clark. He always plays that defensive shot. I've said this before, like a portcullis dropping down. Just drops the bat down on it. Does Jordan Clark. Then folks, 16 not out. As Harmer over the wicket he comes, and Clark is pushing this one off the back foot out into the offside. Pepper comes out from behind the stumps to do the retrieval work. I should think Tom Wesley's a very satisfied captain. Down below us at a longish on, I'll describe that as, because he's not all the way down to the boundary rope. Tom Wesley, as Harmer's in once more, tosses this one up. That's nicely bobbed. Does get a pad outside the line there. Does Jordan Clark, and it just rolls away into the offside. Yeah, the word I'd use when Harmer's like this is, as a batter, you feel claustrophobic.
Yes.
You feel hemmed in. As quicker one this time,
yeah.
And he's playing this the right-handed Clark into the offside. Lovely over again from Simon Harmer, wicket maiden. Harmer now has 21 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 21. And Surrey are 180 for 6.
Absolutely right. What you said then, very skillful. What an excellent over. It really, really was so enjoyable to watch. Now, we often moan here at Chelmsford that we're not quite behind the arm, where you've got most magnificent media facilities and you're always behind the arm. Look, the negative is we're not behind the arm, but the positive is when Simon Harmer bowls, we're in an excellent position to see all his wile and guile.
Wile and guile.
And we see it all, whether it's a quicker one, whether it's giving it a bit of air, because we have a different sort of view here from the high third man, which Cook comes in and bowls at Ben Folkes, who comes on the front foot and with a dead bat goes into the leg side. There is no run.
I like that. That could be the title of an autobiography for a spinner, couldn't it? Wile and guile.
Or a pub.
He's got, well, yes,
in Reigate or Billericay.
I like that. But he's got a bit of wile and he's got a bit of guile, has Simon Harmer, and we've seen it this morning.
Cook in. This is a little too straight. It's a good looking shot. It would have gone for 4 had there not been a fielder on the boundary at deep square leg, just in front of square, where Folkes collects a single. He hit it like a tracer bullet, but it brings Jordan Clark.
Yeah, that whistled out towards deep backward square, didn't it? So Jordan Clark by nature is positive. This is a situation that you'll really be thinking about. It's getting to lunch now, because we've got 10 minutes until the lunch break on this third day.
If Ian and Mary, his parents, are listening, a very good morning to you up there. Cook in, squares Clark up a little bit. He walks his shot. When we say he walks his shot, he's played and compensated with good hands, but he just walks into the ball because he hasn't taken a big enough stride. But as I say, he compensates with very good hands. Terrific cricketer, Jordan Clark. Some might suggest he's not glamorous, but he does the job day in, day out, every day of the week. He's a cracking cricketer. He's facing Sam Cook. Cook's in, bowls. This is driven on the up to cover where there is no run. It's well fielded by, I think it is Jordan Cox, who played so well on day one. He looked a real touch of class. Essex nearly had 4 centurions. Paul Walter left us on 95. Cox, Pepper and Critchley all notched up centuries. Cook on the way in. This is a little too straight and Clark will get off the mark as he takes a single behind square where 2 fielders converge, but he gets the single. Score moves to 182.
Yeah, I went for a wander with Mr. Howes this morning.
Where'd you go?
We just went for a coffee, actually, and
in town?
Yes, and there were quite a few people about. Not as busy as obviously during the weekday.
Cook. Right arm over to the right-handed Folkes, who clips into the leg side, but he can't get a run because there are a set of 4 fielders in front of square, which Essex have employed because they want to bowl straight. 182 for 6. Am I allowed to ask personal questions like, what do you have? What did Kevin have? Latte, cappuccino, something stronger?
I just had a white filter coffee.
White filter coffee.
And Kevin House had a hot chocolate. So that was us this morning.
Is it secrets? Is who paid?
Oh, Mr. House very kindly.
Again?
Yeah, very, very kind of him to do that. Well, it's the first time this season, because it's the first time we've been for a coffee.
Harmer.
He's in and forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one back up the pitch, and the fielding's done by Critchley in there. He's hugging the pitch here, is Critchley, just on the edge of the pitch, on the leg side. Forward goes Clark. Again, it's that almost portcullis type, drop the bat down as the ball rolls back up the pitch.
He does go with soft hands though, doesn't he?
He's, as I say, he's a very good man to have coming in at 8. And this is a tester as he's forward. Playing this one back up the pitch is Jordan Clark. But yes, there were a few people dotted around Chelmsford this morning.
It was probably late night revelers going home, no?
It didn't look like that. As forward goes Clark. Gets that front foot outside the line of that off stump again. hits the pad and rolls away into the offside.
A lot of people visit Chelmsford for their Friday, Saturday nights, you know, from afar.
As in again comes Harmer, and forward again goes Clark. This one rolls away into the offside. Up comes Harmer to do the fielding off his own bowling. Been terrific stuff from Harmer this morning. Really has been, as he's in once again. And Jordan Clark will get a single here. He's just pushed this into the vacant cover region and strolled the single. So one more to Jordan Clark. He moves on to 2. The end of another tidy Harmer over. In glorious conditions here at Chelmsford and Surrey are 183 for 6.
Now, Jordan's parents are listening, so good morning to them, Ian and Mary, and they themselves were both stalwart cricketers and coaches of youth cricket up in that part of Cumbria. And I think, if I'm right, Ian played at Lord's, but in the village finals, but he also coached for many years, and I think the cricket club that they both belonged to, and Mary was involved in cricket coaching with youth, Cumbrian youth. I think I'm right in saying, sadly, the cricket club that they belong to no longer has a cricket club, the village. Very great shame. It's going to be Critchley as we predicted, and this Jordan Clark plays back to the bowler. The bowler collects on his follow-through. That was a decent ball. We've got a bat pad in on the leg side and a conventional slip, and one on the drive. This time Jordan Clark, who is a very tall man, he forward presses and plays in front of his pad into the leg side. There is no run. Clark facing again. They'll get through this over quickly. Driven a little bit fuller, quite close to his feet, where he drives back to the bowler, who collects sort of one hand, one bounce in on his follow-through. So there is no run. In comes Critchley, a little bit shorter and wider. This time it's cut by Jordan Clark out to the cover boundary, where there is 1 run. He moves on to 3, score 184 for 6.
I'd have thought the other reason that Critchley's into the attack is Harmer will get another one.
Yeah,
now,
absolutely.
He's got through this over pretty quickly, so Ben Folks is trying to delay it by doing some gardening.
Yeah. Folks is waiting. This time it's short. It's played off the back foot and it goes out to the same area in front of the pavilion balcony for 1 run to Folks. 185 for 6.
So yes, Critchley's whipping through this over, so we should get 1 more from Harmer.
That could have been the googly, as it was bowled a little bit quicker, I sense. Clark's ended up playing straight to conclude the over. 185 for 6, and there will be another over.
Yep, so it will give Harmer another opportunity here before lunch to try and pick up another wicket. So Essex now have the 6 bonus points in the game. So we've got 1, just the 1 for the 3 wickets, the 3rd wicket. So it's been a tough old morning for the reigning champions, but Essex have been very good with the ball this morning. They really have, and they've got this man who's into one of these Harmer spells now, and he's going to have the 3 men round the bat of Ben Folks. He's actually moved one of the close catchers into a short mid-wicket position now, as Harmer is over the wicket to Folks, who uses his feet, clips it up to Wesley. Wesley will move round to his right at mid-on. Probably heard the cry of yeah from Ben Folks there. So they've taken the single. 1 more to Folks. He moves on to 90, 186 for 6. Jordan Clark 1 strike to Simon Harmer. He really has tossed that one up and took all the pace off it, Harmer, and waited for it, did Jordan Clark, and then poked it into the leg side. Critchley did the fielding. Harmer 1, 2, 3, 4 paces, then a little skip and a jump. Oh, that's the one that goes on quicker. So that's very well bowled again by Harmer. He's got all the tricks, this gentleman. It's very nicely bowled by Simon Harmer. As over the wicket he comes once again to Jordan Clark, and Clark turns this into the leg side, and short leg was moving to his right, and there's some more oohs and ahs. Allison was heading towards that, but it was past him, past that right hand of Charlie Allison. Harmer's in once again. Clark's driving. Wrists of Jordan Clark there, and quick hands. And that flew off down towards backward point. So I think we've got one more ball before the lunch break. And then we'll be with Kevin Howes through lunch on 5 Sports Extra. As forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one into the offside. That will be lunch, and that has very much been Essex's morning. Well bowled Essex. Surrey starting the day 109 for 1, and they go to lunch at 186 for 6. Ben Folkes is 19 not out. Jordan Clark is 3 not out, but there is an awful lot of work for Surrey to do, because they still trail by the small matter of 396. And now here on 5 Sports Extra, with that news, we will hand you to Kevin Howes.
What's really important is that we need to bring everybody along with us.
And then we picked up here an extraordinary let's go through the Sports Extra schedule.
fantastic morning's cricket. I mean, Essex are in the ascendancy. Surrey have had to cope with pressure, and pressure, well, in the form of the bowling of Simon Harmer. My colleague Mark Church, you've been impressed, but one by Essex's bowling, the seam bowlers and Harmer, but actually Surrey this afternoon have got to cope with a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, and welcome back to listeners on 5 Sports Extra. This morning it was, you having all sorts of trouble with your phone there, John Topley. I think that was 79 for 5 this morning, which we've had nothing like that over the first 2 days. So there is a job here for Folkes and Clark to do first up, and still an awful lot of runs because Surrey still trail by 396, and it looks as if it'll be Shane Snater to get us started from the Graham Gooch end. But yes, I thought Harmer bowled beautifully this morning. He looked much more like Simon Harmer, and he was able to get men round the bat and changes of pace, and he was terrific this morning. And I thought if they could get 1 or 2 early, then well, Essex were obviously in the box seat, but to get 5 was riches beyond compare, as Snater with the first ball after lunch and left alone by the right-handed Folkes, who goes for a little wander towards square leg. But as I say, these two have a job to do after lunch, because Essex will be sniffing at the moment another early breakthrough, and then they're into the bowlers from a Surrey perspective, as them Folkes 19 not out, waits for Shane Snater, who's over the wicket to him, and Folkes is driving first run after lunch up towards the captain Tom Wesley, moving to his left at mid-off, and Sam Cook doing the fielding, and they pick up a single, so that'll move Folkes on to 20. Jordan Clark comes on to strike in his short sleeve sweater on 3, and Surrey are 187 for 6.
Yes, well, Surrey are going to have to cope with a little bit of pressure here. Harmer's been magnificent, and we're high up at sort of third man, where we have the opportunity to watch his pace, where he uses the crease. He'll be on, I'm sure, from our bottom end here.
In comes Snater to Clark. Clark is forward, pushing this one out into the offside. Jordan Cox gets round to do the fielding.
Snater clean bowled Jamie Smith this morning. The stumps went a cartwheeling, didn't they? And he did sort of come down the wicket a little bit at Snater, but it was he bowls some magic deliveries, Shane Snater. He has the ability. I think he's a Zimbabwean and has played a lot for the Netherlands.
Very quick arm action, as this is up on the toes of Jordan Clark, who's turning it down towards long leg. They'll pick up a single. First run after lunch for Jordan Clark. He moves on to 4. Absolutely got the thinking of Jamie Smith, just try and take Snater off his length, but it just nipped back as he was looking to drive. A fine delivery from Snater. Ollie Pope was caught behind off Porter, then Burns got a really good one from Harmer.
Yep.
And it was 2 in 2 actually, because Smith went to the last ball of the Snater over and the first ball of the Burns, of the Harmer over, apologies. As in over the wicket comes Snater to Ben Folkes, who's up on his toes, has to wait for this a touch, turns it in front of square on the leg side. Critchley dives away to his left, then Lawrence very well caught by Cox off Harmer for 3, and then Ryan Patel looking to let the ball go in the end, I think, off Harmer, and it just brushed the bottom of his bat, and it was well taken by Pepper with the gloves. He's got Harmer for company to his right at slip. Somebody you know very well down in front of us is putting on a sort of very heavy coat at the moment, which in these conditions I'm not sure is the right regalia, as this is turned by Ben Folkes into the leg side, and there is no run. Into the first over after lunch, then 2 runs added. Day 3 here at Chelmsford. Surrey and Essex on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Sport website and app, BBC London, BBC Essex, and of course on your smart speaker. Just ask BBC Sounds for day 3 of Essex versus Surrey.
And you will hear the dulcet tones of Mark Church, Don Topley, and the ebullient Kevin Howells, who will join us possibly a little bit later. But it's going to be Harmer who has presented his cap to the umpire. He's been introduced to the crowd, and a few Essex members have welcomed him with their applause. He bowls a practice delivery to tall Paul Walter at mid-off, but it's going to be Jordan Clark to face Harmer for his first ball after lunch, which Harmer bowls. It's given a lot of air, and they've gone up for a little bit of an LBW. It's actually parried from his pads to first slip, where he dives and prevents any leg buys, but there is no decision offered. It was simply a dot ball.
It's a good job you've got sort of phone protection, isn't it? As you keep just throwing your phone under the table.
Harmer on his way in. This time he bowls, and it goes into the offside where there is no run. Be watchful here for the quicker ball. A little bit flatter, maybe the arm ball, bowling over the wicket. Slip and a back pad on the leg side are in place. This time Smothers, he comes forward, does the tall man from Cumbria. A very tall man, so when he takes half a stride, that is still a decent stride. Plays with bat and pad together. Harmer changes his angle, comes around the wicket to Clark, gives it a little bit of air, plays with a slightly open face, sensibly into the offside. And there is no run. Cox and Porter run, challenge each other to the ball. Harmer on his way in, round the wicket, bowls, little bit of air. This is driven nicely, sees a little bit of width on it, opens the face of the back, looks for one, comes back for two. Good looking shot, sensible cricket there, good delivery from Harmer, great skill from Jordan Clark, and he collects 2 runs. Score moves to 190 for 6.
You can see with the flags way to our left and right, there is a little bit of a breeze going left to right across the ground.
Harmer in, little bit flatter this time. Comes forward, it hits the splice, doesn't balloon up, but it does go in the air for a little bit, but there is no fielder there, and very well played that over by Jordan Clark. They clench fists and bump gloves together, Folkes and Clark, but it's the end of the over, 190 for 6, and we think it's going to be the continued bowling of Shane Snater.
Nipped into Chelmsford at lunchtime. Lots of people in the park behind us.
What, sunbathing?
Yes, just sat in the sun and having picnics and doing all sorts of things.
Day 1.
I saw a man on stilts.
Well, I was going to say day 1 we were entertained by some dancers and singers.
Really? In the park?
Day 1, yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah. We
lovely.
came in about noon on day 1, and I noticed that, yeah, so maybe there's something going on this week.
Snater then comes over the wicket to Folkes, who's driving out into the offside. Round comes Cox to do the fielding. But yes, there were people out there having picnics, and then a gentleman on stilts. I think a few students doing some revision. Lots of shoppers.
Talking of revision, they'll all be doing their GCSEs and A-levels, won't they? Eh?
Getting ready for those.
Good luck to all of you. Listen, there's no shortcut. Here is speaking an old teacher. No shortcuts, just simply you've got to do that revision.
It's quite good if you can question spot. As forward goes, Folkes, plays this one out into the offside, rolls out there to extra cover, and there's no run. Bit of question spotting.
Question spotting? Give me more.
Well, in my day, you used to be able to sort of have a look at old past papers and things, and sort of almost be able to work out possibly what
strategic revision.
Revision. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Gosh.
It was a bit of a gamble.
In our day, the revision was the Pan Study Aids in English literature.
As driving his folks straight back down the pitch. Fielding done off his own bowling by Snater. And this would have been a disaster for me, this weather.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You would have been with your granddad watching cricket.
Yeah, or just sat in the park pretending to do revision. But I wasn't really, so I needed bad weather.
You do look as if you enjoy good weather.
I do enjoy the sun, but yes, good luck to anybody who's doing revision. It's never much fun, is it really? As over the wicket comes Snater once again, and forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I had a problem in that I would learn everything and then sort of just throw everything back on the piece of paper without really looking what the question was. So never really answered the question, but told them every fact that I'd taken time to bother learning. And that wasn't really what they wanted. 190 for 6. But as you were saying, Simon Harmer, he's almost there with his law now, isn't he? Stood there at first slip.
Yeah.
As over the wicket once again comes Snater, and Folkes, the on dry, but will hit the fielder. Stood up there at mid-on, and then he goes off for a little wander towards square leg.
I had a lovely email from a gentleman called Daisy Adams.
Gentleman called Daisy?
Yeah. I think that's his nickname. He's very very serious cricket coach. A good cricketer himself, but he's watching, wait for this, he's listening to us, but he's watching 6 streams.
Oh, good for him, as this is turned into the leg side by Folkes, and there is no run. End of the over, 190 for 6. Good tidy over from Snater. 6 to Clark, 20 to Ben Folkes. That must get quite confusing.
6 games of cricket on different laptops and whatever, on the TV or whatever.
It's good from Daisy.
But most importantly, he's listening to us.
But that's good from Daisy. To have all that cricket going on.
He's about
different...
6'6".
Yes.
He used to be a fast bowler.
Yes.
He's a very decent coach today.
Yes.
Very good, and well done for continuing to educate or help younger cricketers.
Good. Terrific job then.
Harmer to continue. 2 men round the bat for Jordan Clark. Clark comes forward, plays with an open face bat and sensibly takes a single out onto the offside behind square, where he calls, or Ben Folkes calls his partner through for a quick single. Good cricket there from Surrey.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a bit of that, aren't they? Just to rotate the strike and not get stuck at one end. You don't really want Harmer bowling every ball to you, do you? You just want to mix it up a touch.
Folkes now facing. Harmer's in, bowls a little shorter, clipped into the leg side, played the ball on the length there, and he takes a single. So these 2 right-handers rotate the strike, take another single. 192 is the score with 6 wickets down. Yeah, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. It's been a great morning's cricket. Actually, it's been, well, 2 days and 1 session of good cricket, which Harmer bowls, and this time the batsman comes out, Jordan Clark, with a long stride, tall man. It was he who mentioned to me this morning, as Harmer comes in, as he bowls, right arm over, Clark stays back, plays the ball later, watches the ball, plays it into the leg side with the spin. There is no run. A lot of the Surrey bowlers were saying, but Jordan said to me that if you bang it in short, nothing happens. You've got a chance by pitching it up, but when you bowl short, it is so slow. This time Clark takes a quick single. There's an attempted shy there by, I think it is Snater at short mid-wicket, but they get through for the single. Another well-placed single by Jordan Clark.
Yep, and again, just ticking it over at the moment are Messrs Clark and Folkes.
Harmer gives it a little bit more of a tweak there, I think, and the ball is clipped with the spin into the leg side. I think it hits Charlie Allison in the midriff or somewhere, but listen, there is no injury, no pain taken, but it's just completes the end of the 75th over. 100 and... is it 193?
And the other thing is, of course, with Harmer into a long spell, you get through the overs pretty quickly, with him just going from one end and then rotating your seamers from the other end. Get through the overs pretty quickly. And the reason I say that is there is a new ball available in, let me just have a double check there, 5 overs time. So they can take a new ball in 5 overs time. So that will come into play with Messrs Cook and Porter. But it's going to be Snater continuing from the Graham Gooch end. He's got a slip, a backward point. He's got a cover, a mid off, a mid on, a short mid wicket, a straight mid wicket, an orthodox mid wicket. So 3 in there. And Snater is into Jordan Clark, who's cutting.
Shot.
Doesn't really time this. He'll just get a single. And round goes Jordan Clark to his left. Jordan Cox, apologies, to his left. And they'll pick up another single. And Surrey will move on to 194 for 6.
Another email in. Glenn Jarvis. I'll wait till you've commentated on this ball, but he's talking about crowds.
Ah.
Well, we were talking about it earlier.
Snater. Over the wicket he comes to Folkes. Folkes covering up, plays this one back up the pitch to Wesley, and there's no run.
Well, we had Dennis Lynch earlier, now Glenn Jarvis. He said, just like to say I really appreciate and enjoy the match day commentaries of all the counties. Also, regards crowd numbers. He's been a member for 12 years at Essex, and he suggests, and Kevin Howes might be interested in this, people don't come to weekend county cricket as much these days. There was 2,500 on Friday. If this game had started on a Wednesday...
Snater's in, driving again is Folkes, and there is no run once more.
If this game started on a Wednesday, he is positive there would have been 2,000 plus every day. I don't know if this is an Essex thing or all counties notice this. Best regards, Glenn Jarvis. I think he's... Look, I'm going to say he's possibly right about the weekend cricket. I never think Saturday is particularly well supported, and Sunday may be. So he might have a thing, but corporate, commercial activities are better in the week.
Snater is in, and Folkes is forward and pushing this one down towards backward point. Allison is up to do the fielding.
How many other boxes are being used today?
I wouldn't have thought any. Over the other side?
None.
Yeah. But the thing is, at the weekend, Saturdays and Sundays, there are other things. People have busy lives. People have busy lives.
When football's off, when you have the close season for the football, I think cricket does get better supported.
Ben Folkes waits again, as in over the wicket goes Snater to him, and this is clipped away by Folkes through the leg side. He'll get a single out to Jamie Porter. And that will move Ben Folkes on to 22, and Surrey move on to 195 for 6.
Come on, think on your feet. Mr. Howes, Mr. Church.
Yes.
What are the negatives about starting on a Wednesday? Is that a fair point?
Yeah, well, I think...
It's a fair point if you are a member and you work.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Jarvis, that's a very good point from Mr. Howes.
It's a very good point about the working thing, as in over the wicket goes Snater, and Clark is forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But in the modern world,
that could be
not
a name
what
of
I was going to say.
That could be a name of a song.
In the modern world, you know, people are sort of able to work from anywhere, aren't they? And people work from home, and they all have their laptops and everything. So I wonder whether more would be working at the cricket.
Yes. You're being encouraged to go back into the office.
They're encouraging me to go back to the office. I've never been in the office. I wouldn't know where the office is. But yes, I think there's a lot to do at the weekend, and you can, and I think, as you said, the fact the train's not getting here doesn't help. But yes, I think probably midweek starts, you would get a few more through the gates on every day than you would at the weekend.
Interesting. Well, and of course, as soon as they do that, there'll be people moaning, saying there's no weekend cricket.
And people, not just
you
yet.
can
Has
never please
has the
everyone.
league season started yet? Not
Has the
quite
what?
yet. The league season
No,
hasn't started.
no.
But you see, a lot of people are playing cricket at the weekend as well, aren't
They are, correct. Cricketers are playing at the weekend. Simon Harmer, over the wicket. He's bowling to Folkes. Folkes plays with the spin into the leg side, and it bounces just short of Charlie Allison.
And again, that is the thing we were talking about this month. That's why I'd like the 50 over comp to be at the start of the season on a Sunday.
As Harmer is in, he bowls, gives it a lot of air, and this time Folkes comes down and meets it, but he hits it to Wesley, the captain, who's catching on the drive and very straight on the drive. He is literally just off the cut strip. No run. So Ben Folkes is showing Harmer that he's prepared to come down the wicket. Bowls again, and this time he waits for it. He clips it from straight into the leg side with the spin. There is no risk, but no run.
Yeah, nice quiet start after lunch for Messrs Folkes and Clark.
As Harmer bowls a little quicker, top of off again. He watches it and he negotiates it by coming a little forward. Well, the ball is old. It's 4 overs off being 80 overs old, so a new ball is due soon. But this is a best time to bat. This time it's driven with an open face bat. There's a little bit of width. Folkes spots it and it goes for 4. That is a beautiful shot from the Surrey keeper, who firstly sees just a little bit of width. You might find he changes his guard. He might come a little bit more leg side to try and open up the offside, open up that width, which he does find there, and gets 4 productive runs. Harmer again doesn't bowl quite as wide, and Folkes, it's a bat pad, and there's a bit of a shout, a bit of an ooh, bit of an ah. For the end of the over, 199 for 6. Folkes has 26. Jordan Clark has 9.
Yep, and that new ball's going to be key, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
As we saw this morning, Messrs Porter and Cook bowling very nicely this morning. I think we're going to get Mr Noah Thane into the attack now. So we saw a couple of overs for him last night from the Graham Gooch end, and now he's into the attack replacing Snater. But 3 overs until that new ball becomes available for Essex. Just a reminder, Essex of course in their first innings 582 for 6, so they have an awful lot of runs on the board to play with. Tom Wesley has a very nice cushion at the moment. So, Noah Thane, right arm over the wicket, will come down the slope into the right-handed Jordan Clark. And Clark is forward, shout for LBWs. He's just about got himself outside, I think he has. And there is a shake of the head from umpire Warren, and they'll
Initially,
pick up
I was
a single.
interested. Initially.
Yeah, but that single will bring up the 200 for Surrey. So Surrey's 200 comes up.
Could you see that? Did you see?
I can't see the
replay?
screen actually because of the sun, unfortunately. So
Just looked interesting, that one for me. Very interesting. But well bowled Noah Thane. Probably did him a little bit for a bit of pace there, because he's a little bit quicker than he looks.
Folkes is driving. That's a lovely shot from Ben Folkes. That'll be 4. That was 4 from the moment it left his bat. And Ben Folkes moves on to 30, and Surrey move on to 204 for 6.
And pretty much a half volley there. Beautifully timed. Decent pace from the bowler, but Ben Folkes was equal to the task. Good foot movement, and caressed it through the offside.
Yeah, everything was right about that shot from Ben Folkes. Absolutely sped off to the boundary for 4. Thane over the wicket once again to Folkes, and now he's on his toes, and Folkes is working this one into the leg side wristily, and we'll take another single. He moves on to 31. Surrey move on to 205 for 6. Essex have picked up a couple of bowling points. Surrey are at 45 runs away from what would be a first batting point. Back onto strike comes Jordan Clark with 10 to his name. Thane is into him. Clark gets forward. Plays this one back up the ground. And there is no run. Lots of hubbub down below us.
Is that genuinely a word?
Oh, it's one I've always used, but I'm not sure if it's in the dictionary. Might be.
I've used that.
Have you?
I have, yeah,
Yes.
but I just didn't know if it was an official
Somebody,
word.
I'm sure, would be able
I'm gonna
to tell
look it
us.
up.
Yes, but I'm sure it's. If it's in the dictionary, then it is a word. As over the wicket again comes Thane, and that's short and cut by Jordan Clark. Should just be a single, or will they come back on the throw? They'll come back on the throw. So, oh, they might get overthrows here. No, it's swept up by Porter. So 2 more to Jordan Clark. He moves on to 12 and 207 for 6. Surrey. You into your dictionary there, Don Topley?
I shall reveal
Lovely.
after this ball.
Does a bit of gardening again, does Jordan Clark. Harmer the solitary slip in there for Noah Thane, as Thane is into Clark, and Clark's in behind this one, playing it back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of Thane's first over. Surrey are 207 for 6.
Would you be surprised to hear it's an American word? Hubbub. Noun, a loud, confused noise.
Yes, yes, yes.
As
yes.
many voices. There was quite a hubbub, double B, in the auditorium after the announcement.
Yes.
There was a hubbub in between overs.
There was a hubbub. There's a hubbub in general.
HUBBUB.
There you are. But it's a nice atmosphere, isn't it, with the weather like this? And maybe conversations about the cricket, maybe conversations about the weather, maybe conversations about you might be having a, I don't know, something done to the house, or the plumber hasn't turned up this morning, something along those lines. As Harmer into the right-handed Folkes, who's tucking this one into the leg side, and they will get a single there out towards Shane Snater. Snater does the fielding. That will be 1 more to the total and 1 more to Ben Folkes. Folkes has moved on to 32 now, 208 for 6. Surrey, as over the wicket goes Harmer. Forward goes Jordan Clark and plays this one softly and delicately, much like the man sat to my right now, Mr. Kevin Howes. As over the wicket comes Harmer once again, left cover wide open. Forward goes Clark, pushes it into the offside, thinking about a single, doesn't take one. Good afternoon to you, Kevin Howes.
Good afternoon to you, Mark Church.
Harmer working out what his next plan is. Over the wicket he will come to Jordan Clark, and Clark forward again, little inside edge onto that pad, cries of catch it, but it has rolled harmlessly away into the leg side. Critchley down below us, he of the 100 yesterday, the unbeaten 100. Over the wicket once again goes Harmer, that's much quicker, and this is turned by Clark into the leg side. He'll get a single all the way out there to Shane Snater. Sounding like there's a Grand Prix taking place in Chelmsford. In the distance. As I say, there was a lot of activity in the park.
Those are motorbikes.
Oh, they are they? Yes. As in over the wicket comes Harmer, tosses this up now. Shout for the stumping. It's quick work from Pepper behind the stumps. He thought that folks may have just dragged that foot out for a fraction of a second, but absolutely nothing from umpire Warren. And then folks survived. If we were of the replay and TV umpire, we may be going upstairs for this.
Thank goodness that we're not.
Yes, because we'd be here all week.
What a waste! What a waste of our lives. When you say there was absolutely nothing from the umpire, he really didn't. He didn't twitch. He was standing there, balanced, sort of on. It was sort of as his old batting days maybe for Russell, where he was standing there, not too certain whether to come forward or go back, but he just held the position. And whether he said, because we can't hear from here, not out, I don't know, but otherwise, statuesque. Okay, let's carry on. Still 6 down. And it's Clark who's on strike at the moment. And this one is turned away to Paul Walter, who's fielding at mid-wicket. And this off the bowling of Thane. I see Surrey rallying call from the old Surrey cricket feed on Blue Sky.
Oh, on Blue Sky.
Sorry, what are more forward-thinking organisations and outlets who communicate with us Blue Skyers. Very grateful. As we see.
What you're known as?
Yeah. Thane in bowls. Well, there are many other words I'd do, like decent, fair-minded,
solid.
Yeah, and I'd stop at that. But anyway, they say, keep going, folksy. That's the rallying call. Keep going, folksy.
It's Blue Sky.
Are you a Blue Skyer?
No, I'm not a Blue Sky.
Oh, come on, Joe.
But there is that phrase, blue sky thinking, isn't there?
Yeah, and
yes,
well,
is
again,
that
that sort of applies to us lot as well. Yeah. Next ball. Well, Clark was very much looking for that on the offside, and it ends up there at mid-wicket with Walter. But the contrast, the sharp contrast of 3 wickets in the day yesterday and then 5 this morning. However, you can equally see, without too much exaggerated thinking, that we could get to tea today and still these two would be out there, because that's the sort of characters that they are.
That new ball, though, coming round the corner.
Yes, I know there are other reasons as well, but I'm talking about the character of these two. As Clark manages not to embarrass me by not getting out there. But, you know, folks, you will have seen him far more often than I, just being so defiant and you know, obviously Harmer is always going to be a challenge to anybody, but he plays his spin so well. Clark he's getting better and better as a cricketer every season goes by. So still so much to look forward to in this afternoon session on the 3rd day. And we again see Thane in and bowls and full delivery into the offside. As the ball races away from the bat, so does Clark from his crease a little. The ball flies off and he goes off by a couple of yards as well, then quickly back in. Thane's bowling the one slip fielder. That's Simon Harmer at the moment. Oh, there's words of encouragement. Yeah, that's going to make all the difference here now.
There were words.
There was. That was more than a hubbub, wasn't it?
It was.
Thane past the umpire again, into Clark. I was back into him, sharp. He thinks there's a single. Is there a single? Shy of the stumps, he makes his ground. It was to the non-striker's end that Clark was running. That wouldn't have been too far away.
Oh, I think he was panicking a touch there, Jordan Clark.
Well, I thought Folkes could have been in trouble even at this end, because he set off a little bit late, didn't he? I don't think he was convinced. Or maybe didn't hear, but even if there'd been a very quick call,
hesitation from
well, he went back.
Of them. Well, so did Jordan Clark. And it was, if that had been the Olympic 100-metre final,
now he would have been out.
Yep, I think that bat was in the air. I think he would have been struggling, but yeah, it was a full start from both. There goes the old ball. Here comes the new one straight away, which is no great surprise. So this will be interesting now, with the new ball having been taken by Essex. 210 for 6 now. And yes, thank you to Don Topley. This from Rumble Panks of Saffron Walden. We were just talking about weekday starts, and starting this from Rumble Panks. Is that Rumble Pants?
Yeah, Rumble Pants.
Rumble Panks, you've put.
It's WG Rumble Pants. He sent me something as well. What have you got? Oh, there's a message there. Oh, I see.
I do apologise. I didn't realise. I thought there was a new Rumble Panks rather than Rumble. It says starting county matches on a Wednesday might enable more older supporters to attend, but won't give working age fans and people who want to bring children much of a chance. Here is Porter from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and the first ball with the new ball is going to be run away by Jordan Clark down to the third man boundary rope for 4. 214 for 6. Jordan Clark moves on to 18. If we want to grow the supporter base, then we have to schedule the championship in a way that encourages families to attend. Thank you. WG Rumble Pants, not Pants.
So he sent me something. He probably only works on social media to see the photograph.
There's Porter. Over the wicket he comes to Clark. Clark turns this into the leg side. And we'll look for a couple here. Jordan Clark and gets back for 2. Clark moves on to 20. Surrey move on to 216 for 6.
So what I shall do is I shall post this from Rumble Pants, because we were talking earlier about Gentleman Dave watering his pots.
Oh, yes.
And Rumble Pants has put here, I really can't complain about the weather at the moment, but I genuinely didn't expect to be out in the garden in shorts. Thankfully, it doesn't show us the legs. Having to water my pots on the 6th of April.
Over the wicket once again comes Porter. This could be another boundary because Clark pushes forward. It comes off a thickish edge and whistles off down to that third man boundary rope for 4 more. So the first 3 deliveries with the new ball, couple of boundaries and a 2, so 10 off the first 3 balls, 220 for 6, sorry.
But you see what he's done there, Church? He's actually superimposed, or whatever you do, in his pot, a picture of Matthew Potts.
Very good. That's very clever.
Well, that's why he gets up early in the morning.
Absolutely. As in comes Porter, and that's hitting the thigh guard of Jordan Clark, and you heard the cry of no there at Ben Folkes, sending Folkes back. Tom Wesley will be still very happy with this, the captain. Stood down there at mid. And what did you luncheon on today?
Well, I believe this is healthy. No. Vegan burger.
Very good.
Which apparently can be made up of beans and
all sorts of things. As Porter is in, forward goes Clark, plays it back up the pitch.
And I was just going to ask for the vegan burger, and then guess it wasn't me. Involuntarily, out came the word chips as well. I don't know who said that, but somehow. So I feel disappointed in myself, Mark, because this morning I had that sort of healthy, fat-free yogurt. I had my bran flakes, and it was all so good. Trying to look after me, and I've had chips.
As long as you enjoyed them. Porter's in, and forward goes Clark, but it just hopped on him a touch off a goodish length, and the bottom hand came off the back handle. It rolls away into the leg side. The end of the first over with this new ball. Surrey are 220 for 6.
Such now is my guilt and disappointment in me. I'm disappointed in myself, Mark. So no, I didn't enjoy them.
Oh.
And that's good, because next time I'll be reminding myself just how miserable I felt about falling for the chip trap again. I'm glad I said that carefully.
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
And yeah. Because, you make everybody wants to get off to a good start with the old diet, because otherwise you can be eating some sort of rubbish up and down. I mean, no complaints, loved the job. But, you find yourself at service stations at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night and everything, or early in the morning, and, you can eat some rubbish. Back to the cricket. 220 for 6. Clark and Folkes are the batting pair, and this is Folkes. Such a good cricketer. God, I mean, he's a reliable sort of guy, isn't he, Folkes? Full of skill, panache as well, but gritty, determined, unflummoxed, cool as a cucumber.
He is very, very, very cool. Ben Folkes.
Just the man you need when you've lost some of your star names, as can happen against some very impressive bowling. So, in again. And this is Cook. Well, that's beaten the fielder there. I'm not too sure. Perhaps it should have done, but it did. That's Allison. And it's going to go all the way for 4, is it, Mark? You can see around that corner.
Yes, that's go over the rope.
Thank you very much for that, Mark.
Well, we get cut off by the corner of the stand, don't we?
We do.
That side of the ground, that corner, that pocket, as they describe it now.
Is that what they do? Pocket?
Yes, the pocket of the ground.
Okay. Was it last year or the year before we went through a phase where everybody started talking about dimensions? Dimensions was a massive thing.
Yes,
that's for the big hitting, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Sort of aimed for the it makes sense.
A slip going down here and defended into the offside.
Well, we know the dimensions of the county ground here at Chelmsford, thanks to Oakley, with these great measurements and stats. So the outfield is 1.3 hectares.
But not only is he good at that sort of stuff, and he will be, because a mixture of journalistic background and groundskeeping background, of course, but he also, more to follow. Oh, off the outside edge of the bat. It's low, that's very low past what would have been second slip. There's only one slip in there, but by gum, did he know much about that? I don't think so. What do you think, Church? You're going to...
No, it straightened on, folks.
Yeah.
And that flashed.
Oh, it would have fallen
through.
well short of the slip cordon, I think, the depth of that, and there isn't anybody out there aside from Harmer, but...
Yeah, that flashed away down below us for 4.
And he's had a prod at the spot on the pitch. Well, that's where he feels the danger is. Let's see. Again, next ball is bowled. He gets more bat on that and driven straight out there to extra cover, where it's fielded by Jordan Cox, who took a very sharp catch this morning. Terrific work in that morning session. But now they've got to keep on going. That's the thing. They've got to keep taking these wickets. So the second new ball has been taken. We've got Cook and Porter, who've been more than ably supported by the likes of Shane Snater as well, and Harmer, of course, with his spin. But this now is Cook, and that's turned away onto the onside for no run. Real thud off the bat there. So we're back into the intriguing territory again, aren't we, of the game. This morning it really did light up very, very quickly. But now, post-lunch, I just wonder how this is all going to play out this afternoon. The likes of Folks, who, as we say, is so reliable and can be so reliable. He's on 40. Clark has only faced 58 balls for his 24 at the moment, but this second new ball now. This morning, what do we see? We saw Ollie Pope out for 45. We've seen Jamie Smith for 25, Rory Burns 73, Dan Lawrence for 3, Ryan Patel for 2. Armour picking up 3 wickets, 3 for 34. We had a piece for Porter, Cook and Snater.
Yeah, and these two have added 48 now for the 7th wicket as Porter, below us, comes into Jordan Clark, tucks this into the leg side, won't get a run. Fielding's done by Paul Walter. They've got 3 in catching positions in that mid-wicket region. At the moment have Essex. We've seen that all day because bowling stump to stump is the key on this surface. Sports a little hop and a skip, and then over the wicket he comes to Clark, and Clark playing this one off the back foot. Gets the bottom of the bat on it. Some oohs and ahs. Say, I haven't heard the phrase "by gum" for a while. It's rather lovely to hear that again.
Who said it?
You, just a moment ago. You went "by gum." Yes, I haven't.
That's not rude, really, is
Which
it?
also reminded me I need to go to the dentist because I've lost a bit of my front tooth, Kevin Howes.
I had noticed. Didn't want to say anything.
As over the wicket once again goes Porter, and forward goes Jordan Clark, and that's going to run off down to the 3rd man boundary rope and away for 4, and that brings up the 50 partnership between Messrs Folks and Clark. There's a ripple of applause, 232 for 6.
Apparently, by gum is a polite, not like me, polite substitute for what could be described as stronger oaths.
Stronger oaths.
Which can be anything from deity to By George.
Indeed. Or bifocal.
By George, that sounds very...
As over the wicket comes Porter. And again, Clark waits for this and plays it away into the offside.
Nothing beats Dan Maskell, the old tennis commentator. I say.
Well, they're doing it.
And it might have been the only thing he said in a period of there'll be a tennis match. You've got obviously TV commentary, so you can see what's going on. Often, not always, but often, it'd be the only thing he might have said for like 2 or 3 minutes.
But it's
something outstanding. Yeah. I say.
Over the wicket once again goes Porter, and Jordan Clark's had a drive at one outside his off stump. It beats the edge of the bat, and that is taken by Pepper, moving away to his right hand side. I lost this little bit of the front to playing hockey years ago, and had something put in there, and then I noticed the other day that had disappeared as well. So may have to have I don't like the dentist. As over the wicket once again is Porter, and Jordan Clark gets a ball up on his toes, plays it up towards Tom Wesley, stood up there at mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 2:32 for 6 then Surrey, 40 to Ben Folkes and 28 to Jordan Clark.
Dentists are fine, Church, you'll be fine. A reminder first, and major shout out to our team reporting on the live tech service for the BBC this afternoon. That's Chris Harvey.
Who is the team?
So it's Chris Harvey, Glenn Speller, Paul Granhill and Deepak Mahey.
Good afternoon all.
Looking after things. If you go to the BBC Sport app, website, you'll get all the updates there of things behind the scenes, if you like. More than just the scores. And it's the scores that we'll go through now as we're moving deeper into this afternoon session on day 3 and the opening weekend. And it's Cook back into bowl here from the far end. That's worked away for a run by Folkes behind square on the leg side. So Folkes will move to 41 and take Surrey up to 2:33 for 6. Still trailed by 349 runs. Cook has now conceded 50 runs from his 18.1 overs. But this partnership with this new ball, which is wanting into its 4th over now. Was it taken directly on 80?
It was indeed.
Yeah, into its 4th over then. Turns to come in and approach us again. The sun now at least getting a bit warmer this afternoon. It's fairly hot in this commentary box. Fairly late down on that Clark onto the onside. I have got my fleece on. That's because at the back of the box
it's cold.
It's a little bit chilly, but here with the sun directly on us, it's very pleasant actually. And to be honest with you, I'm very happy with this fleece on because it's got quite a cosy feel.
Lovely.
Warm and cosy.
Well, you allowed me to use it on the first day.
Here's one for you, Major. Hampshire on the run chase. Yorkshire all out, Major. No, faulty. Yorkshire all out, faulty. Yes. 275, Major, they made as the next ball is bowled and played onto the onside, and there should be no run. So the target set for Hampshire in the end is 148. They're 14 for no wicket. Yorkshire having made 275 in their second innings, and the runs, including an Adam Lyth century, he made 106. Didn't get an awful lot of support, but Ben Cliff gave him some support. He made a 20, but otherwise Brad Wheel picked up 4 wickets in that innings. This is Cook in the bowls. Lovely, glorious driven shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Races away. Deep extra cover away to our right-hand side. Power, precision, there to be struck, and struck beautifully.
That is a lovely looking shot from Jordan Clark. Just threw his hands through it. Absolutely whistles off to the boundary rope for 4.
For listeners on Sports Extra, I played out what I believe is one of my early contenders for quote of the season already. It's quite early to go with that, I guess. But it follows the encounter between Northampton and Kent, which finished earlier today with a victory for Kent. And Cook bowls down fairly late on that, push into the offside. Yeah. Quite high pitch. Yeah. From 2 burly, strong boys out there. That sounded a little bit more frantic than I might have thought, but we did have that occasion just the last over, bar 1, where It was just a little bit close for comfort. And maybe on that occasion that they realised that they needed to communicate a little more loudly and with some clarity, maybe. As we again see the next ball being bowled. Unfortunately, although I did retweet, no, you don't retweet on, you repost, beg your pardon, getting my social medias mixed up. Here we are. No, I've got it.
Lovely use of the word drop with your podcast.
Yeah, well, that's what the kiddies say. Yeah. Here at the end of the over, 238 for 6, Clark 33, Folks on 41, and they trail by 344, 54 overs left today. Yeah, so Darren Lehman, who's the coach at Northampton, apparently 3 Northants batters were out without playing a shot, and the quote from Lehman is, "Do you know bats cost about 500 quid? You've got to start using them."
Do you know what? I do like the thought of Andrew Radd and Darren Lehman. As here is Porter from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and forward goes the right-handed Jordan Clark. That's like the old one. It's a shame we didn't use the facilities kindly provided by the ground staff. I do like that one as well. There'll be some good ones from Darren Lehman, I'd have thought, during his tenure.
Yeah.
Still just the one slip in there for Porter. Jordan Clark on 33 as Porter is into him, and Clark digs him out. Plays this one back up the ground. Wesley gets round to his left-hand side. A cry of "Come on, Westy."
Westy.
Come on then, the Westy. It's nice to see so many different hats out early in the season as well, isn't it?
Really?
Well, there's a gentleman there, and he's got his sort of county pin badges on his hat. Down below us there.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Bucket hats he's got on.
Essex, they're all Essex.
They're all Essex ones, but they're all different ones. Probably from every year. As in over the wicket again goes Porter. As looking to turn leg side is Jordan Clark.
There's one there that sort of has a bit of look of Germany about it. The yellow top, black main body of the hat, and then the reds and the yellows.
Yes, indeed.
But my favourite has to be this brown one just in front of us. That's quality, that,
isn't it?
That oozes class and quality, that one, Church.
That's a real gardening hat as
Beautiful.
well, isn't it? As in over the wicket again goes Porter. Shout for LBW. Nothing given from umpire Blackwell, as he's looking to work that through the leg side. And then he practices just playing it a little straighter. Does Jordan Clark. Well, it is a day for hats, and you've got yours on very sensible.
I'm a sensible sort of guy. Yeah.
You are, very much so. You can hear words of encouragement there for Jamie Porter as he gets ready to come over the wicket once more to Jordan Clark. Shout for LBW again. He's got himself outside the line. There's Jordan Clark. It's good from Porter in this over. He's hitting the right length now. There's a gentleman with his burger and chips making his way down in front of us.
Just for my own benefit, I'm going to have to go tut. Really?
You had chips, didn't you?
Yeah.
And a vegan burger.
Yeah, I fancy having chips.
It's quite warm for chips, isn't it?
Well, it is, I guess.
As Porter is in over the wicket to Clark, and Clark will get a single as he turns this one off his hip down towards long leg. That'll be one more to Jordan Clark, one more to the Surrey total. Clark's moved on to 34, end of the Porter over, and Surrey are 239 for 6.
They wouldn't be eating those chips, Church, if they'd seen that Surgeons programme a week last Wednesday on BBC Two, where that fellow was doing that heart operation, and he actually he's one of these. No, he's one of these where he keeps the heart going in there, doesn't take it out. And when you're looking at that and you think, God, what a fantastic thing that is, that heart. Seriously, you think, and the abuse you give your heart with your.
But that reminded me of one of those sort of stress balls.
Yeah, but it's fantastic. Here we go, next ball, and defended, solid by Clark. Well, one of the beauties of that programme, I mean, those surgeons are the masters of understatement. You know, when you're dealing with the heart, and I only have to be just a few millimetres out, and you know you can kill someone. So you have to remain focused.
That's not the pep talk he wants.
I know. I'm
really,
thinking to myself,
that job,
wow. Yeah, you got to keep your mind on your job.
Yeah.
But they work. I think 6-7 hours those operations. No breaks.
No, I know.
Wow.
Can't nip to the loo, can you, in the middle of it?
Time for a vape. Next ball in. And that's angled down to, of course, not that I would encourage that behaviour. That's got to be 4 runs down through this vacant third area. And the score moves to 243 for 6 now. Well, after all the drama of this morning, it's all settled down here a bit, or has it? I mean, this new ball has not seemingly done a great deal.
No, and we've been out there an hour after lunch now. And sorry, we were at lunch, 186 for 6. Now 243 for 6.
Pounding in again. And worked square, but for no run. No comes the call. I really do think they might have given themselves a bit of a talking to each of them, following that one just a couple of overs ago where they almost messed up. Do you think Ben might have said to Jordan, what were you thinking of there, Jordan? Or maybe Jordan went up to Ben and said, do you know, I almost got that wrong, Ben?
Yes. That almost didn't turn out that well. Actually, they've run very well between the wickets.
They do. And that's why I suppose you're going to get those close calls sometimes, aren't you? This is Cook bowling, short end where this case is in the air, but over the top of the fielder it is. That's going to be 6. Down there of a fine leg. For one moment, I think he thought he might have been in that, Jamie Porter. He thought it might have been coming his way. Well, it was, but over the top of him. Helped on its way. It's covered some ground, though. It really has. And that's going to be 6. And it takes Surrey now to 249 for 6.
I'm not sure he quite got all of that, but it just kept going.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I think for a second, Porter thought, ooh, this might be coming straight down my throat.
And because he could see, the initial thought, he hasn't really got hold of that properly.
No. But it just kept going over his head.
Worcestershire are 4 down, along with 400 runs behind there. Somerset's record-breaking individual and team scores. 670 for 7 declared. Worcestershire 116 for 4 here, as that one is just hit straight onto his toe, was it?
Ow! Right on the ankle.
Ankle bone.
Oh, that because he's gone for the
Jordan.
big drive.
Yeah.
Thick inside edge straight onto his ankle. Oh, that'll be painful.
So Worcestershire 400 behind, 116 for 4. If you missed it earlier, Banton, who was, this morning he was very nearly out first ball,
Was he?
Very nearly, and I think he might have given 1 or 2 more chances. Clearly, whatever we were thinking about the individual, milestones and all that, and he's still the 5th highest in English domestic cricket, which is a wonderful achievement. It was all about the team, really, and just trying to get on with it. And punched into the offside. Misfield from Cox, which might encourage them to go through for 2, but they think better of it in the end. Took his eye off the ball a little there, I think, Jordan. And the applause for the fact that it brings up the 250 here for Surrey. 86 overs have been completed, so they pick up a batting point. At the moment, it's Essex who are on top in terms of the points at this stage, but in terms of the big context of the game as well, more importantly, this afternoon session for Surrey is settling it all down again. It just got a wee bit crazy. And it could easily explode on us again, the game. Of course it could, but at the moment it's just got a bit of a funny feel about it in terms of it's all gone quite eerily quiet. I think the next step is going to be when Armour comes back on again.
Absolutely, and they're wanting with this ball as well that's still hard and new, so it won't be too long until you see Simon Harmer again from this Sir Alistair Cook end. It's going to be Jamie Porter to continue. Jordan Clark has moved past Ben Folkes now. He's on 45, is Jordan Clark. As Porter is into him, and Clark, up on his toes, turns this one into water at short mid wicket.
So we saw a little bit of up and down, a little bit of unreliable bounce earlier. Are we seeing a lot of that, or just a little bit of it? Just a little bit, isn't it?
Just enough. then you've got Harmer. That's the thing. As waiting again is Jordan Clark. Right-handed, of course, as Porter's into him, and Clark punches this one back up the ground. Wesley gets round to his left to do the fielding. And there is no run. But again, and I know I keep saying this, but oh, look at the sky now. I was about to say there's no clouds in the sky. I tell you what, there is though. There's a lot of aeroplanes. It's almost like a chessboard.
That actually looks quite good, doesn't it?
It's unbelievable. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 jet streams. That's right up on the toes of Jordan Clark. And that rolls away into the leg side as he jammed the bat down on it. Good bit of bowling from Porter, but I don't think I've ever seen that many sort of jet streams in the clear blue sky in my life. Amazing, really. It's almost as if somebody has, again, got a paintbrush and just drawn white lines across the blue sky, which is ideal for your new social media. As forward goes Jordan Clark. That's going down the leg side as he's trying to work that one away, because of course if you put that on blue sky with the blue sky, ooh.
So if you want to see, is this what I do? It seems brazen, this almost. It's very cheap.
What?
If I just say, if you want to see that, go on my, look
yours.
at me, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's okay?
Yeah, of course it is.
On blue sky.
Porter is over the wicket to Jordan Clark, digs this one out into the leg side, and there's no run. I don't know whether the top lead's gone home or not, but he seems to have disappeared anyway.
Do you think I've caught it okay there, Mark?
That looks fantastic.
Nice bit of sun, and I think we've got the sun there without that sun green thing as well.
Actually, genuinely, is a fantastic photo. Get it out there.
I mean, stick to the photos if you don't mind. I think that looks really good.
As over the wicket once again comes Porter, and Clark turning this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Dreadful occurrence about to take place.
Yes, I know. If you don't press the remote control on scoreboard TV,
I'll be back in a minute.
Standby.
Yeah.
So Kevin Howes, thankfully, is nipping off to find the remote control to press a button to keep us on. I think any button apart from off. And that will keep scoreboard TV going at the moment. Yes, well done, Kevin Howes. 250 for 6 then. Surrey. And Kevin Howes has done a mighty fine job there to keep scoreboard TV going.
So social media, posting photographs, keeping the telly going.
You are multimedia. You really are. That actually, that is a heck
I've
of
never
a
seen
photo.
anything quite like that.
Never seen
I don't think I have
like
captured
that.
it properly. Did my best. Here's Cook in the bowls and defended by folks. I'd be looking to make a change here. I'd look at making a change.
Yes.
But they must be encouraged by something out there. Warwickshire 380 for 6. They trail by 148 runs against Sussex in Birmingham. Hampshire 19 for no wicket. They'll take. Oh, you're going to do it now?
No. This is just because I don't do the odd social media, but I just want to. I've never seen.
I've never seen it quite like that.
I've never seen the likes.
It's worth a by gum, is that, isn't it?
Oh wow!
I think it's looking even better now. Back to the cricket. Cook in, goes back. This folks turn around the corner, racing along the ground. Gone very fine. So a little bit of ground there to cover for Porter, but he does, and it's 1 run, and the score moves for folks up to 43 and takes Surrey to 200 and focuses on 42, 251 for 6.
My photo wasn't as good as yours, unfortunately.
It's very kind of you to say so. Glamorgan a 92 for 5, second innings, still trail Leicestershire by 106 runs. That's not going well there in Cardiff for the home side. Middlesex have recovered. They're in front though by just 16 runs against Lancashire, 115 for 4. Cook bowls, pushed by Clark. Behind square to Allison doing the fielding here. And Allison for Essex. I tell you, the Gloucestershire 252 for 8, a lead of 83 runs. There's going to be a few matches finishing here today, Church.
Yeah, well, a few games have really moved on quickly, haven't they, today?
And ours was.
Yes, but now it's sort of back to a more sedate pace.
But a little quicker than it was maybe yesterday. There's still a little bit more out there. Yeah. So it's Cook who bowls again with one slip going down. LBW appeal and out! That's the breakthrough they needed, desperately needed. Clark has gone. LBW for 45. That's why they kept him going, of course. So Cook with another wicket gives him his second for this innings. And Surrey now a 7 down, 251 for 7.
Yeah, and that one did keep a little low on Jordan Clark. He's played very nicely there, Jordan Clark. But I think that one he's tried to get forward, but it's just nipping back and keeping low on him. And there's not a great deal he can do about that.
So it's full, he stayed deep there, hasn't he?
He did, and he has kept a touch low on him. And I think that was adjacent. But it was a good innings from Jordan Clark, but he'll be disappointed there. But Essex will be delighted with that. They've got their breakthrough after lunch, and Surrey 251 now for 7. Folks still there on 42. Good bowling from Cook though. And you know, we've said all day it's all about stump to stump, wicket to wicket this. And that is exactly what Cook's done there. And stump to stump. And it's just kept a little low on Jordan Clark. So out comes Matt Fisher to the middle. His first innings for Surrey, of course, on his Surrey debut. And joining Ben Folkes. But again, Surrey still trail by 331.
I know.
It's a lot of runs.
Did you really see this happening?
I didn't think Surrey would be 7 down by this point. No.
You were thinking maybe by tea we might see a bit more of this, maybe. Maybe in the next session.
And that's all credit to the Essex bowlers for getting it in the right place. But it has happened a bit quicker than I thought it would in terms of a little bit of up and down. But they bowled very, very well.
Well, they do, you see, don't they? They do. And this is why all things remaining as solid as they can be in terms of losing players and fingers crossed on injuries and all that sort of stuff, they are going to be there and thereabouts, aren't they, this campaign? Disappointment, I mean, for all the excitement of Banton and the runs down there at Somerset, Matt Henry's not able to turn up on time there. So he's got an injury out of the New Zealand ODI series. I'm not too sure if people are thinking, well, he's not going to come. Certainly at the moment it seems if Somerset are still, hopefully they're going to see some of him, but it won't be any time soon. That's a blow. Back to this game here, looking for more wickets. They're well on top of Essex, and ducks out of the way of that one, and that hits Pepper. Not quite bullseye, maybe it was inner thigh.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea though, because it was probably the last delivery that Fisher was expecting. And as we were saying, with no great pace in this pitch, haven't seen too much short stuff. Bang that one in, did. Cook, do you think D Topley's gone home?
Well, I'm not too sure, but I'm also not too sure. I'm having foolishly said, you know, perhaps we should be looking for a bit of Harmer. Will they carry on with this pair now? And this one is turned onto the onside. No run. My memory is not good enough to know whether it's at both ends this bounce or not.
I think it is, because we saw Ollie Pope this morning get one.
It is Harmer going to come on here, look.
Just with a bit of extra bounce from Porter, but Harmer always likes to bowl from...
Oh yeah, from this end anyway, yeah. Yeah.
And he did get a couple to bounce. So yeah, it's been tough today for Surrey. Very good from Essex. And a tough old day for the Surrey batters so far.
So we were both, I think you were with me on this one, thinking it was time to have a bit of a look at Harmer, because it did seem to be going quite, but that wicket was taken. And
yes, but I think you still want him to be bowling with a ball that is what now? What over in? It's only 8 overs old, so he's still got something to grip onto and a bit of hardness in the ball as well. So yes, this will be fascinating again.
Well. And the context of this is not only, you know, such an important game for these two teams and for Surrey in the defence of their title and against Essex. They've got tough games this month. So it's Hampshire at home next week. I know that in a couple of weeks after that it's Somerset at home. Remind me, third week?
for Surrey.
Yeah.
Sussex away.
Okay. Well, they'll certainly be up for it down there, won't they? I mean,
Looking
newly
forward to that
promoted
trip
and
to
everything.
Hove.
Yeah.
Seems a while since been to Hove for Championship cricket.
Oh, yes.
So
yeah.
very much looking forward to that. As Harmer then into the attack from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Ben Folkes, who's seen that wicket of Jordan Clark fall. Now Mr. Topley's back. I might ask if he'll just take over from
Oh,
me for a
you
little bit of time.
Call of Duty?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
As Or Nature in over the wicket once again comes Harmer, and this one's turned into the leg side, and there's no run.
I think if you think about the consequences of you not going, I would call it a Call of Duty.
Yes, very much so. You don't want to muddle those.
Yeah, he refers to it. Topley refers to powdering his nose.
He's what?
Powders his nose, apparently. Yeah.
As forward goes Folkes, turns this one down into the leg side. It'll only be 5 minutes or so.
Well, you've taken a bit. I'm here until 3:10.
Oh, okay. Right,
just
lovely.
to try and offer a helping hand.
It was more than that. Stop it.
Oh, yeah, just to help out as best I
Captain
can.
of the ship. As using his feet here is Folkes. He's trying to whip this one into the leg side.
Now, what about that? Does that show us anything about his attitude and not towards, or is that just the way he goes about things?
I think he's just trying to not let Harmer just drop it on a length to him.
He's not thinking, oh, it's down to me now.
As he's sweeping, that's a good shot from Ben Folkes. That is a really good shot from Ben Folkes. That is a really, really good shot from Ben Folkes. But the fielding from Fane is pretty good, actually. I thought it was going to beat him, but he's timed that dive to perfection. That's a very good bit of work from the young man. And 254 for 7. Folkes has moved on to 45 now. Still means that Surrey trail by the small matter of 328. I wonder if the Topley has spotted the photo opportunity as well while he's been out the box. Have you looked at the sky? I've never seen that. But it doesn't look quite as spectacular as it did a few moments ago, where it was all vapour trails, like just the small white lines, like a chessboard. Amazing. As forward goes Fisher, plays this one down into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 254 for 7. A few words from Kevin Howes, and he'll be joined by Don Topley.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, this has been a story today that, well, I'm not too sure if even 50% of me was convinced would happen. Maybe, obviously there's the possibility, but maybe I was thinking more 30-40% chance that this game could go the way that it's gone here today. Things did look fairly flat. I mean, at no stage really were the batters ever able to really get on with it as such. I mean, it was all fairly steady stuff, but that's a big score that Essex managed to get in the end. Very big total for them, which means that at 7 down at 254, Surrey here, they trail by 328. So they're in a very strong position, and all born out of, I think, some good application from Essex with the bat. I thought Surrey did okay with the ball, and there were times they were doing very well, and not really, I didn't think, giving a great deal away. But anyway, Essex on top of that now, of course, with this pitch, which is offering a little bit of uneven bounce. We got Snater, as there's a bowling change. Even though Cook took a wicket with that last ball, he bowls to Folkes, and that's worked square past the umpire for a single. But here's a man, of course, who's very much neutral to be professional, but at the same time, there's a little bit of an Essex hat on as well. Must be delighted, but I guess you're going to say to me we shouldn't be surprised by what we're seeing from this Essex attack at all.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm very pleased for them, but I think they've performed quite well. I really do. Look, there was that period where, what was that last partnership worth, Kevin?
I'm going to have a look at that. Look it up. Yeah.
I can have a look as well, but it's going to be Snater.
Yeah, yeah, my end, isn't it? Snater in, bowls and punched, but it's going to fall well short of Allison, who's fielding out there at extra cover. It doesn't show you on my card so easily as it used to a few years ago what the partnerships
I'll have it all done
were,
for you.
but So look, it's easy to work out. 51 and 80, 71.
Well, that 71 runs was when the ball was really old prior to taking it as well, wasn't it?
Next ball, and that's driven, but stopped there at mid-wicket. Sorry, don't say that again. Sorry.
So the partnership was worth 71.
Yeah.
And they played stoically.
Oh, I thought so, yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
but they're allowed to.
Yes.
But the ball had gone soft. It was old.
Yes, yes.
And then the new ball was taken. And we're probably how many overs into this new ball? Probably, I'm just looking for overs. We've probably had about 8 or 9. So it's still quite hard.
Yeah, the 10th wins, the 10th over of it.
So it's been a bit more challenging with the new ball.
Of course, yeah.
But there was a lull when it was very old.
Snater bowls and pushed to Cox, who's doing the fielding at backward point.
And Essex will need to keep bowling and making more traffic over certain areas of this pitch on a length, so it becomes more and more traffic. The bowlers follow through, a little bit more on the follow through for Harmer, but they must just keep making sure there's indentations on a length, which then will become a little bit more up and down. That's not designed like that. That's just natural.
Fisher
usage.
yet to get off the mark. Will he do so here? No. Sorry to interrupt there.
No.
Snater coming in, worked by Fisher. This is a big week for young Fisher, isn't it? Well, he's not so young now, but I mean,
emotionally.
Yeah. Well, exactly. You know, through the Yorkshire ranks, making good progress in his career, but some fairly hefty injury setbacks along the way. The idea supposedly being at Surrey that he won't be expected to turn out quite as often as he would have been there leading the way at Yorkshire. But still, he'll want to prove himself. We saw this with Jake Ball. This one is pushed up to mid-on for no run. It ended the over 255 for 7. Fisher yet to get off the mark. Folks on 46. Surrey trail Essex by 327 runs, 1 run. Coming from that Snater over. But when Jake, who had spent all of his time at Nottinghamshire, and then he goes off to Somerset, it was really weighing on him to want to make a big contribution. Because you're not only trying to win over the supporters, and they could be quite something there at Somerset in a good way, but it's your teammates, Don. You know far more than I about this. In fact, you know everything. I know nothing, but I can imagine what it's like. You just want to convince those around you that this is why they've got me.
Yeah. Reputations are fine. They will take you so far, but he will want the confidence of his dressing room teammates that he has a right to be there, and he'll be nervous, and especially playing at such a grand place like the Oval. I mean, I know Headingley's good, but the Oval is slightly bigger. As Harmer starts a new over, 2 men round the bat and a silly mid-on, very straight. This is clipped off the legs into the leg side, very sensibly done by Folks, who's stoically batting here. He's on 46, not out. Harmer in again. This time it's driven powerfully in between Wesley and Snater, where he takes up a single on the leg side, hitting with the spin, not doing anything daft. He's a terrific man in this situation. Is Ben Folks. He plays with such responsibility.
I like him so much as a cricketer.
Yep.
It's just his calmness, the aura he has around him of not. I was about to say not fast. That's not the term I'm trying to, but equally he isn't, is he? He's just doing his business.
Well bowled. That could have been a life there at slip. We'll have a look. Fisher may have got a little nick on it. We'll look at the umpire whether he signalled buys. No, he doesn't. It's come off the bat, so there's a chance at first slip. It went quickly. He went back, so he's closer to first slip. He went back and got a faint edge, and it's gone through first slip. It's gone quite fine in between keeper and slipper, I believe, for 2 runs. Harmer in again, bowls. It's played into the leg side. Played it quite late, did Fisher. Had a chance there at first slip. I'm sure that was. Haven't seen the replay.
Well, here it is again in slow motion on the screen I'm looking here. It was the height that sort of threw Jordan Cox a little bit there, I think, as well as the speed.
This time it's played into the leg side. Allison does the fielding under the lid at bat pad.
He's sort of leaning back a little, and therefore perhaps not his full height of body for the height of it as well. Very difficult.
Harmer in again, a little quicker, hasn't come as far forwards, played it on the back foot, but that's the end of a pretty good over there for Simon Harmer, 258 for 7. Kevin, what's interesting there is he went back, didn't he? So he hasn't come forward, the batsman's gone back, Fisher's gone back, so you're actually a yard closer to the slip rather than coming forward where you're a yard further down the wicket if it had got the edge. He got the edge with the foot going back, so the slip man hasn't got as much time to see the ball because he's hit the ball, got the edge on the back foot, so he's quite close to his stumps, so it appeared to go very quick and it also went quite high.
Yeah.
So that was a difficult chance, but a chance that a first slip would have liked to have taken. You're not there at first slip for the conversation, you're there because you're a good grabber.
I'm sure there are certain games in which actually the conversation is quite important at 3 o'clock on the final day with the game going nowhere, but not here because this game is definitely going somewhere at the moment, and some, isn't it? Really is. Snater from the Graham Gooch end in and bowls to Folkes into the offside. That clearly, the Folkes is a massive wicket, but then he's got to be offered that support at the other end as well, which comes in the form of Fisher right now. And still to bat, we'll have Kemar Roach and
He's got a few runs.
James Taylor.
Kemar Roach has done all right for the West Indies with the bat, you know. Honestly, he has. He's rescued them, he's batted nicely, batted in the context of the game. Done very well for the West Indies with the willow.
Snater to Folkes. Folkes, outstretched boot of Snater. Can't cut that off, but it's not going to be a run. It's not going to go any further than extra cover. On another glorious day. I don't want to speak too early, but the forecast suggests we're going to get another good one tomorrow, so what a wonderful opening weekend start. I'm not going to bother throwing ahead to weekend weather next weekend, but because it's, you know, the chances of this being repeated, Don, have got to be slim at this time of the year. But what a start we've had. What a start.
Beautiful.
258 for 7 is the score here at the moment. Surrey in big trouble. Outside edge. That was what, second, third slip area, and there's only one slip in. And that's going to go to the boundary. So frustration and annoyance, although that's a 4 for Folkes, which has been a really important, terrific knock here for Ben Folkes. Wicket's been falling around him. 8 fours in that 51. I think there's that 91 balls there for that 50. A really important knock. I mean, whether or not, you know, it's going to be enough for Surrey in terms of making sure they avoid defeat later on, because there's so much still of this game and still much to be done here by Surrey. But Folkes has done what actually you probably would expect him to do, and I don't mean that in the sense there's no, it's just what he does, isn't it? He can hold things together, but he's got a big job on his hands here right now as Snater comes in again, driven. Gets his fingertips to it, as Snater back onto the stumps, but Fisher is in his ground. Snater was asking the question, but umpire Warren was not thrown by that at all. So, yeah, really good work from Folkes. It's what he does. But he also knows, as do the team, at the moment they're playing second best to Essex, but there's time to go yet in this match. As we see Snater bowl again. Ooh, and it's full. This bounce is starting to be even more noticeable and consistent, isn't it? Consistently inconsistent. To start off with, I wasn't too sure how much we might see. And there are times, Don, you perhaps if you explain this to me, but there are times you'll be watching a match and you've got this inconsistent bounce and you'll say, oh, here we go then, and that's the way. And then something happens, that bounce becomes true again. I don't know how that happens. Mainly it will stay like this, but you can't always tell for certain. It will.
When the ball's harder, it's worse.
Next is leading edge out through the point area. There's a man there at extra cover, but that's Jordan Cox coming up off the boundary. And that will be the end of that over. So that's 263 for 7 here. A deficit of 319. with Folks and Fisher.
Huge amount of runs still in deficit. Kevin, you ask about, this isn't by design. They don't design a wicket to be up and down. It just happens organically over the course of 3 or 4 days. But the new ball, which has got the seam, which keeps hitting certain areas, makes divots sometimes, just slight undulations, just saucer shape. So if it hits on one side, it bounces. If it hits on the lesser side, it dies a little bit. But you just have natural organic wastage as well as the game progresses, so you get a little bit more unevenness and traffic over a length. As Harmer starts a new over, this comes down the wicket, does Folks, but he mistimes it and it cannons off his pads. He's down the wicket, but neither of the Essex fielders can get to the ball because he was out of his crease. But there was no issues for Folks or Surrey. Harmer turns again, comes in, right arm over. This is swept and it hits the man at bat pad, or we call it in the business boot hill, where there is no run. It goes to the fielder, deflects, but no run is offered to Surrey. 2 men round the bat and a silly mid-on as Harmer bowls. This is short and it's pulled into the leg side. Bit of a long hop as the fielder in front of the pavilion boundary stops the ball, returns the ball for 1 run. The players rotate. 264 for 7. Fisher, who had a life against Harmer in Harmer's last over, slip and a bat pad on the leg side. Fisher faces him. It's given a bit of air, which Fisher spots, and he clips it in the air over mid-wicket for 4. That's a healthy and safe shot for Fisher. He saw it given a bit of air. We could see it, and he equally matched it and timed it. He just clipped it over the infield for 4. Good looking shot.
It was, yeah. That'll help him, seeing a shot like that.
Harmer in again. This time doesn't come as far forward as he needed to. Plays and compensates with his hands. He negotiates it into the offside. No run.
How often he'll get a chance to play a shot like that? Harmer, of course, is debatable, but
I don't think Harmer will keep tossing it out.
No. But he'll feel better for it all the same, Fisher.
He faces Harmer's quicker ball. He smothers the spin, shovels it into the leg side with the spin safely. End of the over, 268 for 7. Yeah, the new ball is going to be crucial again. We're into it now. We've had is that 93 overs? So that's 13 overs I think we've had. It will remain hard. It's good to see. Harmer is so happy bowling with a harder ball, newer ball, very comfortable with that. Some spinners don't, because Simon Harmer probably at the end of today's performance will have the start of a bit of a callus on his spinning fingers. He's not used to bowling this many overs perhaps on the first couple of days. You would expect the seamers to toil a little more on green seaming wickets, which we haven't got here at Chelmsford, nor have we probably in most places in county cricket today. They're dry.
So it's Folks who's on strike, and it's Snater to bowl to him again. No run, just behind square on the offside. Fends it away. I just want to point out, by the way, we've had a result already, of course, from Division 2, where Kent beat Northamptonshire by 145 runs. We've got a match now into the 4th and final innings, and that's in Derby, where the home side Derbyshire need just 91 runs to beat Gloucestershire, having bowled Gloucestershire out second innings for 259. So they are 4 for no wicket, need another 87. So that one's making very quick progress there in Derby, and Derbyshire obviously would be very much favourites to win that. Snater bowls and played by Folks out into the offside. I'll just update these Div 2 scores then. Middlesex 137 for 4. I think they were 10 for 3 at one point in that second innings, but 137 for 4. Still a small lead of 38 runs over Lancashire at Lords. Glamorgan have got some problems. I mean, this one might finish before the one in Derby even, but it's 113 for 6, which means in their second innings they still trail by 85 runs against Leicestershire, who made 427 in their first innings. So those are the Division 2 matches. Nottinghamshire have passed the 500, 503 for 8, lead of 125. That could, yeah, turn into an interesting game. Let's see how the pitch plays out there. Back to here at Chelmsford with Snater bowling, driven to mid-on. Sussex made 528, Warwickshire 425 for 6, trailed by 103. Worcestershire is still 4 down. So that's a little bit of a rally for them, but 359 runs behind record-breaking Tom Banton and Somerset. And Hampshire, they need 148 to beat Yorkshire in Division 1. And they're currently 44 for no wicket, so Yorkshire desperately looking for wickets there. In Southampton, there's Snater. Bowls again, help down the leg side. Good take and stopped from Pepper, the keeper. And Folkes, if he had it in mind to think, well, that was a tidy piece of keeping, but at the moment he might have other things on his mind with the bat in hand. But it was a good take and good stop from Pepper.
It was. You were reading out the scores and you were enthused by Derbyshire's good performance so far.
Was I was enthused by finishes, really. But yeah, go on. Yeah, I'm listening. In a moment, I will listen to Snater in bowls and defended.
A bit low.
Yeah, there are some at this end. I think bowling from that top end is I mean, the bounce here I think is a little bit more unpredictable than the other end. But anyway,
what a great captain! That's the kind of captaincy you need out there.
Yeah. But back to Derby. What were you talking about, Derby?
Okay. No, let me just say that. But players, you've just noticed something that the captains will be aware of.
I think it is. I can't be certain. I had this chat with Church, and he thinks that it's at both ends. I just wonder if there's a little bit more here. But
I agree.
It's marginal. It's marginal.
I agree.
Next ball, and that's down the leg side again, taken by the keeper Pepper. So at the end of that over, 268 for 7, Fisher 6, Folkes on 53, trailed by 340. What were we going to say about the Derby game?
Can I come on to that? But you're absolutely. I would disagree with Mark.
Oh dear.
Kevin, I would agree with you.
You're on in a minute. You're on in a minute.
Kevin, that's what captaincies do. Yeah. That's what we're expected. Players will pick up. You don't just run up and bowl. You've got to think about the game, and you were thinking about the game. And I agree with you. There's a little bit more uneven bounce. Bowling straight, not outside off, bowling straight from the top end rather than up the hill. But regards Derbyshire, before you go off air, between you two, you will be able to tell me, because you are very fine commentators.
All right, go on.
All right. Derbyshire, I think they've won one game in 2 years.
Yeah, a torrid time under Mickey Arthur. We thought Mickey was going to be the big saviour, and it's not really worked out that way.
So this game, if they did happen to win, they'll be singing from the rooftops.
They certainly. Overall, first game, second, third, and fourth and fifth games. This first block, Mickey Arthur will certainly be needing some sort of response from the players. That's for certain. But I just need to point out that Churchy didn't disagree with me on that. We were just discussing whether there was more at either end, and there is certainly some at both ends in terms of variable bounce. That was all we were saying. Anyway, Don, off you go.
Harmer in bowls. This is an attempted cut. He's playing the ball on the length there, looking to find a bit of room to play that shot, and I'm afraid he's played and missed as Fisher, but it doesn't cost him at all. Slip and a back pad. Boot Hill, as we call him, on the leg side as Harmer's on his way in. Bowls, this is a decent ball. Bowled a little slower, as this time Fisher hangs back, sees it, negotiates it into the offside, and there is no run. Could Harmer afford an extra man on the offside in front of the eye line of Fisher? Maybe that's an option as Harmer bowls. This is given a little bit of air. Fisher hit the last over, a ball that was given a bit of air, where he just chipped it over the infield. There is a fielder in that area now at sort of deep mid-wicket to prevent him playing that shot, but it was an intelligent shot by the Surrey batsman. Harmer, a little bit quicker, sensibly plays with the spin into the leg side. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon.
So it's all quiet at the moment as Fisher on 6. He's facing Harmer. Harmer bowls, gives it a little bit of air. There's an edge. I don't know where that's gone through. Now we'll look at the umpire. He signals 4, so that's another edge through the slip. Now, did that go between slip and keeper, or was it somewhere else? Because we're not behind the arm.
Well, I thought it bounced on him. He's played this shot quite well a couple of times now. Yeah, and he's just nudged it.
Where's it gone?
It's gone straight behind the keeper.
So it's more keeper's catch than
Well,
first
he's
slip?
not catching that because it came off the top edge.
Harmer in again, bowls a little quicker, a little straighter. And this is played into the leg side to conclude the over. An eventful over, which to the positive, it gives Surrey and indeed Fisher 4 runs. Harmer will be disappointed because he doesn't like giving boundaries away like that.
He does look disappointed, doesn't he, as he's putting his jumper back on, but he's bowled beautifully today.
Yeah.
He really has, but folks doing a very good job here for Surrey on 53. Fisher's keeping him company at the moment. Glorious afternoon here at Chelmsford. Snater is going to continue down there from the Graham Gooch end, and a chat between Fisher and Folks. We have got 11 overs until tea, so 11 overs until the tea break on this third day. Snater will continue, and he's just got the 1 slip, then a cover, man out at deep third, mid off, mid on, short straight, mid wicket, orthodox mid wicket, deep backward square, and the long leg for Folks as he's forward and plays this one out into the offside. And there is no run as Allison comes up to do the fielding. But yes, it's been a very good day from the Essex bowlers. It really has. It's still hard work out there, but they've stuck at it beautifully so far. Snater turns in front of the sight screen at the far end of the ground as we sit, and over the wicket he comes to Folks, who's flicking this one through the leg side for 4. That's a lovely wristy shot from Ben Folks. That whistles off to the boundary, and Folks moves on to 57, and Surrey move on to 276 for 7.
Yeah, super shot, but probably a little bit of a too straight leg stump half volley. An easy scoring shot offered there by Snater, who knows he's been bowling quite nicely, but you just don't want to give easy scoring shots an opportunity.
As over the wicket he comes once again to Folks, runs once more as he just turns this one down towards Porter at long leg. A lot of motorbikes about today.
Behind us, we call it the Parkway. Dual carriageway, runs through the city centre. Yeah, Parkways you often hear the ambulances and police go down there, but you're right, we've heard a lot of motorbikes.
Yep. As again, those vapour trails are still up there in the clear blue sky as Fisher comes back on to strike, and the right-handed Fisher is forward to Snater, playing this one back up the ground. The 2 wickets to go today. Sorry, apologies, the 6 wickets to go today. Pope caught behind off Porter for 45. That was 111 for 2. Then Jamie Smith bowled by Snater for 25. That was 148 for 3. And then the next ball, the start of a Harmer over. Rory Burns caught behind off Harmer for 73. Dan Lawrence caught by Cox off Harmer for 3. Ryan Patel caught behind off Harmer for 2. As Fisher covers up and plays this delivery into the offside, and there's no run. And then a partnership that was worth 71 between Jordan Clark and Ben Folks, until Jordan Clark was LBW to Sam Cook for 45. So Surrey 305 they trail by. Just a reminder, Essex declaring at 582 for 6 yesterday, about this time yesterday. As over the wicket comes Snater to Fisher. Oh, it's the short one that just balloons over Fisher's head and then bounces once before it gets to Pepper. End of the over. It's like a trampoline, that. 277 for 7. 58 to Ben Folks. 10 to Matt Fisher. And 10 overs until the tea break.
It is time for me. I might just introduce Matt Critchley again. Or, you know, captaincy, we were talking with Kevin Howes just a moment ago. You know, what are the options? You know, at the moment, Tom Wesley's looking at bowling the seamers straight, bowling wicket to wicket and packing the leg side rather than opting for a second slip. He feels there's more chances of getting a wicket in the leg side with that leg side trap. Now, Critchley coming on, maybe you could even swap ends, you know, say to Simon Harmer, hey, why don't you have 3 or 4 overs from the other end, see what happens before tea. Harmer's on from our end, the Alistair Cook end, which is driven by folks into the leg side. There is no run, and that is the captain, Tom Wesley, at short mid-wicket. As Harmer comes in again, 2 men round the bat. This is lapped, swept. They're going to take a single. It's more of a lap from outside off stump, which goes just about square into the leg side. They take the single. Sam Cook cannot stop the single from 45, where he moves to square leg to collect the ball. Calculated sweep shot. He got low down, did Ben Folkes. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just a good execution. Fisher's now facing a quicker ball from Harmer, which he spots and plays forward and plays with a straight back down the wicket for no run. Harmer turns a couple of paces, squeezes the ball in his right hand. This is down the wicket, it's in the air, but it's just dropped short of the fielder at deep cow corner. To be fair to Fisher, he's chipped it rather than giving it the full Monty, and if he'd have given it the full Monty, it may have been caught, it may have gone for 6, but he didn't really gamble. He just chipped it over the infield for 1. Harmer. Folkes lets it go.
Harmer's into his 32nd over now, so he does like bowling long spells. Yeah, it's interesting, really. I just wonder whether Harmer will just keep going and they'll might give somebody like Thane a go from that Grand Gooch end.
As this comes down the wicket, the ball given a little bit of air, he meets it, clips it into the leg side. There is no run. Good over there from Simon Harmer, but equally good over from Surrey's batsman. Folkes is on 59 and Fisher on 11. Yeah, that's an option, Thane. He's probably got a couple of seamers that probably would be happy to bowl as well. Or, as I say, maybe you could look at Critchley for a couple with a slightly harder ball. How many overs is this ball now?
17 overs, is it?
Yeah. Noah Thane, you predicted, you're the captain, you predicted Thane. You obviously saw him warming up. Hey?
Yeah.
Come on, be honest, Church.
I didn't
be
actually.
Honest.
I didn't actually. I just wonder with him as well. He's a bit sort of lower in stature, isn't he? And he's a strong boy. We said this yesterday. And you said he's possibly a bit quicker than he looks.
Yeah, he's learning as a bowler.
Yeah.
So he really is.
It's quite a nice time for him to come and have a bowl at the moment.
Yeah.
279 for 7.
If he gets a wicket, we're going to call you Skipper Church.
As over the wicket then comes Thane to Fisher, and Fisher's turning this one off his toes into the leg side to Paul Walter. But at the moment, from an Essex point of view, I don't think you overcomplicate things at all. It's working. It was, it was always going to be hard, even though they bowled really well to pick up wicket.
Yeah.
So you don't want to overcomplicate it. It's working at the moment. They've picked up 6 today.
Which is brilliant.
Thane down that slope, comes right arm over the wicket to Fisher, who's driving. Nice looking shot from Matt Fisher. Oh dear.
No.
Well, the dive wasn't particularly well timed by Sam Cook. And that's going to go over the boundary rope and away for 4. So Fisher moves on to 15 and Surrey move on to 283 for 7.
Super shot, nice half volley for him to drive. and it just avoided Sam Cook, the tall Essex bowler, at mid-off. And you know, you talk about captaincy and what we were talking about there. There's going to be many passages, especially in 4-day cricket.
Over the wicket again comes Thane. Short ball cut away by Fisher out towards the sweeper Snater, and they'll pick up another single. One more to the total. On to 16 goes Fisher, 284 for 7.
And nobody has a divine right to pick up these wickets. People are allowed to play well. The Surrey batsmen are very good even when they get down the bottom. So from that point of view, captain has to understand there's going to be many passages of play where there's a lull and you're not going to get wickets. The ball might go soft. It doesn't swing anymore. The bowlers are tired.
As this is clipped by Folks out towards Jordan Clark Cox out there at deep mid wicket. They'll stroll another single. Folks has moved on to 60 now, and Surrey move on to 285 for 7.
So there'll be periods of time, which is the modern day, they talk about it, they've got to sit in and wait. But you hope you're going to sit in and wait and not cost you boundaries by some ill-disciplined bowling. You've just got to be patient.
Thane is in. Fisher turns into the leg side. Will take a single. Got it pretty straight to the right of Tom Wesley. On to 17 he goes, 286 for 7.
A lot of this 4-day game of cricket, especially batsmen, is played in the mind. And, you know, I think the word I just used, patience. You have to be patient as a bowler, and you have to be patient at times as a batsman when a guy bowls well at you.
Folks waits once again, and Folks is driving straight back up the ground, so straight it hits the stumps at the bowler's end. Timed that beautifully, and has made a right old mess of the stumps there. As Ben Folks, and doesn't get a run. Deserves something from that shot, but didn't get anything. Ben Folks, end of the over, 286 for 7, 60 to Folks, 17 to Fisher. There's a young man down in the front row there with his cricket bat, and with his granddad and his dad and his brother, I think. And they're possibly getting ready for the tea break to get on the outfield and have a hit.
Did you used to do that?
Oh, yes.
I did that at the Kent County Cricket Club back in the day in the 70s when they were a really good side. Luckhurst and S, Johnson, Cowdrey, Alan Elam running around the lime tree, Norman Graham, John Shepherd, Asif Iqbal. I mean, Bernard Julian used to occasionally come and visit us at home because he was a big friend of Peter Topley.
Lovely.
So those were the days. Great team, Kent, then. As Harmer bowls, and this is pretty well pitched up, and Fisher hangs back. Could have come forward, but he was watchful, allowing the ball to come all the way to his piece of willow. No run. Harmer turns a couple of paces past the umpire, bowls. This time he does come forward and smothers the spin and just helps it into the leg side, plays with the spin, which is very sensible. Harmer will be watching how much he uses his feet. Bowls again, a little bit shorter. This is cut. They're looking for a single, but they cannot do it because it's quite well fielded on the offside. No run.
I think Fisher feels he's missed out a touch there.
Yes. Harmer will be getting a little tired. How many overs?
Into his 33rd, I think.
Wow.
Now.
In he comes, bowls a little bit quicker. This is a good shot actually, but it's found the fielder. Porter, same fielder at backward point. And the ball spins and curves as it goes across the turf, and it nearly did Jamie Porter. Then that could have been a little embarrassing.
He did well
if it went for runs.
He did really well there, Jamie Porter.
Harmer in again. Goes a little straighter. They look for a quick single, and they take it sensibly. Folks is ready for that quick single, and I think it was probably Folks who called. Good cricket there from Surrey. They take a single, 287 for 7.
Yeah, that is good cricket from Folks and Fisher.
Harmer, on the way he goes. Gives it a little bit of air. It's pitched up. It's flicked off the legs. It's going to run away for 4 because I don't think Critchley can stop it beneath the Tom Pearce stand, and the umpire signals 4. It's just out of eye view for us, but it was a good, sensible shot. It was sort of picked up but kept along the floor and excellently timed through the leg side. And this outfield, especially down by the Tom Pearce stand, when I went there I went across for lunch, I wandered beside the Tom Pearce stand. Let me tell you, that is dry down there. And patchy in terms of grass. So that tells you tonight, when you go for your interviews, have a look at the grass around, you know, sort of 10 yards in front of the Tom Pearce stand. You will be surprised how dry, how quick this boundary is now.
That was an exceptional shot, I thought, from Ben Folkes, because his use of the feet was lovely, and then to just thread it through the gap on the leg side. It's a lovely piece of batting, that, from Ben Folkes. It's on 64. Noah Thane to continue from the Graham Gooch end, coming into Fisher, and Fisher's driving on the up. Lovely shot, and away for 4 in front of the pavilion. Terrific shot, that, from Matt Fisher. He's on to 22, and Surrey move on to 295 for 7.
Wow, that was a gorgeous shot to watch. As you said, it was on the up, probably a little bit of width, but it was a case of don't bowl there at me.
It really did race off to the boundary rope.
That's the kind of shot
pavilion
you expect with white ball.
It was a lovely bit of cricket, that, from Matt Fisher. As over the wicket once again is Thane. Bit short of this one. Just waiting for it was Fisher, and pushes it back up the pitch, and there is no run.
Shorter and straighter. You're not going to hit me this time.
Well, Sam Cook's a good man for Thane to have up there at mid-off. Just wanders across with a little bit of advice to Sam Cook. Thane bustles in once again. Over the wicket he comes, and forward goes Fisher. Plays this one down into the leg side. That rolls in there towards Paul Walter at short mid-wicket. Your rotor for yesterday is being taken down. I mean, I'm intrigued to know what you stuck that on the... It looks like a packet of biscuits.
No, did you see I had mid-morning 10s or 11s, I had a little bit of sushi.
Yes, we saw that.
Well, it's the sushi that held the sushi together.
Oh, as this one's turned into the leg side, and there's no run. Who knew that you could use that as a sticking aid?
I improvised.
You did improvise there.
Thinking on my feet.
Indeed. You're on your feet now, actually.
Trying to stay out of the sunshine.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Very clever.
I came home last night and everyone went, "Where have you been? On holiday?"
Oh, just due to the... Yes, well, it's hot enough. As here is Thane. Forward goes Fisher. Plays this one down into the leg side. Picked up again by Paul Walter.
Actually, everybody on the river stand, if you look at them, one man I can see. This was packed earlier. A lot have gone out of the sun.
Sit under the shade in the Tom Pearce.
But there is only one gentleman who's got a fine head of hair, but everyone else has got hats on.
Yes.
Or baseball caps, or...
Over the wicket goes Thane. Forward goes Fisher. He's got himself outside the line there, surely. He's got a stride in and outside the line. So he won't get that, Noah Thane. There's a shake of the head from Russell Warren. End of the over, 295 for 7 then, here on BBC Essex, BBC London, the BBC Sport app and website, and of course now on your smart speaker. And it means that Surrey, with 6 overs till tea, still trail by 287.
I would, if I was the captain out there, be looking at doing something a little bit different, maybe swapping Harmer for a couple, or indeed...
I was about to say... I was about to say...
Walter?
Yeah.
You could.
Why not?
Yeah, I just want to see what the wicket's doing with the wrist spinner now. Harmer commencing another over from the Alistair Cook end. This time it's smothered by Folks, who certainly comes down the wicket there, decent stride by a tallish gentleman, and he smothers it into the leg side. Folks tapping his bat down, he stands back, it's a little bit more leg side-ish, hangs back, just tickles it into the leg side, finds the fielder, no run. Critchley's not warming up, he's right in front of us. I would hope he'd be given a little opportunity just to see what's going on before tea. Harmer comes in, bowls a little bit quicker. Played, watched very purposely by Folks, no run into the leg side. Folks from Frinton. Frinton in the top right hand corner of Essex. Folks then drives, sees the ball, an opportunity into the offside with enough width on it, opens the face, drives it out to Paul Walter, calls his partner through. Good cricket from Folks and Surrey there. Do you know much about Frinton?
I don't know a huge amount about Frinton.
Probably famous for its cricket club. There's a golf club.
Lovely.
There's the Frinton Gates.
Yes.
Wait for this, you'll be impressed with this. Harmer bowls, little bit of air against Fisher. Fisher gets an inside edge. It goes out to Cook at 45. There is no run. Famous for a theatre, the Jack Watling Theatre. Okay. The Watlings are actors, quite famous in that corner. Harmer bowls. This is played very well. It's a good delivery to finish off the over, but well played by Fisher, and the score remains on 296 for 7. The Jack Watling Theatre, he himself was an actor. I think his grandchildren, or certainly his son, was an actor before he became the Conservative MP for the area and then was ousted by Nigel Farage.
Oh, right.
So there's a bit of history with politics there as well. But the theatre's an amateur theatre, but quite famous up in that corner of North Essex. Ben Folks played for Frinton for many years. Nice ground, actually. Very nice ground at Frinton. Good pub. Good club all round.
Thane it is, from the Graham Gooch end into Ben Folks. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. Elsewhere, Worcestershire 185 for 4 in their second innings. Of course, Somerset declaring it 670 for 7. Banton 371, if you haven't heard. So he's in good nick. Hampshire on the chase against Yorkshire, a 60 for 3 with a target of 148 as Folks forward he comes again to Thane. Warwickshire 438 for 9 in reply to Sussex's 528, and Notts going very nicely against Durham. They are 531 for 8. Well, I must go to Frinton.
Yes.
Yes, it sounds lovely.
Frinton, Clacton, Walton, some very lovely seaside areas.
Frinton by sea, is it known as?
Sea,
on the sea. As this one's turned into the leg side by Ben Folks, he will get a single out there towards deep backward square. One more to the total.
Geographically, I think it's part of the Tendring Peninsula.
The Tendring Peninsula?
Yeah. Up in North Essex.
I must admit, I've never heard of the Tendring Peninsula.
Well, they have a Tendring annual show, agricultural show.
Ooh.
Huge one. I'll tell you who used to run it. Romany Foster, Neil Foster's wife.
There's always an Essex Cricket Club connection. As all Fisher gets a Yorker and has jammed the ball straight onto his foot. Oh, that'll be painful. Fisher's having a hop around here. Not surprised. Right on the inside of his foot. Oh, that will be sore for Fisher. He really is hobbling, actually. May need the physio out here because he was up on his toes and he dropped the bat down and squeezed the ball straight into the inside of his foot. So we don't want to see Matt Fisher hobbling around at the moment. That has really hurt him. He's still hobbling about the place. I wonder whether he needs the physio to come out and have a look at this. Matt Fisher, he sort of just put a hand up to say, I think I'm okay. But yeah, he's definitely felt that, as Matt Fisher.
Kevin probably won't be aware of this, but in our part of the world, just inside the Suffolk border, North Essex, doesn't happen. I don't think there's as much up in Shropshire or Yorkshire, but the yellow of the oilseed rape is just coming out right now.
Ooh, as in over the wicket. Once again comes Thane, and Fisher's played that okay actually, but he's still having a bit of a hobble out towards square leg.
Beautifully bright yellow. Every field against the blue skies is stunning, and oilseed rape is a huge crop today. Some people can get 2 crops a summer. Most don't, but some can. But oilseed rape this time of year, for me, back in my day as a professional, was all about the cricket season.
As in over the wicket once again comes Thane, forward goes Fisher, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 297 for 7 then Surrey. What have we got till tea? 4 overs until the tea break. Folkes 66. And Matt Fisher, he's on 22. And he's still just checking the inside of that left foot of his. Here's Matt Fisher.
Looking at my colleagues, Churchy and Kevin, have you seen the oilseed rape live?
No.
Honestly, it is. I'm going to try and find a picture for you on the way in tomorrow, because it's just starting to come out. It's unbelievably beautiful. I promise you. So for me, the cricket season, I awake when the daffodils are here, the tulips are starting to come,
from its
to be
hibernation,
joined with the oilseed rape. That's the cricket season. That means it's here.
Yes.
Harmer on his way in. Harmer bowls, is driven on the offside, all the way up to Paul Water at mid-off, no run.
That's lovely.
It is, it's stunningly beautiful. With a, as I say, with the backdrop of a blue sky. As Harmer bowls, played into the leg side, there is no run, finds mid-wicket, conventional, saving the one, no run.
Good afternoon to Daniel Norcross, who's listening in. He's just messaged me.
Good afternoon.
I think he's been to Frinton.
Has he?
On sea, not
Frinton
by the
on
sea. What is it, an island?
Clacton on sea, Walton on sea. No, the island you're thinking of in that area is called Mersey Island.
Is it?
As Harmer bowls, nice and straight.
I must
nibbled
admit,
into the leg side.
I wasn't
no
thinking of an island in that area, but if it
Mersey
had been,
Island.
it would have been Mersey.
Osea Island, I think, is that area as well. Mersey Island is famous because when you drive there, you have the tide goes over the river, over the road. Seriously.
So don't get that wrong.
You do get it wrong. Yeah, many do. As you have to wait. Played into the offside, no run. You have to wait about a good half an hour to get across. Or if you get it slightly wrong, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. Yep.
Well, there you are. If I ever go that way, I'm going to know a fair amount now.
Harmer bowls, it's played into the leg side, no run. It's a bit like Holy Island. I think there's a road that gets flooded during the tide at Holy Island in Northumberland. Am I right? Kevin's nodding.
Yeah, he's nodding.
So you have to look at the posts when you drive, when the water just starts to cover the road. It's played into the offside, there is no run.
I think that sort of thing happened to me when I was little at Hayling Island on a holiday.
Portsmouth.
Yes, and I sort of sunk into the sand.
Did you?
Yeah, no, I genuinely did, yes. My dad was absolutely livid with me. But I got stuck.
Daddy, could you
No,
get me out?
he stormed off.
He left
Yeah,
you?
oh, yes. Yeah, teach me a lesson.
That
Teach
explains
me
a
a
lot.
lesson. Tough love.
Explains a lot.
Tough love. And I had to be dragged out, I remember. But unfortunately, as I was being dragged out, guess what I left behind? My shorts.
Shorts.
Yes. So that was...
Oh dear.
Yeah. As here is Thane. from the Graham Gooch end. As over the wicket comes Thane, and Fisher's forward, nips back a touch at him, hits the pad, rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run. Yes, Hayling Island, but that's Hampshire, isn't it?
It is.
Hayling Island, that's right.
Yeah. Mersey Island is got one or two lovely fish restaurants. It's a community of itself, really.
Is that what it says on the sign when you come in? A community.
Well, not like
of
Norwich,
itself.
a fine city. Norwich, a fine city, isn't it?
Over the wicket once again is Thane, punched off the front foot by Fisher out towards cover point. Snater does the fielding.
This is important, actually. You two boys have driven in to Chelmsford
car park
each day. So come on then. We talked about, you've just said, what does Mersey Island say on its board? Norwich says a
Birthplace
fine
of radio.
city. Ah, you've answered my question. What does Chelmsford say as you enter it?
Birthplace of radio. As this one slapped off the front foot by Fisher, and it whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. The ball's done a lot of whistling when I've been on commentary today, and that's the 300 up for Surrey. 301 for 7, Surrey. Nice way to bring it up. Nice shot from Fisher. And Surrey have a second batting point.
That was a short and wide delivery, wasn't it? Eh? That was served up for Easter, Christmas and birthday in one.
Yes, Marconi.
Well done.
Well, we talked about it yesterday.
Oh,
myself
did you?
and Kevin Howes.
Oh,
yes, that was
late.
that was perfect. Well, you were here.
In the room.
You were in the room, but I think it was sort of a bit later in the afternoon. Yes. So yes, but when you drive into Chelsea, birthplace of radio.
I thought that was apt to mention that.
As in over the wicket once again is Thane. This one's tucked away off his toes by Fisher down towards fine leg. Oh no.
Oh no.
Jamie Porter's fallen over it. And then it's gone away for 4. And I think the less we say about that, the better. But it's gone away for 4. And 305 for 7. And Fisher moves on to 30.
Yes. Yep, the Essex bowlers are going to feel it. Of course they are. They're not used to fielding for this amount of overs. So the feet, the legs, the shoulders, the hips, they're going to be stiff and they're going to be sore a bit later.
Good partnership from these two. Worth 54 now as 4 goes Fisher. Plays this one away into the offside. And there is no run. Done a good job so far, Matt Fisher. Keeping folks company. On 30. Folks is on 66. Couple of overs to go until the tea break. At lunch, Surrey 186 for 6. Over the wicket comes Noah Thane. Fisher forward. Playing this one straight back up the pitch. Thane does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over. Just watching. Critchley's going to get an exploratory, I think, before tea. Because he's whirling his arms down below us. Harmer's going to bowl 2T. But it's going to be, I think, 1 over of leg spin from the Graham Gooch end from Matt Critchley before tea. So yes, very good afternoon to Daniel Norcross. Fingers crossed, see him next week.
Next week being?
Surrey, Hampshire.
Oh,
yes,
decent game.
Starting on Friday.
Okay.
Yes. First home game of the summer for
Surrey.
Surrey.
Am I saying Surrey have got the wood over Hampshire the last couple of years?
Here's Harmer, and Ben Folks using the feet, and that hits the pad, rolls away into the offside. Leg by is the signal. No, last year in the game down at their place, down at the Utilita Bowl.
Yes.
Hampshire walked all over Surrey.
Did they? Okay. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes, they did.
I just remember Hampshire struggling. I think it was at the Oval.
Yes, they've struggled at the Oval for a while, as this one's played off the back foot by Fisher down into the leg side.
It's been rather remiss of me. I've missed out on a couple of tweets. A chap called
been giving a guided tour of
Vineyards
You've
of North Essex.
Yes.
Godstone Island Vineyards. as Harmer bowls, plays into the leg side. There is no run. He remembers watching Arnold Long keeping wicket for Surrey, which shows how long I have been sitting in the pavilion at my beloved Oval.
Yes, indeed.
Gosh, yes. I vaguely remember him back in the sort of 70s. As Harmer bowls, this is played into the offside sensibly, smartly by Fisher, who's wearing a sweater out there. Folkes isn't, but Fisher is. Joan, she's contacted us from Cumbria, watching eagerly, delighted to have the commentary back for the Essex Surrey game. Played into the leg side, dot ball, coming round the wicket now to Fisher, and she wishes if she would like to come and watch the National Counties Minor Counties Cricket Tournament at the Royal Hospital School in July. She loves seeing youngsters play. It's a great week of cricket. You are most welcome. This time he gets one through. Fisher hasn't come forward. He's watched it maybe a little bit quicker. He hasn't moved his feet, but it's gone between bat and pad through to the stumps, and the off peg is just rocked back. Essex needed that. 306 for 8. The man goes. It is Fisher, who has been bowled by Harmer. He's been bowled for 30. Those are 30 important runs.
It's a lovely bit of bowling from Harmer when you see it again. Round the wicket. And Fisher's gone back, and it's just gone on. And it's just hit the off stump. He's played very nicely there, Matt Fisher, but that was a pretty good bit of bowling again from Simon Harmer. And yes, again, they've not changed. The captain hasn't changed anything. He's just letting Harmer whirl away from this Sir Alistair Cook end. He's rotating his seamers from the Graham Gooch end, and he's got 8 wickets now. And James Taylor is marching out to join Ben Folkes. But it has been lovely watching Harmer bowl today. It really has. It's been vintage Harmer so far, hasn't it?
What wicket was that for Harmer?
I think that's his 4th, is it not? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, thank you. Why is that so significant? Well, for me, it's quite close to tea. So Essex may find they're allowed to stay out there. No, they're not. It's 9 wickets, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, 9 wickets. But, you know, if they could knock over the 2 pretty quickly now, it's going to be, for me, it's going to be Critchley to bowl. And I know we've given an opportunity for Thane, but if it would have been me as captain, I would have let Critchley have a go a little earlier. It's an education for Thane, an opportunity to learn to bowl, have a short spell with an old ball, tired wicket, etc., etc. But from the cricketing perspective here in this game, I would have liked to see Critchley have a go a couple of overs earlier.
He's going to get 1 over here, isn't he?
Yeah.
And then it'll be tea time.
Yeah.
Nice spell, that. 1 over and then go and have your tea.
That used to be the old left armer's job, wasn't it?
Lovely, lovely, lovely. I like this, the IPL thing, where Mitch Marsh, he's just batting.
And then as Rohit Sharma.
They swap him over.
Yeah.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Living the dream, that, isn't it? All you do is bat. Great. You don't have to go and field or bowl. Ideal. Absolutely ideal.
Yeah.
So, we are getting Critchley. The field has spread a touch to give Ben Folkes a single, of course, because they'd like to be bowling at James Taylor. So it's an in-out field at the moment. This is the last over before tea. 186 for 6 at lunch, Surrey. As Critchley goes the other way. That's nicely bowled. Got a bit of turn there. Nicely bowled by Critchley. But Ben Folkes just plays the line of that. Spins away past his outside edge into the gloves of Pepper. Surrey now 306 for 8, still trailed by 276. Critchley is in, tosses this one up. Folkes is driving. And a good tumbling stop by Harmer. Away to his right-hand side. And there is no run. Harmer, 36 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 57. As forward goes Folkes.
Plays this one out into the offside. Very energetic bit of fielding there by Jordan Cox at slip. Came sprinting out to get hold of the ball. Critchley in once more. Tosses this one up. Forward goes Folks. Plays it down into the leg side. Allison picks up. Jamie Porter all the way out there on his own at deep backward squares. Got a few spectators behind him for company.
That's a googly.
Oh, that's well bowled by Critchley once again. And it's byes. And one more to the total. So James Taylor will have one delivery to face.
I think that was an attempted googly.
Yeah, it went the wrong way if it was. And it was very wide outside the off stump. So James Taylor going on to strike for the first time. He can bat. James Taylor. He's going to have to here from a Surrey perspective. 307 for 8 they are. Trail by 275. That is an awful lot of runs. So they're taking their time with this, Essex, because they've got one ball here at James Taylor. He's got 3 men around him for company. Right-handed Taylor, his first delivery, he's letting go. That was the googly. Now that one he does get right. He doesn't turn that much, but that was definitely the googly. That was nicely bowled by Cox is asking Taylor. Then pats him on the back. End of the over. That is tea. And Surrey go to tea on 307 for 8.
Mark, thank you very much. We hope you join us again in 20 minutes' time for the final session of day 3. An intriguing day. But all of us here, Kevin, Mark and myself, will look forward to your company in about 20 minutes. Thank you all.
can bat. He's going to have to here as Harmer is into him. Tosses this one up, beats the edge. Nicely bowled, nicely taken by Pepper, who takes the bails off for good measure. Just went on that one from Simon Harmer. Nicely bowled by Harmer. Cox is there for the edge at slip. Harmer over the wicket he comes to Taylor, and Taylor's on the back foot this time. Right-handed, James Taylor, and just playing this one into the turf in front of him. That potters away into the offside. Just a reminder, Essex, of course, in their first innings, 582 for 6 declared. So a lot of runs in their first innings as Harmer's bowling a quicker one, which Taylor's nudging into the leg side. Looks like Critchley might get us started though. He had that one exploratory over before tea. He's sort of going through his warm-up routines down there below us as Harmer is over the wicket to Taylor. Taylor's forward, playing this one into the offside and gets off the mark. Lots of gaps out there. So James Taylor is off the mark with a single. That completes our first over after tea, and 2 have been added, and Surrey are 309 for 8. Taylor has 1 and Folkes is on 67.
Very good, thanks Mark. It's I think we can welcome our listeners from 5 Sports Extra to Chelmsford in the sunshine. We haven't seen a cloud in 4 days. Seen many plain trails, but no clouds, not one. And it's going to be Critchley, as Mark suggested. Pleased to see that. He's got a slip and a gully. Cox is at slip, and he's sending Walter out into the outfield, where I think it's going to be Harmer coming to gully. He's pulled rank over Walter. Walter in the ring, Harmer at gully, Cox at slip, Charlie Allison under the lid at bat pad on the leg side, and this turns for the wrist spinner. There is Matt Critchley, who got a century in the first innings. That bounced and turned away.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Critchley, bowling in his sunglasses.
In comes Critchley, bowls again on a length. This time Taylor looks wearing a sweater like Fisher did. Folkes isn't, and he has just driven back to the bowler, who collects on his follow-through no run. 309 for 8. This time a little shorter, straighter, which Taylor plays into the leg side. Nothing dangerous there. Very good from Taylor. There is no run. Good afternoon wherever you are watching from. Critchley in again. This is driven for 4. He's got over the pitch of the ball. He's driven it nicely. He hasn't taken any risk. He's made a good connection with a good stride, and it's gone through mid-on for 4. Like that.
Yeah, lovely shot from James Taylor, right to the pitch of it, and then just hits a gap. And that runs away down towards 2 spectators who did very well there, because it was one of those that hit the rope and sort of flew into the stand.
This time outside off stump, where Taylor makes a good stride, just caresses it into the offside, finds a fielder, and Essex now are employing a boundary fielder, because they're saying, Taylor, if you want to take a single to get Folkes off strike for the next over, do so. Outside off stump as it goes through, end of the over, but Folkes will face whoever bowls from the next over. I think it will be Harmer. And the score remains on 313 for 8. So the follow-on you suggested was
433.
So basically we need
another 120.
Yeah, that's right, 120. And of course I think Essex will enforce the follow-on.
Well, if they don't, they won't win the game.
That's right. A few said, should you give them an hour off the field and bat? No, I don't think so. You've got to. They need the overs to bowl them out, and of course it is a hard ask to spend, what have they been in the overs now, 108 in the field. Harmer's in.
Over the wicket he comes, and Folkes is using the feet, driving straight back down the pitch. Harmer does the fielding off his own bowling, tumbles away to his right.
So if there's 100 and 8 overs bowled so far. There's left 29, take off 3.
As Folks is driving, this is a lovely shot. Again, lovely use of the feet and then drives through extra cover. But Porter's done well there because he's got round quickly sweeping and has kept it down to a single, which means that Taylor comes back onto strike. So those little moments, it means Taylor's on strike because Porter got round there very, very quickly indeed. Got the throw in.
So 108 plus 29, take off 3, so we're 26, so we're going to say 134. And then how many overs tomorrow? Is it 90? I'm looking around. 90? Fourth day?
Sorry, I'm still working out what the maths you did before that sentence.
Okay.
As in over the wicket once more comes Harmer, forward goes Taylor, plays this one down into the leg side and there's no run.
How many overs have we had in this contest so far?
Altogether?
Innings.
108.3.
And there's 29 left, take off 3.
Oh, I see what you're... Yeah, sorry.
26, so 134, and then all to tomorrow's cricket.
Yes. Well, they need every single one of those overs, Essex. As forward goes Taylor, plays this one into the offside. All sorts of oohs and ahs out there in the middle as they thought Taylor might look for a single, but Taylor stays exactly where he is. And the other thing to mention here is that you look at the Surrey still trail by 268, which is an awful lot of runs. As forward goes Taylor, plays this one back down the pitch. That rolls up to Paul Walter, who's come slowly in from mid-off to say if you want to take the single, you can. And now he's going down to long on. So again, single there if Taylor wants it, as Harmer is into him, and Taylor will take the single as he just pushes this one up towards Walter. And one more to Taylor. He'll keep the strike. He moves on to 6, and Surrey move on to 315 for 8.
Well, Taylor's coming at 10. He looks pretty competent, to be fair. Tallish man, playing quite nicely. So he's going to face Critchley. Critchley's got the ball as a wrist spinner. He's quite happy to get the wrist spinner to turn. So we'll see if he continues with that. But I think it's 90 overs, a minimum of 90 overs tomorrow.
96 on the last day.
96 is last day. So,
and then you've got your minimum of 16 in the last hour.
Yeah, if it becomes a dull draw tomorrow, as Critchley comes in, quicker delivery, which on the front foot plays into the leg side, does Taylor, no run. So I said 134, 96, which gives us 200 and... what does it give us? It's played into the offside. It's well fielded and well bowled, well played. It's 134 plus 96, 90, 230 overs.
Thank you.
Put my shoes and socks on back now. So 230 overs Essex could be in the field for in 2 innings. That tells you how hard fielding and bowling is to win games. Critchley in. Oh, this is a bit of a whack, and it's a misfield there by Noah Thane.
I tell you
backward
what,
point. They've taken the single.
Thought that was just looping straight to him for a second.
I think he saw the width from Critchley, and Taylor's gone at that. But he's hit it safely, and it's fallen short and missed Thane, or he missed it, conceded a run, and they've rotated, which brings Folks onto strike.
He sliced it because it spun off the turf and went past Thane. But for a second I thought it was going straight to Thane.
In he comes to Folks. Folks is driven. He's going to keep the strike because he finds the man out at long on, where he's had to move square to collect the ball. An easy single. Good looking shot, quite full. 317 for 8. In comes Critchley. Man in front of the eyes on the offside. And that's well left by Taylor. That's proper batting, that is. He's seen the line, he's followed the spin, it's going away, he could see the revolutions. It's going wide and wider, and he's left it alone. Good cricket. a little bit shorter and quicker. This time they take a single, and Taylor will keep the strike for the next over, as that concludes the over. 318 for 8. Taylor on 8, and Ben Folkes, who's been out there he's been out there from middle of the probably just an hour before lunch, and he's been out there throughout the afternoon. He's batted, well, robustly. How many balls shall we say? It is 137 balls for his 69 not out.
Well, the headline today was Tom Banton, 371 he made for Somerset. And Worcestershire in their second innings are 214 for 4 after Somerset declared at 670 for 7. And that means they still trail by 302. So there is a partnership between Alan Hose, who's on 60, and Brett D'Oliveira, who's on 41. As here is Harmer, continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and forward goes Taylor, plays it back up the pitch. And the fielding done by Harmer off his own bowling. Now Hampshire against Yorkshire. Hampshire needing 148 and 93 for 4. Couple of wickets for Dom Bess. Liam Dawson's on 7 and Tom Prest is on 18. So Hampshire still need 55 to win. As Harmer is in to Taylor, coming round the wicket now. Taylor gets fully forward, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Warwickshire are all out for 454 in reply to Sussex's 528, and Sussex in their second innings lead by 99 because they're 25 without loss. As Harmer is in, and forward goes Taylor, plays this one very neatly into the offside. And Nottinghamshire all out for 579 against Durham. So Lyndon James made 125. Josh Tongue on his debut finally for Nottinghamshire made 55. It means that Nottinghamshire lead by 201 as Taylor plays that delivery from Harmer straight back up the pitch. So those are the scores from Division 1. We already know that Kent have beaten Northamptonshire in Division 2, as this one does just bounce and turn and hits Taylor almost in the mid-drift. Nice bit of bowling again from Simon Harmer. And Derbyshire have beaten Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. So those are 2 results already in Division 2. Kent beating Northamptonshire and Derbyshire beating Gloucestershire. Middlesex are 191 for 4 in their second innings against Lancashire. As Harmer is in, and this is a nice looking shot from Taylor. Uses his feet, drives up the ground, but Walter will get across to do the fielding. End of the over from Simon Harmer. Another tidy over from Harmer. Ripple of applause at Chelmsford. 318 for 8. Max Holden's 97, and Ben Geddes is on 36 on his Middlesex debut. And it means that, are you all right there?
I was applauding.
Thank you. Yes, very good.
The
very
fact
good.
that he's moved across and making his debut.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. And lead by 95 there to Middlesex. And the final game, Glamorgan and Leicestershire, and Glamorgan in their second innings are 162 for 7, still trailing Leicestershire by 36 runs.
Right, we've got Critchley coming in, who's bowled a ball that's a little bit wide, and it's been crashed to the fielder on saving one, no run. Shows I do listen to you. I was listening. I was pleased that he's got a game.
Yes.
As
he'll be pleased he's got a game as well.
Folkes drives all the way up to the boundary fielders. There's a few out because Essex appear to be happy for him to get off strike. So there's a good looking shot out to long off where fielder comes in now. The only one staying back I think is long on has come back in. He's gone back out. He's come back in on the what we would perceive as the inner ring. So a man on the drive, a man on the offside, under the lid, a slip and a gully. So they fancy taking Taylor with the leg spinner on the offside. He bowls slightly slow. It's driven, well fielded on the drive. Who's that? Looks like tall Paul Walter. Diving, big span it will take up a lot of that angle on the drive. The man under the lid on the offside, Charlie Allison, has gone onto the leg side. This is that might
chance.
have been a little chance.
Yep.
A little nick as he's pushed forward, Taylor. It's nicked, and I think it's cannoned off Pepper's pad at about shin height. And then first slip, which is Cox couldn't snaffle it. Well bowled. That's a short and wide ball that unfortunately Taylor's missed out on. That had a ribbon wrapped all over it. That was Christmas, but he's missed out. Critchley again bowls. That's a good looking ball played out to Walter. There is no run. Very quick through the overs. End of the over. 319 for 8, and Taylor's got 8. Folks has got 70. Very pleased for him, and people were enjoying. I had a tweet about Frinton.
You did you?
Yes.
Excellent. Saying how lovely Frinton is.
It is.
Lovely.
Yeah, it is. Lots of people go there. It's probably the most favoured beach area.
Of the
Bit
Essex
sand.
Islands.
No, it's not. That's not an island. That's on the mainland coast.
Right.
Frinton.
It's going to be Harmer continuing down below us from the Sir Alister Cook end, coming into Ben Folkes, who's sweeping all along the floor, but straight to Allison and those shins. He's been in the wars in there today, has Allison. Took one fearful blow this morning.
He's got calves at the moment, like.
Well, that's not the only thing he's got like that as well, after where he got struck this morning. Oh dear. As in over the wicket once again comes Harmer, and that's an inside edge from Ben Folkes as he's looked to drive, sort of gone inside out on that to go through that massive gap and expanse away through the covers, because all he's got on the offside is a sweeper on the cover fence and a mid-off. As Harmer's in again, and Folkes will just lay onto the back foot, get this behind square and swing Porter round to his left, sweeping on the cover rope, which enables him to get back for 2. That's good cricket from Ben Folkes. He moves on to 72. Surrey moving on to 321 for 8. So Surrey with just the 2 batting points, as we're now in the 113th over. A couple of bowling points for Essex, as sweeping once more is Folkes. This time he bisects the 2 men out there on the leg side. Thame will get round just inside the boundary rope and they'll get back for 2. He also missed Allison at short leg, and I'm pretty sure that Allison's quite relieved there for once, not getting struck by a perfectly timed sweep shot, because as I say, he's been in the wars there today as Allison.
When he sweeps, Folkes looks very controlled.
He gets really right down on it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He knows where he wants to hit it, so if he wants to hit it in front of square, he sort of goes adjacent to the ball, whereas if he wants to go behind, he goes outside, sort of off stump really, to get the angle.
Harmer, he's in quicker, and forward goes Ben Folkes. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. Tom Wesley doing the fielding in there at well, he is a silly mid-on. He's just stood on the edge of the cut strip, and now he's bringing Critchley up to try and keep Folkes off strike, and Walter up from long off and long on to mid-off and mid-on, and that one just bounces a touch on Ben Folkes, and he plays it down into the leg side. Allison picks up end of the over again from Simon Harmer. That's 40, I think he's bowled now, Harmer. 323 for 8. Surrey trail by 259 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Essex, BBC London, the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on your smart speaker. Just say BBC Sounds. Day 3, Essex against Surrey, and you'll have it on your smart speaker.
Your team today: Mark Church, Kevin Howes and Don Topley, as Critchley comes in. Decent delivery on a length, just turning away, but negotiated very well by Taylor. Looking good, looking secure for his 8, looking better than a number 10. That's a googly, I think, as Critchley bowls, and it's negotiated and spotted. And the reason I say it was a googly, he gets himself in a slightly lower position, and I always sense where we are sitting from, we can see the back of his hand. That's a leg spinner that's played with soft hands, and the man at bat pad, Boot Hill, goes to collect the ball, returns the ball to the bowler. Paul Walter giving his teammates an erstwhile encouragement. Well fielded by Harmer at gully as the ball turns, but played with very soft hands, and the ball doesn't go anywhere but to gully along the floor. Critchley in, 3 men round the bat. Driven out on the offside into a gap where Noah Thane has to move to his left, cannot prevent the single, and 1 more run to Taylor, which brings Ben Folkes on strike. Taylor has 8, 9, Folkes has 74, and the total 324.
Yeah, just an adjustment in the field because the short leg's going to leg slip now for Ben Folkes. Allison's under the helmet, but he's gone from short leg to leg slip.
It's bowled, it's driven into the gap, into the mid-wicket area where mid-on has to go and retrieve the ball. Sam Cook does the fielding, concludes the over, 325 for 8. So if we just go back to lunch, after lunch, I mean, Surrey were in a spot of bother. After lunch, you've had a stoic set of lower order batsmen who have done a fantastic job. You had, first of all, Jordan Clark. He batted so well with Ben Folkes. Ben Folkes came in before lunch, and Jordan Clark was the first to go after lunch. LBW Cook, ball just keeping a little bit low for 45, and then Fisher. He was bowled by Harmer for 30 runs.
Harmer is in over the wicket. Oh dear, Critchley's put his jumper on the wrong way round. So he had Critchley 20 on the front and the Essex logo on the back, but now he's turned it around the right way. It's sort of slightly did me there, to be honest, down below us. As in over the wicket once again comes Harmer, and forward goes Ben Folkes. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I remember when Sir Alistair was playing his final Test innings for England on his final day of Test cricket, and Peter Siddle wore the Cook shirt and jumper here as tribute. Yes, as this one's turned into the leg side by Ben Folkes out there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Were Surrey playing here?
Yes.
I wasn't on duty that day.
I can't remember the exact.
Really, I can't remember.
No, yeah, but that's what Siddle did.
Oh, did he?
As in over the wicket again comes Harmer, and forward goes Folkes. Turns this one into the leg side. Wesley does the fielding, moving to his right.
Whenever we would have Peter Siddle around, I'd pop up to him and say, "We're a bit short in the box, would you come and do 10-15 minutes with us?" And he was gold.
Yeah,
he was. He was lovely.
As in over the wicket comes Harmer once again. Forward goes Ben Folkes. Plays it straight back up the pitch once more. Now Critchley, Walter and Porter come up from their positions of long off, long on, sweeping on the cover rope. Try and keep Ben Folkes off strike for the start of the next over. As Harmer was about to come over the wicket, but Tom Wesley was still setting the field there, had an arm out, so Harmer spotted that and he's renegotiated his run up, and he's over the wicket now to Folkes, who's using his feet and then just plays it straight down in front of himself, and it spins away into the leg side, and there is no run, and it's the end of another Simon Harmer over. It's a maiden. 41 overs now he's bowled, Mr. Harmer, 4 for 65.
Well bowled. Essex has gone a little bit quiet. Maybe they need a wicket here. There's many more plane trails are being created above us, above the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here at Chelmsford. CM2 OPG.
That's the postcode.
It is, yeah. So Critchley continues. Same men around the bat. Critchley bowls. That's a good ball, which is respected. Played sensibly into the offside, no run.
You've been on the old cruise, haven't you? Yeah, you like a
I
cruise,
hosted
don't you?
I do, yeah. I hosted one of the first cricket cruises. Oh, this ball nearly got through. Just kept a little bit low. He's gone back as Taylor, then tried to work it into the leg side and had to come down quickly on it. Yes, I had a fantastic trip, and I'll tell you all about it. Critchley bowls. This is a fairly fullish ball which has been driven. It's gone wide. It's gone down to third man to the Tom Pearce stand. A legend of cricketers back in the day, Tom Pearce of Essex, and that has gone for 4, which Snater has to go and retrieve. So back in the day, about 6 years ago, I hosted a cruise between Essex cricketers and Kent cricketers.
Lovely.
And there'll be some great names as he bowls, and this is well played by Taylor. Comes right forward, smothers the spin, well bowled. Essex, we had Raymond East, John Lever, Ken McEwen, myself, but I was impartial. Critchley bowls. This is a little bit quicker, comes forward, smothers it, plays it up to mid-on, no run. And then we had the likes of Chris Cowdrey.
Yes.
Wait for this. Honourable Kent person who grew up in Kent, Davy Gower.
Ah, yes, of course.
And Alan Wells.
Ah, yes.
Played for Kent after his
Not the sprinter.
career. No, not the sprinter. Ball keeps low, goes through to the keeper, snaffles it well, takes it to the stumps. An imitation stumping. The batsman hadn't left the crease, no run. And we went through the northern rivers of Europe.
Oh, lovely.
It really was a tremendous, and we had a bit of cricket each day. We had a question of sport, naturally.
Were you hosting?
I didn't host. I was part of the Essex team on that.
There you are.
The host was
memorable
Nick,
then. Memorable host.
Nick comedian.
Nick comedian.
Nick Hancock.
Nick Hancock. That's the one we're looking for. Yes.
Yes, he was
Very
great fun.
Good.
It was great. It
Excellent.
was really superb.
Ah, that does sound like a nice cruise,
Bit
that.
of cricket every day.
Lovely. Was it cold or warm on your cruises? Here is Harmer, and using his feet, his folks, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
It was chilly in Honfleur, because I remember Raymond
it often
East he borrowed a blanket to sit down and put over his legs.
Ooh, well, sensible if it's chilly.
It was chilly in Honfleur.
Shouldn't be wearing shorts. This one's pushed by Ben Folks as it was quicker from Harmer.
Amsterdam was fun. Yeah, where else did we go? Gosh, I've got to think about this. Normally I'm pretty hot on geography.
As over the wicket once again is Harmer. And Folks just lays back, cuts this behind square. Should get a couple here. No, he won't. He's done one again, Porter. He's got round really quickly and gets the throw straight over the top of the stumps. Good work from Porter. Just a single for Folks. He's on to 76, 330 for 8.
If you know those Essex boys, Kenny McEwen, Raymond East and John Lever, we were given an allocation of our drink per day.
As here is Harmer, and this is turned by Taylor down into the leg side, and Allison does the fielding.
We were out over there for 5 days, 5 nights. We used it the first night.
Did you really? Well, you're naughty, aren't you? You gentlemen, you're naughty gentlemen.
We
on
were
your
being
cruise.
encouraged.
No, you weren't. That's well bowled by Harmer. Just goes on, beats the outside edge. That sounds like a fun cruise to me. Bit of question of sport.
We left Tilbury,
The docks.
went to Amsterdam, then to Honfleur, then we went up the river.
Which one? As in over the wicket once again. Always Harmer. That's beautifully bowled. That has, I think, gone straight over the top of the stumps off the pad. Did get a little bit of pad. I thought actually he'd turn that enough to get through bat and pad and over the top of the stumps, but actually it's just clipped the top of the front pad, I think. But it's still beautifully bowled because he's got bounce there as Harmer. But it's run away for 4 leg byes. That is the end of the over. Now, do you want to continue with your cruise ship story, or do you want to have a break because Mr. Kevin Howes is happy to jump in?
Okay,
oh, you're looking up your river now, are you?
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
We passed Le Havre.
334 for 8. It's going to be Critchley.
Tell Mr. Howes to wait. Just for a minute.
He wants to come on.
Does he?
334 for 8. Critchley's going to continue down there from the Graham Gooch end of the ground. Which country were you in? Well, this could take a while, couldn't it?
Belgium.
All right, so what rivers are there in Belgium? There are a lot of rivers in Belgium. It's quite wet, Belgium, isn't it? I think. As Critchley will come bouncing in over the wicket to Ben Folkes, and Folkes is forward playing this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run. He would have been quicker to go on the cruise. As Critchley spins the ball in his fingers once again, in over the wicket he comes. Forward goes Folkes and plays this one down towards long off, and they will stroll a single. One more to the total. Folkes moves on to 77, 335 for 8.
It was magnificent. We went all over Northern Europe.
Lovely.
Very enjoyable. Took the best part of about 300 on this cricket cruise.
Very good.
In September, late September,
Lovely.
early October. Tremendous.
But you've no idea which river you went up.
I will find out now while off air.
Critchley is in, and forward goes James Taylor. Plays this one away into the offside. And there is no run. There's a round of applause there from Michael Pepper behind the stumps. Not quite sure for what, but seems to be a round of applause. Oh, now that's bounced on Taylor, who's laying back to have a cut at that. He actually ends up just about leaving it alone, I think. But he was laying back to have a cut there. Critchley once more is in to Taylor. Taylor is forward, playing this one out towards extra cover. And there is no run. Now the field will spread again because this is the final ball of the over. So if Taylor wants a single, there is one on offer. 335 for 8, Surrey. And this is the googly, which Taylor has looked to lay back and cut, but it's just bounced on him a touch more than he was expecting, and it's hit the toe end of the bat, rolls into the offside end of the over. 335 for 8, Surrey, and a very warm welcome back to Kevin Howes.
So just needing these 2 wickets, but I mean, do you think the ball now softening just a little is making the surface look a little bit
this
different?
This is what we were talking about.
Yeah. Sorry, I was busy on another player.
But no, I was talking about it with you during the tea interview, and you weren't listening. But
I was.
I think even today, to take the 7 wickets that they've taken, it's been hard work for Essex, and you're seeing it now that this is hard work to pick up these last 2 wickets of this Surrey innings.
Simon Harmer looking to do just that if he can. Comes down the pitch into the pads. LBW appeal, not out. Firm, very quick shake of the heads there from umpire Blackwell. Bowling to Folkes. What a terrific performance this has been from Folkes again. The 77. When others have crumbled, fallen around him, he's
stood firm.
Fisher did a tidy job as well for his 30 odds. As this one has worked just out of the reach of forward short leg. There will be a single. So Folkes moves on to 78, and the Surrey scored at 336 for 8. So we've got 19 overs after this remaining today, still trailed by 246 runs. Amy's been on Blue Sky. Kevin Howes bluesky.social. It's quite a long address, that, isn't it? But anyway, just go on Blue Sky, and the great thing about this thing, I'll come back to say next. This one's been swept away on the leg side. That's going to race into the shadows, into the stand, and that's going to be 4 runs. A signal by the umpire. That was the first Kevin Howells on here as well, so just put Kevin Howells in again.
Yeah, it comes
anyway, Amy's been on said we need to know what river this is before Toppers is allowed to leave.
I don't think he's ever going to work it out.
Well, we did give him
It's
half
a
an
river
hour.
in Belgium.
He's determined. That's his little project for. So Amy needs to know, Toppers. So as soon as you find out, do pass it on to us so we can tell everybody.
Where's the Danube?
That's not.
That's not Belgium.
He would have remembered that.
Right.
Harmer. From the so Cook end.
Well bowled.
I think they thought for a moment maybe got a little bit of a nick and a catch, but in the end Harmer says to everybody behind the stumps, calm down.
What a bit of bowling that is. That's gone over the top of middle and leg.
So what is it? Height as well as turn on that one.
That's a hell of a ball from Harbour.
Next one. Fires that one in. Lots of dust. Look at that dust coming up as well. Off the boots there of Taylor, who's on 17. And he's faced 51 balls for his.
Doing a good job here, James
17,
Taylor, at the moment.
So it's Harmer again. From what used to be the river end, and he's got hold of that very nicely. But it will be straight out to the fielder, who's marshalling things at deep mid-wicket, Noah Thane. And the end of a Harmer over, where his body language suggests a little frustration. There was a terrific ball, second from end there of that over. Puts the sweater back on. It's been the cooler of all the days, I think, we've had so far today, but still it's been glorious to look at. But it's been a cool wind which has been blowing in from Frinton upon Sea.
Yes, there's been a lot of chat about Frinton, of course, with Ben Folkes out there batting. I've learnt an awful lot about Frinton today.
You see, for us radio anoraks, I'm pretty certain, I'm right in saying this, that Frinton, a lot of the old pirate radio ships were based off Frinton back in the 60s and into the 70s as well. So your Carolines and your Londons and things like that.
It's going to be Critchley, continuing from the Graham Gooch end of the ground, coming in with his leg spin too. Oh my goodness, James Taylor, and that one has just bounced off a length, gone past Taylor's outside edge and gone over the top of Pepper's gloves. Well, he fizzed that one in there, but that one really did bounce. That was, yeah, that's gone. That's a lovely bit of bowling from Critchley. He sort of followed all the way through past Michael Pepper. Lovely bit of bowling from Critchley by 3:42 for 8. Does mean that Folkes is back on strike, but Folkes has just stepped away and Critchley's let the ball go and it's hit the stumps, but Folkes was wandering off towards square leg because he wasn't quite ready. So this will look very strange on the old replay because Ben Folkes was sort of pointing behind him. As in over the wicket goes Critchley, tosses this one up. Folkes will punch it off the front foot straight down the ground for a single. And that will move Ben Folkes on to 79. Surrey moving on to 343 for 8, trail by 239. On to strike comes James Taylor. Hampshire looking likely to win that one now, I think, Mr. Howells.
Yes.
Forward goes Taylor. Plays this one out into the offside and there's no running into Yorkshire.
Prest and Liam Dawson settled the nerves.
Good. He's a good cricketer, Liam Dawson, isn't he? Oh, how's that not bowled, James Taylor? He's jumped onto the back foot. I thought that was going to hit the off stump, and again it's the leg break, so it's turned and beaten the edge, but just for a second there I thought it might be a googly, but again nice bit of bowling from Critchley as he's in now to Taylor, and Taylor gets an edge this time. It's gone along the floor, it's gone through Cox's legs and it will run away down below us for 4, and there is a little bit of frustration I think out there for Essex at the moment. Taylor won't mind.
He moves on to 22 now, and Surrey move on to 347 for 8.
One could pick up their frustration.
I heard a guttural roar.
Yes, but nothing worse.
No, I think that came from the stand, though, rather than from out in the middle. Oh, right, okay. I thought it came from the stand.
I thought Critchley just let out a little bit of unhappiness.
Did he?
Yeah.
As spins the ball in his fingers again, does Critchley. He's in. That's quicker. And forward goes Taylor. Just blocks it into the offside. End of the over. We're whistling through this session because there are 18 left today, but we've had spin from either end. A dual spin attack after tea. Sorry, 347 for 8 here on 5 Sports Extra on this third day. And they trail by 235. That follow-on is 433.
DJ Wavy on Blue Sky says, hello, loving the championship commentary, thrilled the BBC commentary secure for 4 more years, every ball of the championship you could follow. Fabulous service.
Thank you, DJ Wavy.
Jane says, just heard you mention you were on here. That's Blue Sky.
Yes.
Hello from sunny Cornwall.
There you go.
With a little wavy emoji.
Another fan for you on Blue Sky.
Oh, taking over the world, mate. That's not the plan. Worked away out there to mid-wicket, and there will be no run. It's to counter those that want to take over the world.
Yes,
but
that's what you're doing.
Yeah. We don't want the world. We just want a nice environment. And
well, I told you what I'm going to bring back. Yesterday I've started already.
Writing letters. 347 for 8. The Surrey score goes back. Whipped, down into the boots there of forward short leg.
The written letter.
See, that'd be no good for me because I have such bad handwriting.
I tell you, he's got lovely handwriting. Don Topley, have you
Yes,
seen his handwriting? It's
surprise
lovely,
me.
isn't it?
He's a man of grace. So we see Harmer bowl quicker and goes back, defending that one, folks, for his 79. You talk about that Hampshire score. They're now just 19 off the victory, still with 6 standing, 129 for 4. But Don Besser picked up a couple of wickets. We talked about that at tea. But it's Hampshire on their way to a victory there. Harmer here trying to, if they can, do something special for Essex against the reigning champions. The ball is whipped back in on thrown from mid-wicket. There'll be moments when they really squeeze, but at the moment there's resistance being shown here. We're not surprised by that, of course, at all. 3 times on the bounce, Surrey won the championship because they show resistance. They somehow, and I'm struggling here to see how this might happen, but this one has worked away to the square leg boundary. But sometimes they're getting themselves in a position, and you'll think, oh God, they really are struggling there. And then 24 hours later, we're talking to the winning Surrey captain. But this is what a big deficit. Yeah. But you understand,
win from here.
You understand what I'm saying.
Exactly what you mean.
234 is what they trail here, mind you. That's kept low, and this is the issue. Still that variable bounce. An even bounce, a bit of turn. Well, and that one last over but one, when it really took off as well. So there's so much work needed here by Surrey. But 348 for 8, Taylor on 22, Folks 80, and this is a deficit of 234 runs. Just need to point out, by the way, that for those listening on Sports Extra, you thought I was going to go back to
your Blue Sky there.
Which that would be just silly, wouldn't it? Be over the top. I'm going to tell you now that we've got Sports Extra until about 5:25. Then we're off for a big one in Wales there, the Rugby Union.
Yes.
Osprey Scarlets. We will be back on Sports Extra at 5 to 11 tomorrow. But of course, continued coverage in all the usual places. BBC Sounds today, that is. We've got your smart speakers, live text, everything on the BBC Sports app as well. But that'll be in the next 20-25 minutes. Okay.
Fantastic, thank you very much. As over the wicket is Critchley from the Graham Gooch end, and forward goes Ben Folks. Plays this one down into the leg side. So you're going to hop back in about 15 minutes to do the handover.
There'll be no hopping.
No, but
no,
I might just see if D Topley has found the river in Belgium in about 5-10 minutes time, and then I'll come back when you're going.
The River Seine.
The River Seine.
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of that. As in over the wicket comes Critchley, and this is whipped into the leg side by Ben Folks. He'll get a single. He moves on to 81, 349 for 8. So it was the River Seine.
To Rouen.
To Rouen, I've heard of that as well.
Where I went on a rugby tour.
Did you really?
With school, yeah.
No.
I didn't play.
No.
But I just fancied seeing France. I hadn't seen France at that time.
It's a very good idea.
Yeah, thank you.
As in over the wicket again goes Critchley to Taylor. Taylor drives into the offside. And there is no run.
It was a bit of an eye-opener, I tell you, though, for the rugby, because the rugby against the French schools,
they get stuck in.
And some.
Oh, yeah.
Crikey.
Oh, yeah. As in over the Sacre Bleu. As over the wicket goes Critchley. Forward goes Taylor. Plays this one down towards backward point, and there's no run. It's that temperament. It's the flair.
It was a little underhand, let me tell you.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. As in over the wicket once again. Critchley, that's short and wide. It's cut by Taylor. And Snater does the fielding, moving round to his left. End of the over. 3:49 for 8. Taylor 22. Folkes has 81. There are 16 overs remaining today. Harmer's continuing. This will be his 45th over, 4 for 73. Surrey trail by 2-3-3. Well, this is so true from the next test, which is a very good handle. The next test.
But you know what that's about? You don't, do you?
No, I don't, because I'm not on Blue Sky.
No, but that's nothing to do with that.
Oh, sorry.
Platform. Next test is all to do with the future of cricket and changes in the climate.
Ah.
This one is driven along the ground at the start of the next over. This is Harmer in and bowling. And that's why it's called the next test, because the next test, and in all seriousness, there are some major issues here. And this is applause for 350 being brought up by Surrey, but we're well beyond the 110 overs now, of course. We're on 123 overs, but 350 for 8. Taylor 22, Folkes on 82. So anyway, that's what the next test is about. It's all about trying to make sure that the cricket thinks on a little bit. There's Harmer. Oh, comes back in. I mean, there are times, this one is just fended away there. There are times when I look at the Essex field and I think, oh, they look as if they've been out there all day. And then there are those deliveries where I think there could be a wicket any time.
Perseverance. Patience.
So Harmer again into Taylor on 22. The bails are whipped off as he gets down to try and slog sweep that one and misses it.
The next test saying, though, you know Blue Sky has come of age when Kevin Howes is on board.
Yeah, but I've been on for ages. It's just the fact that the season started. I've wanted to get involved.
Yes.
But nothing much to say in the winter.
No.
Harmer bowls and pushed into the offside. There'll be no run. I know that goes against all the old strategy for the social media where you have to post something every day. Every day of the year.
No, but I'm saying that could be a new strategy.
Silence when I've got nothing to say.
Silence.
That'll never catch on.
Oh, you know,
Not in this day. No, not in this day and age.
You never know.
No.
There is a place for peace.
Harmer
quiet
in bowls, and he's troubling Taylor here, but he's fighting hard.
He is.
You can see that he's a little bit puzzled by it all, a little bit fuddled, but he's keeping that ball out. 350 for 8, show by 232.
He's doing all right. They've added 44 now, these two.
They're doing a terrific job. Harmer bowls a little quicker, quite a stride into that to push it to Wesley, who's doing the fielding just on the edge of the strip. So you're going to take a bit. I've got to go at about 5:20.
Yeah, so I'm going to do one more, and then the Topley's going to take over from me, and then I'll take over from you. And then you can do your handover.
We'll all be taking over from everybody. Yeah. How many overs? We got 15. So
we've whistled through this.
Yeah, I mean that's not going to be. Normally it's about an hour that, but with the pace we're going at the moment, so that'll be then time. That'll be 6 o'clock, won't it?
I think so. I think we should be on time.
Yeah.
As Ben Folkes, the man on strike, and it'll be Critchley continuing from the Graham Gooch end of the ground. They've got those 3 close catches, and then the rest of the field is spread. But we've almost got to the point now where Taylor's been in for a pretty good amount of time. 66 delivery. There's forward goes Folkes and just stabs this one straight back up the pitch. Fielding done by Critchley off his own bowling, and there is no run. Another motorbike going on along the road behind us.
been a lot of them. I think there may be a convention.
They don't have conventions, they have rallies.
Oh, in over the wicket once again comes Critchley. This is driven by folks in towards short extra cover, and there's no run. Because, of course, there's the juggling convention this weekend in Chelmsford. 2-day juggling convention. As in over the wicket once again comes Critchley. Thick inside edge from folks. Runs into the leg side, but they won't take a single.
Well, thankfully, we haven't been given the opportunity to be ever so cheeky and rude by saying, well, we had one of the events take place here. Because it was only Critchley with a sharp chance, which, well, we should have taken it in fairness. But apart from that, there's been nothing else put down, has there?
No, they're not at all. As forward goes folks, drives again into short extra cover. Now they're going to take Allison out from short leg and put him in catching. There's 2 men catching at short cover. And Pepper's just getting water on the right angle at extra cover. Critchley is in. Folks lays back and cuts. Just potters out into the offside. Wesley does the fielding. Moving round to his left. Apologies, Harmer does the fielding. Moving round to his left. Final ball of this Critchley over. He's 17th. None for 45 now. The field comes up again for the last ball of the over, and folks lets it go outside his off stump. End of that over. 350 for 8. Folks 82, Taylor 22, trail by 232 Surrey. A few more words from Kevin Howes, and then he'll be joined by Don Topley.
One of our favourite cricketers, Adam Hose.
Adam Hose, is he?
He's 67,
Good
not
lad.
out. Brett D'Oliveira, 55, not out. So Worcestershire, 243 for 4. Trail by 273 runs after that record-breaking 670 for 7, including the magnificent Tom Banton knock. Banton 371, and toppers in typical fashion earlier today, making the point which I hope to goodness isn't true. You said 371 in one innings was more than you scored in your entire career. False modesty, I'm sure, but that's just terrific knock from Banton. But they haven't got the game won yet. There's a bit of resistance being shown there from Worcestershire. Here we've got Harmer at Chelmsford, and he's bowling to Taylor. Bowls now. That one sits up quite nicely to be stroked away through the offside, and that's going to be 4 runs out through extra cover. So it takes the Surrey score to 354 for 8. So we're seeing those moments, and Harmer, of course, mainly creating them. There has been some from the other end as well, but those moments were all very close. But at the same time, the story for me at the moment is the resistance being shown from Taylor. I mean, folks take nothing away from that, but we expect Taylor offering great support there as Harmer bowls, and again, very big stride to push it away for no runs. So they trail still by 228 runs. Remember that follow-on set at what, 433 we say. That's what. Did I write that down properly? But anyway, there's still a lot of work to go. With only 2 wickets standing, remember, it goes back deep into his crease. Again, I'm really finding it very noticeable when he does that, sort of scraping the boots a little bit, but all the dust that comes up from this surface. In April the 5th, 6th, is it today? What is it, 4th, 6th, April the 6th today. As this next ball is bowled, and that is defended. So the onside for no run. I'm able to work things out at the moment because the date of April the 4th, the first day of the season, from the moment that the fixtures are announced, sort of November time in the previous year, that date really does stand out in your mind as something to see you through the winter. So 4th we started, today is the 6th, day 3, and defended, pushed into the offside. No run, 354 for 8 it remains. Taylor 26 and folks on 82. So changing the field here. Man's been sent out deep behind square on the offside. Deep backward point right on the boundary. Little push forward, which is the gap they were leaving there. But it does complete with a dot ball at the end of that over. So 354 for 8. Taylor on 26, folks on 82. Trail by 228 runs. Don.
This 9th wicket partnership is worth 48 at the moment, and you highlighted about how the resistance has fared for Surrey. and they were at lunch 186 for 6, and then Clark was brilliant with his 45. Fisher was 30, added 30 important personal runs in a partnership that was worth just over 50, and here we are with a stubborn 26 runs from Taylor. So their entire tail is wagged, and just not just wagged, but being quite resolute and actually being quite annoying for Essex.
So interesting for me, you've used the word stubborn, because we keep on saying how deep they bat, how they always keep coming at you, some star names, international cricketers, but often it'll be more in a flamboyant way they keep coming at you. This has been stubborn, as you quite rightly say. It's a different sort of temperament.
Sam, no, it's not. It's Noah Thane into the crease. He bowls. This is played with an open face bat by Folkes into the offside. There is no run. It's been mightily impressive. Surrey will have enjoyed this afternoon. Look, Surrey are not going to win. They've got to make sure Essex don't win, and that's important as a champion county. You know you want to be. You can't always dominate games. Essex have dominated this 3 days really. In comes Thane, he bowls outside off stump and through to the keeper. Not much pace there really. It's quite a slow wicket. I think you had an email or a tweet from Amy.
It's not a tweet. That's the other lot. Post. Blue Sky.
Sorry.
Right.
Post from Amy about the Essex versus Kent.
Right, okay.
River cruises.
That's right, yes.
North European river cruises.
And you were going to tell us the rivers.
I was. We embarked from Tilbury, Amsterdam, Antwerp, as Noah Thane comes in. One slip, and this is driven on the up, but up to mid-off where there is no run. So Tilbury, Amsterdam, Antwerp, Honfleur, which was beautiful, and then up the River Seine to Rouen before we returned to Tilbury. And as I say, there was a group of Essex cricketers, Kent cricketers, and it was all about a cricket cruise on the northern rivers of Europe. Brilliant.
That's not what you said. It was all about that first night where you...
As Thane comes in and... Well, Folkes plays really well. He comes forward and he overbalances and he tries not to create any additional rough on a length, so he sort of jumps wide of the crease, but well played. One slip, all very quiet, but what a remarkable 9th wicket partnership, worth of 48, we think. 48, yes. In comes Thane, bowls, driven on the offside, well fielded. No, it's not, is it? Yes, it is. It's very well fielded. Diving there, Jordan Cox at extra cover. .354 for 8. Still no clouds here. No clouds expected tomorrow. Gosh, if you're reliant on solar panels, you're doing rather nicely at the moment. Eh? Is your house powered by solar panels?
No. Normal electricity for me. Is it on there? Yeah,
You're
normal
on there.
electricity for me.
Is it? As Thane bowls, little shorter, played in the leg side, off his hips from Folkes. They take a single, goes out to deep square leg, who moves in front of square. They take the single, and it looks to me that could be the end of the over. 49 partnerships so far. 355 for 8, the end of the over. Ben Folkes, who's been out there from before lunch all the afternoon.
He's doing a good job, isn't he, alongside James Taylor. Joe, congratulations to Hampshire. They've beaten Yorkshire by 5 wickets, so a win for Hampshire in their opener against Yorkshire.
One ecstatic new captain and one slightly disappointed.
Yes, Ben Brown
new
will be happy
captain.
and Johnny Bairstow will be disappointed, won't he?
And a bit like the two new coaches in Division 2, Kent and Northampton.
Indeed.
Mixed emotions.
Indeed. So Harmer's going to get a break now because he knows he's going to have to do a lot of bowling probably tomorrow. And the other thing here is I think they're keeping Porter and Cook up the sleeve as well in case that follow-on does happen, and those two are going to have to do some bowling tomorrow. So Critchley's doing some bowling now from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Noah Thane is doing some bowling. But if this goes on for another 6 overs, Westie may have to think about Cook or Porter. But they've done a very good job here since tea of Messrs Taylor and Folkes.
We've had a lot of emails in, but they've only come in periodically.
As here is Critchley, and forward goes Folkes on 83, pushes it away into the offside.
I stand corrected. I introduced an area of North East Essex to you as tendering. It's actually called the Tendering 100.
As forward goes Folkes, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Sounds like a challenge, that, the Tendering 100.
Stephen Hill of Stansted, thank you. Frinton has, in many opinions, also been the best lawns bowls green in Essex.
The best what? As this one's turned into the leg side by Folkes. They could get 2 here, actually. Nope, just the single. As round goes Thane to do the fielding. One more to Folkes. He moves on to 84, 356 for 8.
The best lawn bowls green in Essex. They have a good golf club, they have a good cricket club, but remember, because they are near the coast, they don't get the cold wintry conditions as much. It's a little moist, so it's probably longer growing conditions by the coast than inland, where you get colder temperatures and the frost.
Hence the best crown green bowls lawn. 50 partnership between Messrs Taylor and Folkes, as Taylor allows this one to pass. Outside is off stump from Critchley, and well taken by Pepper because it bounced, and he took it away to his right hand side. As Critchley spins the ball in his fingers once more, in over the wicket he comes, and Taylor punches off the back foot out towards cover point, and there's no run.
A number of our regular writers have confirmed that they would like to give Paul Water a little bowl. I think you mentioned that earlier in the day. Being a left-hander with a different angle, is he worthy of a go?
In comes Critchley. Forward goes Taylor's bowled him. There you go. There's your wicket you wanted. It's the googly, and it's a good one. And Taylor's very good innings comes to an end, and bowls him with a really good googly. And Taylor goes for 26. 356 for 9. Oh, they desperately wanted that wicket, and they've got it now. But James Taylor's done a very good job there, just after the 50 partnership. But a nice bit of bowling from Critchley, and Taylor bowled by Critchley for 26. He'll get a warm round of applause as he makes his way back towards the pavilion, and Surrey are 356 for 9.
75 balls as well. That is, you know, he's played as a number 10, and he's probably played better than a number 10. Fisher played nicely for 30, Clark for 45. This Surrey side just never stops giving. So Taylor, the last man to go, he's been bowled by Critchley, and for a very healthy 26, 356, isn't it? 356 for 9.
Kemar Roach strolls to the middle.
Who batted beautifully for the West Indies against Bangladesh in the autumn, when the West Indies needed him in their test series against Bangladesh, and I think he came in at 9 and got a 50, if not a few more regularly. He's no mug with the bat. Essex need to get off the park. They need to try and get another new ball in their hand. I'm sure they're going to invite Surrey to follow on, but it does mean that if Essex is going to try and win this game, it's going to be damn demanding and probably quite difficult for them and their bodies. But this is how to win a game of cricket. You spend far more time in the field trying to bowl sides out, trying to take 20 wickets, than you do if you're a lesser side. If you're a lesser side, you're always batting.
Well, there were 11 overs to go. That was the final ball of the Critchley over. So Folkes is on strike on 84. The field will spread to give Folkes the single, should he want it, to get Kemar Roach onto strike. But they desperately wanted that wicket. It took a very good bit of bowling to get it.
In comes Thane, bowling at Folkes with the number 7 on his back, and he drives all the way up to mid on for a single. Now, interestingly, Essex have set the field out because they want to bowl at Kemar Roach. But Ben Folkes, rather than declining the single and saying, I'll just bat, which is a very much a modern day batting skill, what they've done is they've rotated, and Ben Folkes has probably gone, I back you, my friend, Mr. Roach, to bat properly. Thane is in to Roach first ball, and then it comes forward, plays it nice and easily up to mid-off. There is no run. Don't like that modern day thing of a batsman turning down singles. You know, it didn't really happen much in my era because you would have to take responsibility. Your better players would make you feel responsible, make you feel as if you can. Roach plays and misses. That's a good ball. That's a good effort there from Thane. Quite good pace outside off stump. Just the line did Roach then, batting at number 11.
Just working out the last 3 wickets with Folkes. Batted for 60 overs and added 176. So they've done a pretty good job, haven't they?
Brilliant stuff. Your backs are to the wall, aren't they? Earlier in the day.
So you can bat with the tail, Ben Folkes.
Good length ball, comes forward, plays into the offside, and Cox does the fielding. No run.
It's been an excellent innings this from Folkes.
You said 11 overs?
11 overs left.
So probably
8.
3 between,
7.
8 or 7.
Yep.
Harmer to open with a new ball. Left-handed bat. Sibley.
Could be.
I reckon that might be the call, with a seamer at the other end, with a new ball, new rock. Thane in, bowls a short ball. This is cut beautifully. He's not going to worry about that. Is the Surrey number 11. He takes the single, and Thane is now going to be bowling at Ben Folkes, who's 15 shy of a century.
He deserves one here. He really does. But Surrey is still 76 runs away from avoiding that follow-on. They still trail by 224.
In comes Thane from the Graham Gooch end, and this is a little shortish ball, probably didn't get up. He's played a cross bat shot. He's got a bottom edge into the leg side. Folkes scrambles through for a quick single, and that is the over. Folkes to keep strike. He's on 86, score 359 for 9.
Yep, and he gets together with Kemar Roach for a bit of a chat out there in the middle. And now that Critchley has taken that wicket, Harmer comes back into the attack. So Critchley makes the breakthrough, then he's out the attack. And now it's Harmer into the attack. He's sitting on a 5-er. Here's Simon Harmer. He will be bowling to Ben Folkes. Folkes on 86. Kemar Roach on 1. 359 for 9, Surrey. Trail by 223.
Have you got an honours board at the Oval for hundreds and fifers?
In international cricket.
Oh, international,
yes,
not
yes,
club
yes,
cricket.
Yes, in international cricket.
Yep.
It's very nice as well. I saw
Is it?
Yeah, it's new and it looks spectacular in the members' pavilion, and it's all done with stumps, bats, and bails. It's really nice.
Oh,
it's like a real sort of modern way of doing it.
But people dream of being on there.
Yes, absolutely.
For England.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing. In over the wicket then is Simon Harmer. Sweeping is Ben Folkes. Gets this fine on the leg side. Will get to, should get to, does get to. Moves on to 88. Surrey move on to 361 for 9. Yes, there's the honours board at Lords, of course. Now there's one at gear over as well. Mr. Kevin Howes behind us, just doing his updates for 5 Live that you can probably hear a bit of. As here is Harmat, 2 folks. He sweeps again, this time in front of square. Round comes Thane. Oh, Thane's missed it, but it's good backing up from Snater. Snater did really well there, because I think he got something on it, Thane, and almost sent it straight past Snater. Threw him an absolute dummy. That takes folks on to 90 now.
Played so well.
Oh, he has.
So well.
Exceptional innings this from
We
Red
talked
Folk.
about that fine city, Norwich, earlier in the day.
Did we?
Yeah, Norwich always talks about a fine city.
As this one's turned by folks into the leg side, and there is no run.
Chelmsford, the home of radio.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know,
Norwich,
is there anything?
the home of
A fine city.
Is that what it says?
It does, as you drive into Norwich, and it is a fine city.
Yeah.
And we've had an email from somebody.
In Norwich.
Richard Innes up in Norwich, yes.
As in over the wicket goes Harmat, sweeps again does Folks, and Thane will get round to do the fielding, and Folks will pick up a single, moves on to 91. Surrey move on to 364 for 9.
He's been listening a little bit this afternoon, but he decided to go on the streaming service. And as soon as he went on the streaming service through the club, Essex got that wicket. So he thinks that he got the wicket, which is tremendous news. So stay with us and we'll see if we can get another one.
All the way from that fine city of Norwich. It's quite a bold statement that though, isn't it, from on your board?
We could have. Would you rather Sail of the Century?
I'll be the judge of that as I drive in. As forward goes Roach, plays that one out into the offside, and there's no run.
What else is Norwich famous for? Let's Be Having You, Delia. And then you've got a Sail of the Century, the Norfolk Broads, Wroxham.
Over the wicket once again is Harmat, and forward goes Roach, just plays it straight down in front of him, gets through the over, end of it. Folks will be on strike on 91, and Surrey 364 for 9, trail by 218, and there are 9 overs remaining today.
Yes, 9 overs. If Essex get a wicket, that's 6 really, or 5. Depending when it's taken, but there'll be some weary legs, feet, backs, shoulders. Mentally they'll be tired. You can be in the nets, you can bowl the overs, but to be on a field for Essex, it's 129 overs, and it's the first game of the season. You know, this is where Chris Silverwood will be challenged, because I think he's coming on air tomorrow with Kevin. And Kevin, no doubt, will probably ask him questions like, you know, how was your squad going? Will you be replacing them? The likes of Shardul Thacker. You know, do you need more seamers? Have you got any fast bowlers up on your sleeve? Critchley's in, bowled, played into the leg side by Folks. He'll take a single because he's very confident. Kemar Roach should be up to the task as Surrey's number 11. The squad's so much smaller. You never told me. 2 days I asked you a question. You were going to look how many on the Surrey staff. Right. Do you remember?
I can do that now.
You know,
for you.
2 days later, but it's okay.
It's not 2 days later because it was yesterday.
Well, you've had all day yesterday and all day today, and I'm having to remind you.
You've been busy.
Been busy?
Well, you've been taking hours working out where you went on your cruise and what the rivers were called.
Critchley in. Very well played, comes forward, almost predictably early. He comes forward and plays with a straight bat into the offside, no run. Yeah, Surrey are very different. They can rotate their bowlers. Can Essex, as Critchley's in? That looks like a googly to me. He's gone up for it, so has the keeper. They're all interested. But I don't know if he got outside their line, but I can't really tell, but we'll have to have a look. Maybe if we can see the replay, we'll have a look. I suspect that might have been the other one.
In terms of championship, I think it's about 27.
And that's probably a googly that's gone and it's possibly going down the leg side. 27.
But don't forget, a lot of those will be off playing international cricket, etc.
Critchley in, a little straighter, a little fuller. Well, it's fielded by Allison under the lid on the leg side. That was superb bit of fielding because it could have easily gone for a single. 365 for 9. Critchley in again, bowls, and this is an LBW shout, and he has been given. It was a little bit fuller. He's played the line, possibly not turned. It's gone straight, and the Surrey number 11 has been LBW'd by Matt Critchley. He departs for 1, and Surrey have been all out now for 365. That's a great effort because they were in a bit of difficulty earlier in the day, and at lunch, let's just say, they were 186 for 6. Folkes is still there. He's undefeated. He started after lunch with 19 not out. Clark made 45. Fish was resolute with 30. And Taylor played beautifully for 26. And the last man out, that was Kemar Roach, who made 1. But everybody is applauding the Frinton man. Fifth, he's made 92 not out for Surrey and rescued his team. Well played, Ben Folkes.
Played very, very well there, did Ben Folkes, for 92, but well bowled Essex. 9 wickets they picked up today. It's been hard work. They will enforce the follow on. Surrey will have to come out and bat again this evening. And still trailing by 217 are Surrey. So still an awful lot of work to do tonight and all day tomorrow. But well bowled Essex. Harmer 4 for 83 from 47 overs. Critchley there picked up those last couple. Did a very nice job. Cook 2 for 67 and Snater 1 for 50. So we'll get a 10-minute break now. And then back out there with, you would have thought, Surrey batting again.
Would you bowl Harmer with a new ball? Your captain?
Depending on how he felt, yes. And I'm pretty
Against
sure
the
he'd like
left-hander?
to. Yeah. I can see the thinking behind that.
Okay,
I
who
can
would
see
you
the
have at the
thinking.
other end?
Cook.
All will be revealed
Yes,
in about 8 minutes.
it will.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. They were 365, apologies. They were all out for trail by 217. But Ben Folkes, with his 92 not out, held that all together. Now they've just got to focus up again, because they've got to get through these 6 overs and all day tomorrow. And you wouldn't say that actually Cook and Porter didn't do any bowling at all after the tea break, so they've had a bit of time just to rest up and give it a go for these 6 overs. So it's going to be fascinating, the 6 overs tonight. Oh, if they could nick a couple tonight, Essex would have had a terrific day.
The captain's order will be, as before, bowl straight.
Well, here is Porter with the first ball. Round the wicket to Burns. Burns punches up the ground. Runs up towards Snater. That's mid-on.
The captain would have said, listen, 36 deliveries left. We want them to play 30 plus. We don't want them leaving a high percentage. We need to bowl straight. And I think somebody like David Masters, who's sort of interim bowling coach, would have stressed that, because he would have been bowling so straight at these opening pair.
Round the wicket goes Porter. Burns, forward he comes. Playing this one up towards Snater once again. Comes round to his left-hand side to do the fielding.
You watch Rory Burns often. Do you find quite a lot of right-arm bowlers coming around the wicket to him quite early doors?
Yeah, they do.
Again, that's more of a modern theory, a modern practice. Back in our day, you used to come around the wicket probably as a last resort.
Straight away from Porter. He's round the wicket. Burns is off the mark in, well, typical Burns fashion, really, just on his hip, and flicks it through the leg side. Water dive to his right, but it's away for 4, and Surrey are up and running in their second innings. They now trail by 213, and they are 4 without loss.
In a funny way, in a strange way, Mark, if Surrey come out of this with a draw, they'll be delighted, because obviously they're not going to win, but they're going to come away with a draw. But they will have made Essex and their limited of bowling resources stay in the field.
It's big shout for LBW here, but on the angle that's going down. Burns, I think, was looking to work that leg side, full of length. Wonder if he got a bit of bat on that as well. Rory Burns. They'll go up for everything tonight, though. Well, Essex quite rightly, but it's a good length that from Porter. It really is a very good length from Porter. Just the one slip in there, a backward point to cover, a mid-off, a mid-on. 2 men catching on the leg side, and square leg and a long leggers. Forward he goes, Rory Burns. Solid looking defensive shot that from the captain. And that rolls out to Jordan Cox in there at cover. Sets it up for an interesting day tomorrow, though, here at Chelmsford. If you're just tuning in here on BBC Essex, BBC London, you may have tuned in via the BBC Sport app or website, or your smart speaker. Surrey following on, all out for 365, as Porter's in, Burns is in behind this, plays it straight back up the pitch. Porter does the fielding off his own bowling. There's no run into the first over of this Surrey second innings. 5 to go tonight, and Surrey are 4 without loss.
Do you know who will be listening in tomorrow?
You.
Correct.
Yes.
I will. Victoria Polly is joining you tomorrow. Don't know if you've got a third voice, but certainly Kevin will be invited to contribute.
It depends whether he wants to accept the invitation again.
So Mark Church, Kevin Howes and Victoria Polly.
Lovely. That'll be a nice last day.
I'll be
in the garden.
I will be doing
I
a little
can imagine.
bit.
Yes. Doing your spuds.
They're in.
I know, but when do they come out?
Oh, in about, I don't know, about 100 days.
Really?
Yeah, it'll be in July.
So that's when you unveil your spuds.
Yeah,
in
new
July.
potatoes.
What a day that is.
If there's a T20 game, Essex and Surrey this way, maybe I'll bring some in.
Oh, lovely.
Right.
The day of Essex Surrey is also the day you unveil your spuds.
I grow Monge too, runner beans. Monge too are
Lovely.
fantastic. My grandson loves picking them and eating them fresh.
Wow.
They're so crunchy. It's a good way of getting some green down him.
Well,
As Cook is in, he bowls his first delivery, which is nice and straight on a length. Sibley, who was the first to go on day 2. Was it day 2? It was, wasn't it?
it was
day 2.
last night.
Yeah, he comes forward, plays it with an open face bat into the offside, no run. 2 slips employed next to Pepper. A short mid-wicket, which we've seen pretty often. A squarish mid-wicket saving one and a ring on the offside. So in comes Cook from the Graham Gooch end, which goes down the leg side. Pepper can't dive and stop it. It's gone beyond the far post and it's gone for 4 byes.
Yep, Surrey will take them tonight as they come.
Yep.
That'll move the score on to 8 without loss. But yes, I think it'll be a very interesting day tomorrow. Weather's going to be the same again, which is nice, isn't it?
Essex can't afford to drop any tomorrow if they're going to try and win this game outright. Cook is in. This is a good looking delivery, which is played on the front foot back towards the bowler. There is no run.
Yes, we said that this morning. Anything that comes your way, you've got to hang on to.
You do.
But actually, if you look at the dismissals today, the one catch that wasn't the keeper was Cox. Everything else was bowled or LBW.
Which
or
tells
Pepper.
you,
Bowl straight.
as Cook will try, and this is on the off stump, which good delivery on a length, played and negotiated by Sibley, who will be desperately keen to be walking out to bat tomorrow morning with his captain.
Well, he will be, because this morning the poor lad had to do shuttle runs because he knew he wasn't going to be batting, having been out last night. So he was put through some shuttle runs at the far end of the ground this morning.
As Cook on his way in, 2 slips waiting. Cook bowls nice and straight, played into mid-wicket. He's not looking to whip it, which Sibley is known for. He's going to make sure he plays as straight as possible. I was at Cape Town Newlands when he made that fantastic knock for England.
First 100, wasn't it?
Yeah, I remember it well. He was so pleased. So pleased. Saw him at the docks the following morning, as this time Cook bowls straight, and it's hit straight to up to mid-on where there is no run. Goodish over. He basically made him play every ball that over.
Did. He catching a boat, was he?
No, well, it's a tremendous area, the V&A area, Albert Dock at Victoria and Albert Dock in Cape Town. Have you been there?
A very, very long time ago, yes.
Oh, really? Yeah, he was up early and I bumped into him and we had a long chat. Same sort of era with Reese, so they knew each other, we knew the family. So it was great to catch up with him and congratulate him. He was out early. You know, it was a brilliant day for him to score that amount of runs at Newlands.
Definitely. As round the wicket goes Porter, Burns is driving, and this one is up towards mid-on, and there's no run. No,
and he's a nice man as well.
He's a lovely man.
He is.
He really is.
Is
Very
he another
fine
one of
batter
those?
as well?
Is he one of those many cricketers from Reigate? Is it, or is he not Reigate?
No, he's not Reigate. As settling himself down over his bat once more is Rory Burns, and forward goes Burns. Plays this one solidly straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Oh God!
Roy Burgess was Reigate.
Jason Roy is Reigate.
Was it? Yeah. I'm trying to think.
Reigate.
Do you know? I wondered if Sibley moved across.
I know which one it is, but it's completely escaped my head now. As Porter comes round the wicket once again to Burns, and Burns is covering up, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and Wesley does the fielding, moving round to his left-hand side, and there's no run. But no, he's always been, and of course that sort of that first game he played for Surrey against Yorkshire, where he made a double 100 when he was still at school. Amazing. My favourite story with that was talking to him afterwards. And he scored a lot of his runs with Amler up the other end. Big shout for LBW here as Burns is looking to whip through the leg side. But again, nothing from Russell Warren. But yes, he had a big partnership. Amler made 100 as well. I remember saying it must have been fantastic to bat with Amler as well. And he said, "Oh, when I was at home this morning, I said to the family, God, I just want to meet him. I just want to spend some time with him." And I've been out there with him for a whole day batting. But yeah, he made a double 100. As round the wicket once again comes Porter. Forward goes Burns. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Was it Whitgift School, of course?
Yes.
Another one of the Whitgift School boys.
I mean, they must have, it's a boys' school, isn't it? They must have so many boys, you know, a couple of thousand, maybe a few more.
And they churn them out as well. The sort of professional athletes.
Yes.
Not just in cricket, rugby
other
as
sports.
well, athletics. As this one's down the leg side. Burns gets nothing on this at all. Looking to flick it away towards fine leg. End of the over. 3 to go today. And Surrey are 8 without loss.
Yeah, they're playing quite nicely. It looks pretty benign. The Essex boys are obviously quite tired, but they will be desperate to try and eke out a wicket. Will Harmer bowl an over before the death. It's going to be Cook again to the right-handed Sibley. Tall man, as you mentioned, 200 on his Surrey debut. He was very much a young batting protege, wasn't he, in his youth and in his early teenage years. There was always a suggestion that he will go on. And in comes Cook. Cook bowls fairly full, almost Yorker length. It's dug out straight. Driven back towards the bowler. It's fielded at mid-on. There is no run. The blue sky is a slightly lighter shade of blue as we approach the evening, with the sun setting in the west. Beyond the pavilion, the shadows are ever increasing. The floodlight shadows are coming across the square now. As Cook on his way in, 2 slips waiting. Outside off stump, decent delivery there, making him play. It's pushed out to Jordan Cox at cover. There is no run. A couple of lads out there have got their hands in their pockets. With the sun going lower, the heat has fallen, and probably they're a little bit chilly. Most of the Essex players have their jumpers on.
I think with the sun going down, then it does get chilly again, doesn't it? But it has been another glorious day.
In comes Cook, bowls. Decent delivery there. Sibley plays quite straight. Comes forward, tall man. Not that he lunges, but it makes it quite easy for him to come forward because he is such a tall man. He can cope with the bouncing ball.
He'll be very aware of what happened in that first innings, won't he?
The LB.
Yep. He'll know that there's going to be one like that coming from Cook at some point.
Cook in, plays on the front foot, plays quite tall, high hands, and that's a well negotiated delivery by the tall right-handed Essex opener. At the other end watching is his captain, and he'll be desperate for his colleague to hang in there throughout the evening, like himself too. And Burns played really well in that first innings, really did. The over rate isn't important, wickets are, or not giving them to Essex. Cook is in, outside off stump, ball moving away, and he shaped up to play, did Sibley, and at the last minute was able to leave it alone. Shouldering arms, as we call it.
And he just marches out towards square leg. There's Dom Sibley. Essex desperate just to try and pick one up tonight. Absolutely over the moon. I wonder if Surrey have a Taylor or somebody padded up.
Who do you think it would be, Taylor?
Might be.
As outside off stump, wide and wider for the last ball of that. Cook over, and Surrey are on 8 without loss. And Burns has 4, Sibley not off the mark, and of course there was 4 leg buys, wasn't it? Leg buys or buys?
Buys, I think.
Buys.
It was. Yeah.
Pepper missed it, didn't he?
Yeah,
Dived
down the leg side.
That's right. Yeah.
Actually, funny thing is, runs tonight not really important, are they? It's just getting through these 6 overs from a Surrey perspective. Of course, runs tomorrow will be important because if it takes a couple of overs out, etc.
If Surrey come away with a draw, they'll be ecstatic, not just because of that, because they would have kept Essex and their bowlers in the field.
As this is a short ball from Porter at the start of this, the 5th over of this final mini session tonight, and Burns is on his toes, playing it up towards Snater at mid-on. Well, full value for the crowd that have been in today. Another hard working day of cricket, but Essex have done very well to get themselves into this position.
They have. Hard work. In the field, being a bowler.
Round the wicket goes Porter to Burns, and Burns is solidly forward. Playing this one out into the offside. Jordan Cox gets around to his left to do the fielding, and there's no run.
If you'd have asked all the Essex bowlers throughout the winter, hey, you're going to approach day 4. If you bowl them out, you win. You make them follow on. They'll all bite your arm to say, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. And they've got the opportunity tomorrow.
Burns waits again. Porter's into him. Burns lays back and just helps it down to the right of backward point and gets a single. And that will be the first time now that Sibley will come on to strike to Porter. Burns moves on to 5. Sibley yet to get off the mark. 9 without loss. Earlier today, Surrey, well, started this morning with Burns and Pope at the crease. They started the day 109 for 1. All out for 365. Ben Folks 92 not out. 4 wickets for Simon Harmer. Meant that Surrey start this second innings following on, trailing by 217 as Porter is over the wicket to Sibley, and the right-handed Sibley plays this straight back up the pitch. Round comes Wesley to do the fielding. So 8 balls remaining on this 3rd day. Yes, with the sun's going down to our right, spectators who've been sat in the sun all afternoon just beginning to put their coats and jumpers back on, because we are still in April, early April, so about this time of the day it does get a bit chilly. Porter bustles in once again. That whippy action. Forward goes Sibley. Plays this one down into the leg side.
I think
runners water does the
I think we've got Tom Wesley for an interview tonight.
Lovely, that would be nice.
Yep.
Porter comes marching back towards us. Got a very short haircut. There's Mr. Porter. Here he goes once again, wearing number 44, into Sibley. Short ball, Sibley, off his hip, uppish and just in front of Thane, diving forward at square leg on the half volley. He heard the cry of catch it, but it's the end of the over. There is 1 to go tonight, and Surrey a 9 without loss.
Just short?
Yes.
Gosh.
On the half volley, diving forward.
Dominic Sibley's heart in his mouth?
Yes.
For a moment there?
Ashted.
Ashted, is that
I knew
what
it would
yes,
come to me at some point.
Yes.
Sorry,
so many fine clubs around there.
Yes, it's taken me a while, but it came to me at that very moment. Ashted Cricket Club.
Well, the last over of the evening. Last over. The commentators are a bit stiff as well, as it's going to be Sam Cook bowling to Rory Burns around the wicket. Can he just find something in this over for his beloved Essex, or will Rory Burns be determined and be out here tomorrow morning? 6 balls, 1 slip in as Cook comes in. This is clipped off Burns' leg and it goes along the ground to a very squarish mid-wicket where there is no run. Essex are going to bowl straight at the left-handed former England opener, the captain. There are a ring of 3 and then 1 further back, which is Noah Thane, and he just fielded the ball at a very square mid-wicket. So there's a ring of 3 and then 1 behind further back as Cook is in bowls nice and straight. This is cannoned off his thigh pad into the leg side where there is no run. There was a bit of an ooh and an ah from slip and keeper, and the bowler was slightly interested. Going home tonight?
I am going home this evening.
Hopefully
yes.
the traffic will be okay.
Yes, it should be, but a slightly earlier start tomorrow morning, because of course there'll be more traffic on a Monday.
Cook in bowls. This is well pitched up. It's driven up to mid-on. Good looking shot, good delivery, but alas, no wicket and no run. Churchy, may I say, it's been a delightful 2 days with you.
It's been an honour, as always.
Delightful. Thank you for your company. Thank you to Mr. Howes. Thank you to you both for the fun, because the most important thing is that hopefully we do a good job, but it's also fun as Cook bowls. This is played up to cover where there is no run.
Thank you for your baguette.
Yesterday,
yeah,
the
lovely.
baguette,
that was a lovely
the cheese,
yes.
the cheese, red wold
yes.
from Bungay.
Yeah, lovely it was. Really nice. Very kind of you, thank you.
The best Scotch eggs in the business. I genuinely believe
Kevin
that.
Howes took those away.
He liked those, didn't he?
He did.
And he initially refused. Cook in, outside off stump, and it's well left. Very watchful indeed. He shapes up, looks to play, and then withdrew his bat. That's good, watchful, disciplined cricket. There's a skill there. It's a dot ball, but it's good batting there.
Play it late.
Well bowled, Sam Cook. Here we go. 9 without loss. We're in the 6th over. The sun is falling towards the pavilion to our west as Cook bowls. This is driven back to Cook, who fumbles it, but it goes into the leg side, and there is the applause. Essex fans will applaud, the Surrey fans will applaud, because they haven't lost a wicket, and it sets it up nicely for tomorrow morning. In this second innings, where Surrey were asked to follow on, the score is 9 without loss off the 6 overs. And all that remains for me to do is really to thank all the listeners. Thanks to the contribution, as I said earlier this over. Thank you to Kevin Howes, to Mark Church. Thank you too. And may I wish you a very successful day tomorrow. Have fun. And to all our listeners, thank you for joining us. And I wish you a very good evening.